Testing 1 2. That's all I need.
Welcome to live election coverage 2016. It is election day. I am in studio here in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm joined by the host of the Benjamin Dixon Show, Benjamin Dixon. Ben is here.
David, how are you? Thanks for having me, man.
I'm doing well. We also have Pat and Rachel here. They will be available for any needs that may arise. This includes live callers. This includes guests. This includes graphics. This includes really anything.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what the night will bring, I guess is the point.
It's great to have a team to help you do some of these things instead of doing it all by yourself. Glad to see you guys.
Right, we're going to have to upgrade the graphics as we go along. A lot
Yeah.
of election results are going to be coming in.
Let's start with where we are now. As you may know if you watched earlier, my prediction for tonight was Hillary Clinton 322, Donald Trump 216. This includes one electoral vote from Maine going to Donald Trump. Bill Press, I spoke to Bill Press earlier. He's at 323, 215. The difference is he doesn't believe Trump will ultimately get that split electoral vote
Out of Maine. Okay.
And we'll get to that. I mean, that's later on in the evening. We have all of the poll closing times here and available. But let's start with where we are right now. And on that note, I will show you the current election map as it stands. We did have some poll closings at 6 o'clock. Those were Indiana and Kentucky. Neither has been officially called for either candidate at this time, Ben. Currently, Kentucky 66 to 30 roughly in Donald Trump's favor, only 3% reporting. And Indiana also only about 3% reporting. But I'm comfortable at this point putting both of those in the Donald Trump column as we are seeing on the map. And officially, what we have, according to the David Pakman Show, Benjamin Dixon Show official count, is a 19-0 win by Donald Trump. So at the worst, he is going to be able to say he was in the lead for some time, and that's an accomplishment.
That is an accomplishment, all things considered. I am surprised by the margin with which he's winning in Indiana. I mean, he's right now he's thrashing Hillary Clinton in Indiana, but it's an early night, and we'll see how it shapes up.
We will indeed. There has been one story that has broken very recently, which I do want to mention, and anytime we're talking about live news, we are talking about live news and things can change, but I think it would be a mistake not to mention that there has been at least one person killed and at least 3 others wounded in an active shooting near a polling place in Azusa, or Azusa, I think is the right way to pronounce it, California. The LA County Sheriff's Captain Jeff Scroggins said police are dealing with at minimum one suspect who is considered to be heavily armed. We know very little about this right now, don't we, Ben, in terms of whether it's just by chance that it is near a polling place, whether there is a political motivation, and if so, what it is.
Yeah, so the only thing we have is that it's of course, obviously a volatile situation. 1 person killed, 3 people injured, 4 people shot total. Everyone who's there polling, as well as the schools that was there, that they were nearby, has been shut down or placed on lockdown, and everyone else has been asked to quote unquote shelter in place. I hope more information comes out very quickly, so that we can know whether or not this is related to the election or not.
And California, interestingly enough, earlier we were talking, Ben, about our plan for sort of calling this tonight if indeed we are going to get that opportunity. And although Washington, Oregon, and California don't officially close until 11 p.m., along with Hawaii, or as I now pronounce it, Hawaii.
Okay.
I know I can tell you like that. You're pleased with my pronunciation of that.
I mean, your guesses was, okay.
You're deferring to me on it. At least.
I'm deferring to you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I'm comfortable basically adding those electoral votes onto the Hillary Clinton total earlier in the night if we're trying to sort of ascertain whether this thing is going to start coming to a close. I think that there's zero chance. It's like a 0.1 to 1% chance that any of those states go to Donald Trump, and I'm comfortable assessing those for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, no, I think that's a pretty standard approach. I think you wouldn't be risking anything doing that. I also think that we just have to really see. I don't think this is going to be a long night.
I don't either.
I mean, I would be surprised if we're here past 10. I don't want to jinx anything, right? All the superstition thing or whatever, but it just doesn't look like it's going to be as competitive as it felt as though it was going to be post the FBI email situation.
I tend to agree with you unless everything we've seen in polling is wrong, and many people emailing, many people on the YouTube live chat stream, which we are monitoring right now, people demanding everything from my birth certificate being released to all sorts of stuff on the live stream right now. None of that is going to have an impact on this election, I think it's fair to say. And one thing I want to touch on, we are about 5 minutes away from the 7 p.m. Eastern poll closings, and we'll see what we learn at that time. Before we get to that, did anybody in the room have any issues voting? I voted early. I told my audience earlier on the show today, Ben, that it took me about 30 minutes to vote 10 days ago. Pat voted early. You had no problems whatsoever, did you?
Right. I went in on Friday, and there was no line, no worries. I think that's the best way to go. Vote early if you can in your state.
Rachel, what's your voting situation?
I did not have a chance to vote early. I actually voted this morning, and my mom had predicted that it was going to be about an hour, maybe 2 hours of a wait, and I was actually in and out in about roughly 5 minutes.
What part of Boston was that?
Brookline.
Okay, well, that's interesting. I've heard anecdotally, Ben, that Brookline was one of the easier voting places. Of course, as we know, New England Patriots quarterback Tom Brady dropping off an absentee ballot in person yesterday. Although
Brady.
Giselle Bundchen told us on Instagram that she and Tom are not in this thing for Trump necessarily anyway. That's the rumor. That aside, any problems voting at all?
No, it was surprisingly. The only thing is my precinct, yet again, ran out of I voted stickers. We got in and out in about 5 minutes, my wife and I, and they didn't have any during the primaries. And that, I don't know, it really made me upset. I'm like, if you knew you ran out during the primaries, why didn't you get them ready for the election day? But it took us 5 minutes.
I had, and I mentioned this earlier, so if people are hearing this for the second time, I apologize. You're not supposed to really electioneer in the polling place, but there was a woman in front of me when I was voting at Boston City Hall who I was sort of chatting with, and then she thought that there were 4 ballot questions in Massachusetts, and in Boston there was a 5th one about a Community Preservation Act sort of property tax override, and she did this thing where she said, "Oh, there's a 5th question. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, actually, no, yes, yes, yes. No, yes, yes, yes," which of course was an indirect way of saying no on one, no on two, yes on the others. I didn't report her. I am not an overly litigious person or anything like that. But that counts as electioneering in the polling place, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, but who's really? I mean, that it happens. I think what they're really looking for is really organized electioneering. I'm sure they would shut down anyone that they needed to.
Yeah.
But that was. I'm curious though. Do you mind telling how? What did you think about the ballot initiatives here?
So I voted no on the slot machine rooms.
Yeah.
I voted. I did not vote on the charter school question, interestingly enough, because I talked to people who made good cases on both sides. And if I don't have a really strong feeling where I say, I know this is the right choice on ballot questions, I will leave it blank. I voted yes on question 3 was
Animals.
Question 3 was the treatment of animals. I voted yes on that.
Yeah.
The counter argument was your eggs might be a little more expensive.
Right.
Your veal might be a little more expensive. I don't eat veal really.
Right.
I buy very little meat, so I was not concerned by that. I voted yes on that. I voted yes on the marijuana legalization.
My man.
And I did not vote. I mean, who cares about, we're talking about Boston only now. I did not vote on the Community Preservation Act one because I was not aware of it ahead of time.
Me
and
either.
I had not heard the
Was that on the
arguments. It was, but just for Boston voters, and you don't vote in Boston,
right? I was
yeah.
down the south.
So that was that.
Okay, yeah. So no, I was with you on everything else, except I voted against voted against 2, no on 2.
You voted no on 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not really a huge charter school proponent. I'm not necessarily against them, but we'll see how it works out here. I'm sorry, that's local politics, but
It is.
it's interesting.
Let's now prepare ourselves for what will be going on this evening. We are only about 2 minutes from the next poll's closing, so we are going to shift now into our election results section of the evening with the polls closing at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock includes New Hampshire, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. What I do want to mention is that right after we take those results, we will be getting in touch with Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. If indeed he is ready for us, we will check in with Sam at his studio. And then after that, we'll start taking calls from viewers. And that will be happening at 617-830-4750. Now, my approach, Ben, is we don't pre-screen calls.
Right.
We get name and town, and then whatever people want to talk about, we'll deal with it, if that's okay with you.
No, that's how we do it every night on my show. So
Okay.
I love it.
So again, 617-830-4750 is going to be the number. And I know that there are people in the chat who are very, very agitated already at what I don't know, because not much has happened so far, but they're agitated at things we've done. They're agitated at things that we haven't yet done, right? I mean, there's agitation, significant agitation happening on the YouTube live chat, and I hope people will help us spread the message of that live stream. We are at 417 people watching us right now.
Yeah.
As an initial goal, I'd like to get to 1,000. And I think that the way to do that would be if everybody who's watching us right now tweets and posts to Facebook, texts people, whatever, right? I mean, we really want to get this thing. 1,000 would be the initial goal that I would have. So let's now prepare ourselves for what is going to be any number, not any number. I mean, we know the number. A bunch of election closings that are just seconds away. We are going to go to our election map. And as a reminder, we have Indiana and Kentucky right now in the Donald Trump camp. Let's go to the map, Pat, and we will now talk to you about the incoming results happening very, very soon. We now know, where do we even start? We now know that officially Indiana and Kentucky have been called for Donald Trump. That's number one. Now, we were an hour ahead of the networks on that, and for that, I think mostly you're responsible, Ben.
That's all me, man.
Yeah.
I knew that was coming.
So we were ahead on that. What the margins will ultimately be in Indiana and Kentucky, we don't yet know, but they are very, very solid for Donald Trump. Yeah. Vermont has officially gone to Hillary Clinton, 3 electoral votes. Maybe the start of a big night for Hillary Clinton. 3 is a low number, but it is a start, and that is really, really important. Now, Georgia, Virginia, and South Carolina, at this point, are being called too early to call. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to make any calls there, and those are not exactly what I would call key states, although ultimately Donald Trump did pull out of Virginia and stop investing any resources there. And that is something that I believe ultimately will result in Virginia going to Hillary Clinton.
You know what? To be honest with you, FBI Director Comey's email situation 11 days out was the biggest gift. Let's set aside the actual merits of the conversation, but the fact that Hillary wasn't able to go in for the kill in those states, and the fact that Donald Trump even has to compete in those states is amazing to me. Yeah. So the fact, and that it's too close to call right now. I mean, usually like Georgia is already gone for the Republican candidate. So
that's interesting. So while some may see this and say, wait a second, Trump left Virginia and it's too close to call, and that's bad for Hillary Clinton, you're pointing out that the fact that South Carolina and Georgia are too close to call is a really bad sign for Donald Trump.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, this Georgia should not be in play for Hillary Clinton. And the fact that Donald Trump has had to spend time and finances there, maybe not like, of course, not like he did in Florida, right?
Sure.
But the fact that he had to at all just signifies the type of lead that Hillary Clinton did have. And Director Comey's email situation stopped the hemorrhaging for him. So this is a godsend, for lack of a better word, for Donald Trump.
What I am going to do is just highlight on I have my spreadsheet here with my prediction. I'm just going to be highlighting the states where I have correctly assessed the results. Okay. So what I can add now is that indeed Vermont has gone officially to Hillary Clinton, and that's really all that we have at this point. So we are at 19-3 in favor of Donald Trump right now. As more news breaks on this, we will continue to bring it to you. Now, what I'm thinking we do is, because it's still a little early to get on with Sam Seder, we're going to talk to him at 7:15. Maybe we'll take a few calls from the audience and sort of see what's up. So let's get ourselves set up so that we can take calls on 617-830-4750. And I think that will be a really good thing. 617-830-4750. I will let you guys know when the number is up and running. It should be very soon. Pat and Rachel are working very, very diligently there.
And I have a guy coming in now, Max, so we're going to have a whole team on staff. So.
Max is here.
Yeah, Max is downstairs, and he's on his way up.
That's fantastic. Yeah. That is absolutely fantastic.
We now have a call.
Let's start taking some calls. 617-830-4750. I would love to know name and town that you are calling from. Who's on the line with us?
Hello?
Yeah, name and town. Where are you calling from? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Alex Beach. I live in Richardson, Texas.
Okay, hearing from Texas. What's on your mind, Alex?
Hi, I've actually got a bet with a friend of mine. What's your opinion on North Carolina right now?
On my map, I have North Carolina ultimately going for Hillary Clinton. I have to tell you, some of these early polling numbers that we're seeing in Indiana and Kentucky are scaring me a little bit, but I believe North Carolina, I'm sticking with my prediction until proven wrong, Ben. North Carolina will go for Clinton. Where do you see North Carolina?
I'm following on the same side as Hillary Clinton. I think
Yeah.
the margin is going to be kind of a squeaker, but all indications say that she should be able to pull that out.
Where are you on that, Alex?
I'd have to go with Clinton as well. Trump going there kind of tells me he's a little bit desperate, though my friend is convinced he'll go for Trump.
Yeah. Interesting. Anything we should know about from your polling place in Texas you want to let us know of?
Around here, the early voting was extremely easy. It was over in like 10 seconds. And also, I'm technically still in high school right now. And
Now, when you say technically, what does that mean?
I'm in high school, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
credits. It's a long story.
I see.
But my
Sounds like a
school did
story for
poll-
another day, right? I thought it would be a simple, like, well, here's why, but okay, we'll save that for another day.
Yeah, but my school did their poll, and actually in a fairly deep red city, Hillary won 65% of my school's poll.
Interesting. I mean, I heard of schools in Minnesota where Trump was getting, like 90% of the vote. So I don't know that the high school polling necessarily
And not
tells
very
us that
indicative,
much.
but still.
Yeah. All right, Alex, thanks so much for the call. North Carolina
course.
is my answer as far as that goes. Let's take another call if we've got it. The number is 617-830-4750. Who's next?
Hello?
Hey, who's this?
Hi, my name is Georgina Lugo. How you doing? Is this David?
This is David. Ben is here. Pat, Rachel is here. Max is coming in. Georgina, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Las Vegas, Nevada. I
Okay.
just moved here from New York City. Yeah.
Fascinating.
David,
I
just
was
wanna
just
tell
in
you.
Las Vegas 10 days ago.
Oh, you were?
I was.
Oh, wow. Listen, I just want to just tell you, your show is wonderful.
Thank you.
I've been looking through YouTube. Boyfriend, you should have your own show on TV. I love you so much. You've
I think
made
we do. I
everything
thought
so...
we had our own show.
Oh,
we're on
yeah.
we're on
Oh,
Nightly,
my-
DirecTV and Dish Network,
you
and
Oh, okay. I got to catch it, but I've just been catching you on YouTube. You are awesome.
Thank you.
I never really understood the electoral, all the stuff going on, but
Yeah.
once I hooked up on your show, you basically explained everything. And
Thank
I
you.
don't know why the Republicans don't understand what the real deal is here. And for me, the real deal is we have to come together.
Right. I agree with you,
You know,
and I believe ultimately, by the way, that there is going to be a Hillary Clinton win in Nevada. I
hope
personally
so.
believe, to quote the former Miss South Carolina. I don't know if you're on board with that, Ben.
I don't know. I have to see. That's the one I wasn't decided on. I'm not
Yeah.
sure which way it's going to go, so I have to play
Okay.
that one by.
Georgina, before we let you go, where do you think Nevada will ultimately turn up?
I'm hoping, you know what, I'll be honest with you, I'm scared right now. I don't know. I just moved here.
Okay.
But the Republicans that I've met here, the most gracious, the most wonderful people I've ever, and we have conversations. We're not yelling at each other. We're not screaming at each other. We have a conversation. And I respect your views and they respect mine. And I'm a Democrat.
Well, that's a
always
wonderful
been,
thing,
always
Georgina.
will be.
What better could there be
Okay.
than that? Thank you so much for the call.
There
I
you
really
go.
appreciate it. Let's see if we
Oh,
can squeeze
David,
in.
thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's see if we
Bye-bye,
can
Dave.
squeeze in one or two more here at 617-830-4750. Who's next?
This is Bobby,
Bobby, where are you calling from?
Cape Coral, Florida.
Okay, great. What's going on in Florida today?
Nothing much. I mean, the polls are pretty easy to get through. I know 4 years ago I stood in line 3.5 hours. This time I was in and out. I'd say in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's great. And who'd you vote for?
Oh, I voted for Hillary Clinton.
You did. All right. Any question? What can we do for you today?
Yeah, this is a question that's kind of been bugging me for a while. I just recently started watching your show, I'd say maybe about 3 or 4 months ago.
Great.
And one thing I noticed that keeps coming up in these presidential campaigns is one candidate will say that the other candidate wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Now,
Yeah.
from my limited expertise of the Constitution, even I'm aware that a president can't necessarily just say, that's it, no more Second Amendment.
Right.
From my understanding, it takes 2/3 vote in both houses of Congress and 3/4 of the states to ratify. So my question really is, how come the media, not just, Fox or MSNBC, but also like the Young Turks or Sam Cedar or yourself, how come no one calls them out immediately for either lying to the public or being 100% ignorant of
Yeah.
the Constitution?
I feel like we do, Ben. I mean, I've regularly said that the things that Donald Trump has claimed he would do,
Yeah.
and the things Donald Trump has scared voters about Hillary Clinton doing, many of them are not possible for sometimes legal reasons, sometimes practical reasons. I feel like I at least make an effort to talk about that.
Yeah, and there's really nothing that you could say or do to actually change people's minds about that. Believing that a Democratic candidate is going to take your guns and violate the Second Amendment is almost a statement of faith for
Yeah.
them. So no matter what evidence you bring to them, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I think that it's not really a conversation you can have with illogical people, and you don't really need to have it with the logical people, if that makes sense, Bobby.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. It's kind of infuriating every time I see a Trump rally, I'll just go ahead and say, call him out. The Trump rally where he says she wants to take away your guns. I remember 8 years ago, the same argument was made for against Barack Obama, and hey, now there's more guns on more gun sales than ever before because of that fear mongering. Now, I am a Purple Heart recipient of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and of a ton of my military friends, they all say the same thing. I don't like Trump, but I'm voting for him based solely on the Second Amendment. Yeah. And I said, well, but he has no he has no grounds to help keep the Second Amendment or get rid of it. It's just
it makes absolutely no sense.
Like,
truly,
because,
yeah.
Yeah, and it bugs me every time I see it on the news and nobody calls them out for it. So
Absolutely.
that was kind of my question. I was wondering if you could shed some light. And I appreciate you shedding some light on it. I'm sure the argument's been made enough times where you kind of sound like a broken record if you try to convince people who don't want to listen.
I got it. Thank you so much for the call. We are going to move on. I do want to mention before we go to Sam Cedar, we have a couple of other projections that we can make, although they are not related to. And Pat, I think you should be able to pick up what's happening on CNN, but without the audio, and we'll just sort of talk about what's going on here on Net 2.
They're not so surprising thus far. We have
No.
Rand Paul winning the Senate race in Kentucky. We have Patrick Leahy winning for the Democrat in Vermont, and we have Tim Scott in South Carolina. No surprises here. They all had about a 99% chance of winning their races.
And let's dip in real quick to what CNN is talking about here and take a listen to what's going on there,
Tim Scott being
which we can take a look at. Let's take a look here.
Ever to represent the South. Now let's look at key races where we're watching very, very closely. Indiana, again, this is an open seat, a Republican seat. Todd Young, the Republican, at this hour, just about 10% of the vote in, is pretty far ahead. Evan Bayh, who's trying to get his old Senate seat back, turn that blue. We're going to be watching that very, very closely. And now we have some where the polls have not yet closed, but we do see some numbers coming in. Marco Rubio, who is running for re-election, is up pretty significantly, but you see only 2% of the vote there. He's up by more than 60,000 votes.
Yeah.
We're going to watch that very, very closely.
Now,
and
this is
then
bad.
another marquee race. This could determine whether or not Republicans keep the Senate. Incumbent Kelly Ayotte is trying to hold on to that, defeat her Democratic challenger, Governor
there's
Maggie
60 votes
Hassan.
counted.
Only 1% in there. This is the one we're going to be watching incredibly closely all night long. So let's look at the balance of power at this hour.
Okay, so let's
Jake,
get
you
away
see
now
there-
from the CNN coverage. Good to be able to check out what is going on there. So here's what I think we should do. Let's try to get Sam Cedar on the line. We will try to call him and see what's going on. I have not heard Sam's prediction yet in terms of what he thinks is going to happen today. And then we will have at 7:30 three more state closings, including North Carolina and Ohio, which are major players in tonight's election, although we will see ultimately whether we even get a projection at 7:30. My projection about future potential projections on those states is at 7:30, both North Carolina and Ohio are going to be too close to call. That's my sense of it. I don't know what you think, Ben.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm actually looking at Florida right now.
I know. Yeah, I'm trying not to talk about that.
I got distracted. So Ohio, I would say I can see it being too close to call. The race with Marco Rubio, I'm no fan of Patrick Murphy.
Yeah.
But if that's any indication of what's happening with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton,
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's
Yeah.
bad.
Now,
Yeah.
just to point out, the counties that are reporting are on the northeast of Florida: Flagler County, St. Johns County,
Right.
And Taylor County. These are like these. There's two Floridas. There's North Florida. There's South Florida. South
Yeah.
Florida is predominantly blue.
Absolutely.
So this is not a real indication. We'll see what happens with Dade, Palm Beach, and Broward counties.
The good news is that as we are getting more numbers from Virginia, Virginia has been turned tentatively blue by The Guardian, and we're now seeing it's again only 1% reporting, 49.5 to 45.5 in favor of Hillary Clinton. That's Hillary Clinton has to win that. I mean, Donald Trump pulled resources out.
Yeah.
If Virginia does not go Hillary Clinton's way, it's very bad for what's going to go on tonight for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, it really, there's some key states right there that are going to be the bellwether. Virginia's one, Florida's one. So it's very interesting. She has a slight lead, a very small lead with only 1% of the precincts reporting.
Yeah.
49.5% to 45.5%. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Let's now, do we have Sam, Pat? Are we able to get to Sam?
I'll give him a call now.
Yeah, let's give Sam a call and see what's up with him. And I am looking forward to talking to Sam. We will see if he pops up, Pat. Just switch to him and we'll see. I mean, I hope that we still are able to do this thing. But
We are now connected.
Sam Cedar, is that
David
you?
Packman.
Can we see Sam, Pat?
We don't have video yet.
Okay. Are we
No.
going to get
No,
your video?
you're not
Sam?
going to get video.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
I can't do
goodness.
video.
You're not doing video.
He's not ready.
No, I told you I couldn't do video.
I'm
You didn't
sorry,
see my
Sam. I
email?
thought you said our video was of no use to you.
Your video would be very useful to us, but we can't do it. But we're live on the air. It's David Packman from the David Packman Show. You can hear his voice, ladies and gentlemen.
Sam, what's your prediction? I mean, let's just start there. Did you do a map today?
We actually did a map a couple of days ago, David. We were on top of this a long time ago.
Yeah.
I off the top of my head, I can't remember what I said. I think it was 323. I thought that she would get essentially 2012 and lose Ohio and Iowa and pick up Arizona and North Carolina.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly Bill Press's map, and I'm only off by one. I'm giving. I'm
everything
giving
that Bill
Trump,
Press does, I copy.
Yeah. No. It's good to know that. I'm giving that one electoral vote in that outlier, that conservative district in Maine, to Trump because it seems to be like 52-48 in his favor. But we're basically right on the same thing. Now, are you concerned by what we're seeing so far, particularly in Florida?
No.
That's good, because we're pretty damn concerned over here.
I mean, I think it's early.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it is that you're seeing in Florida.
No, I mean,
but what do you
you're
see
right.
in
It's very.
Florida?
There was a point at which Florida, it was like 55 to something insane with Trump ahead. But now that we have a little bit more of the vote in, it's back in Hillary's favor, 48 to 47. I don't know. I'm not really scared. I like to play the sort of, I'm going to assume it goes bad, so when it's good, I'm happy, as opposed to the opposite, and I end up disappointed. You know.
CNN just had a
Jewish mother
Clinton
thing to
50. Just had a Clinton 50 and Trump 43% in Florida. But, it's too early. I mean, it really is too early. You can go to that. I don't know if you've been looking at that Votecaster thing that Slate's doing. And, from their perspective, it looks like, both Trump and Clinton have surpassed significantly the 2012 turnout.
Yeah. Are you of the mindset that just higher turnout is good for Hillary Clinton, period? I mean, do you even need to dig into the internals to figure out that just more people voting is good for Hillary?
I think in the main, and particularly in states like that, because I think in the main, that's the case, because we have, there is a trend, it appears, that there are a lot of Latino, what Cliff Schecter just called low propensity voters that are showing up, voters who have not voted in the past. Now, there was some people, a guy named Sean Trend at Real Clear Politics, who had this theory for years that there was like a hidden secret white person vote that Donald Trump was going to activate, presumably because voting against a black guy was not enough to activate these racists. But I don't think that vote is out there,
Yeah.
frankly. But maybe it's those people. I find that hard to believe. And in that case, you'd need to know sort of like how the polls are breaking down. But we will see.
Do you think we will know, or what time do you think we will know who the winner is going to be? And I say this sort of, even though I know Washington, Oregon, California, Hawaii will not actually be officially announced, they close at 11. I think we could just put those in the bank for Hillary Clinton. Bearing that in mind, when do you think we'll have a sense of who is going to prevail here?
I think when we hear, it depends. If New Hampshire and North Carolina come in for Clinton, and then Virginia, in Virginia, there's a big margin in Virginia. I think that's a pretty strong indication. I think at that point, they're going to be at Clinton headquarters. I think they're going to be like, okay, here's where the band will be, and here's, let's get all the drinks out and that type of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe they're doing that now already, but I think those are going to be the big ones. And then of course Florida. But if she wins with a margin, let's say in North Carolina and New Hampshire, I think that's a pretty good indication. Of course, she wins Florida. It seems to me that the thing is basically over.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. How did you end up? I'm guessing from your numbers, you ended up like I did with Nevada, going to Hillary Clinton, even though the polls have not been looking particularly great for her there. For me, that was just it was like an intangible. I just sort of thought if the rest of the map goes the way I think it's going to go, I think she'll end up on top. It wasn't really about any particular state poll.
Well, in Nevada, it seems to me that particularly over the last couple of cycles, they have really under anticipated the margin for the Democrat in Nevada, whether it was like Harry Reid or Obama. And again, if there is a big Latino surge, you're going to see it in a place like Nevada. And when you hear something like the major union out there, the culinary union, is half Latino, and they are literally striking against Trump's, hotel there. That to me is an indication that they're going to get the vote out. So that's my sense there.
Yeah. That's the same argument when I was looking at the early voting numbers in Florida, and particularly looking at, of the different Hispanic groups in the U.S., Cubans are known to be the most conservative, the Cuban vote most predominant in Florida. But a lot of those new Latino voters in Florida are not from Cuba. And that to me does say a lot, although I know we're going back and forth in the very early numbers in Florida right now. We don't know where it's going to go. That has to mean something when you have, Dominican voters, Puerto Rican voters, et cetera, registering in significant numbers in Florida. That's a very good thing for Hillary Clinton.
I think so. And, it's not like you need to be, I don't think you need to be a statistician to get a sense of why Latinos would be voting and registering in numbers that are, sort of surprising and inconsistent with past performance, right? It's conceivable. They're like, God, I can't stand Hillary Clinton.
She's just so annoying, man.
And or it could be, hey, that guy who has basically called us rapists. Maybe we should vote against him.
Yeah, I know he called us rapists, but she's just so annoying, man. It's like a chalkboard.
That's our. That's our.
Hey, David, how's it going?
Latino,
How you doing, Michael?
Hispanic analysis.
There's a senior Latino issue correspondent.
Well,
Good
listen,
man, how you doing?
I
Now,
think
who
you
you hang out
guys are
with,
all over this thing. What's your plan anyway? Like, what are you going to do for the next few hours? We're just feeling around in the dark here.
Drink, eat.
Yes.
We're going to be talking.
More
to
offensive impressions.
Emily Peck from the Huffington Post. I think she's at Clinton headquarters. Want to get a sense of what the mood is there.
She was very unfair to me.
Matt Taibbi is out, I think, like somewhere around Trump, in some type of Trump area.
Yeah.
They're called Trump areas now.
We're going to be talking to him a little bit later. Guy Lawson, who is arranging potential like an escape route for us to Canada in
That's
the event
nice.
that Trump wins.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking to him a little bit later. And then I imagine I'll be just interviewing my daughter for about 45 minutes if she has
That
her
I
way.
like. You know, something we've talked about is there are like 5 or 6
Having a
countries,
child to interview.
something there are 5 or 6 countries where you can buy citizenship. You know, it's actually hard to move to Canada, but there are 5 or 6 countries where you can just straight up buy citizenship. And I would
Where?
encourage you to look at that list. Of the list, I would probably choose Hungary would be the one I would go with. And I don't know, maybe we can check in on that later.
I didn't realize that Hungary was on that list. I feel like that couldn't be terribly expensive.
But they have like a neo-fascist, anti-Semitic government right now.
Yeah, but you're so
Yeah,
close
no,
to
like, no
Paris and
joke.
Rome. You're just an easy jet flight away from
I
Paris
like
and Rome.
David's just like, but you can still travel. I mean, glass
for
half
the
full.
time being. Where else? Where else, David?
Bulgaria, Dominica, St. Kitts, Cyprus is a real
That's
estate.
my place, St. Kitts.
You've
Boom.
got to
Sense
buy.
that
You can get you can buy citizenship in Cyprus, but you've got to own 2.1 million in real estate, which at the current valuations is like 50 houses, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where is Cyprus?
Whereas like in Hungary, you could literally buy like a meal.
I think it's 300K for as a donation to get citizenship in Hungary.
To help cleanse
So
it
what
of
do you plan to
Jewish
do?
influence for
An Indiegogo
300K.
campaign or what?
Sorry, I don't, you guys talked at the same time, and I
If you're
didn't hear
not
you.
married, you can just find someone and then marry them, and then go there if you feel like it.
Well, that's much simpler,
what-
sure.
That's what I would not ever do. A fake
Just
marriage.
suggesting it to
Just
David
suggesting it to others.
Tucker. And
I'd
so,
never
David,
do
are
that.
you
What's
there?
a
Is
real
Ben
marriage?
Dixon there with you?
I'm sorry, what was that, Sam?
Is Ben there with you too?
Yeah,
or
Ben stepped out. He's doing a radio interview in the hallway right now. Is that what's going on, Pat? Is that what Ben's doing?
He absconded, but I do not know for what reason why.
Okay, yeah. He has a whole
He
slate.
absconded.
He's triple booked
Wow.
himself basically tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Ben Dixon, man.
Yep. All right. Well, maybe we'll check in again later, Sam.
Yeah, let's do this.
Okay.
If you get any, what's going on in Massachusetts? Does it look like?
You know,
We are totally gonna destroy that friggin'
why- let
bitch
me ask
for
you this.
Mr. Trump.
Why is Kurt Schilling not in your studio giving you color commentary?
I don't know that there's a real answer to that question, but if there were, it would probably be
there is
pretty
a-
ugly.
there is a real
But listen,
answer. It
my
is called
neighborhood of
mistake.
South Boston, that's Trump land in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah.
You know, David, I thought when Kurt Schilling said that thing to Jake Tapper, and Tapper sort of tapped out of giving him lessons on Judaism, I
Yeah.
thought since you're in Mass that you could do a weekly Kurt Schilling Jew lesson.
Yeah, I was going
And
to
you could have
toss
him in for
Mazel
different
Tov
segments,
cocktails
like-
at the guy in the studio.
I like that. You're taking it more in my direction. But I was actually just thinking, like, Kurt, this is a menorah. Or like, this was the Shoah. And he'd be like, oh, wow, you people are amazing.
Yeah.
Why do you keep voting for Democrats and making so much money?
Well, the invitation is open to Kurt. There's no doubt about that.
It's a good idea, right?
I like it. Yeah. We could even drive around Southie and you could be like, how do any Jews live in this neighborhood? All right, guys.
David,
Let's check in a
touch
little
base
later.
little-
We are going to get to the
Okay.
7:30 results. Sam, hold it down in Brooklyn, very close to my old apartment there, you know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But, we will continue to hold it down.
Thank you. All right. We'll talk to you guys
All right,
soon.
talk later.
Thanks to Sam,
Bye.
Michael, everybody who's there. Okay.
Take care.
We are 2 minutes away from polls closing, and we hopefully will have some more information officially. And if you want to pick up the map again, Pat, here, officially it's still 19-3. Rachel, are you able to check at the front door? I think we may have some guests trying to get in, and this could be pizza, it could be people. It's getting crazy down at the front door. I'm getting texts as we're on here, and it seems to be getting very, very nuts there. 19-3. Georgia, very, very soon, is going to be officially for Donald Trump. I think that is going to happen very, very soon, but we will officially wait until the bottom of the hour to look at that. We will get back to your calls after these results. I will remind you the number is 617-830-4750. Currently, very nice graphic. I like it. The graphics team is putting it together. The popular vote, Trump about 1.1 million. Hillary Clinton about 820,000. And then we have also 3 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 19 for Donald Trump. North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, closing in just 1 minute. We do have some interesting stories to discuss as well regarding Election Day hijinks, and when Ben comes back, we are going to get into those. I will remind everybody on the stream, we have climbed to 642 live watchers at this point. Please, please, please share the stream on social media. Put it all over Reddit. Go on Reddit and put it in the election thread and anywhere that you can. Twitter, Facebook, etc. We want to get to 1,000. We would like to get to 1,000 live streamers. Let's go now to our projections and see what we are able to say about the election now that it is 7:30. We will pick up the election map and see what we can add to it. As you know, we have West Virginia, North Carolina, and Ohio closing in just 15 seconds. What officially will we be able to say about those states? That is the question. North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. And this is a very, very exciting moment where I am ready to tell you that West Virginia, not surprisingly, is going to be in the Donald Trump camp. That is another correct prediction from me, which I will highlight on my piece of paper here. We also have an update, not at all surprisingly. Both North Carolina and Ohio are too close to call. Both North Carolina and Ohio too close to call. So officially, can we go back to the map, guys? Officially right now, Donald Trump building his lead 24-3. 24-3 is the official count right now. I believe that in the next 30 to 60 minutes, we are going to start getting some more data, not only from the states that are closing, but very importantly, from the states that have already closed and are currently too close to call. So I will just sort of, to talk it through, Washington, Oregon, California, and Hawaii, we can absolutely put in the Hillary Clinton camp, and that would sort of put us at 81-24 in favor of Hillary Clinton. For the time being, I will leave those as not selected, since indeed those have not closed yet. What data do we have? Let's see if we can pick up some of the early data that we have from the Guardian election website. You will notice that Virginia is sort of a light red right now. And the reason for that is that the early numbers right now have swung in favor of Donald Trump. You will see that right now, Florida is light blue, according to The Guardian, and that is because, depending on where you look, Hillary Clinton has somewhere between a 0.2 to 0.6% lead there, but it is very, very early, just a little bit of data coming in from there. So now that we have this, I say that we go back to the phones and see who wants to talk to us. 617-830-4750 is going to be the number. I'm going to be completely upfront with you guys. I still have my map here of 322 to 216 in favor of Hillary Clinton, but I am getting a little bit scared by some of this data that is coming in. 617-830-4750 is the number. Do we have a caller right now? We will see if, we've got to, right, we talked to Sam, so we've got to get our live number back on there. 617-830-4750 is the number. And we will take calls as they come in. Ben Dixon is going to be back. We will be checking in again with Sam Cedar. And do we have our guests are being let in downstairs? Is that right, Rachel?
Yes.
Very cool. We don't want people stuck outside today. Oh, there's Max. A lot of people in the back today. We've got quite a staff going on. Were there people downstairs, Max?
Yeah,
there were. Okay, good. That's good to know. People are coming in. The pizza's also here. Wow. Okay, so everything is happening right now. Okay, 617-830-4750, approaching 700 live viewers on the stream. Do we have a call, Pat?
Settings are wrong. We do not have.
We do not have a call yet.
They're
Okay.
coming in on here.
We're
good.
We're good. Okay, let's take that first call and see who it is. Name and town. Let's start with that. Who's joining us today?
We don't have a call yet. Okay.
So you're going to want to turn me down because I'm hearing myself feedback, and that is a train wreck.
Africa. It all started in Israel when Moses came down from Mount Sinai and
Yeah.
delivered the 420 commandments to those Jews.
Yeah.
One Jew said, "Yo, Moses,
Mm.
we should make up Africa." And Moses said, "My homie, I've been finna make down."
Right. So that is computer voice, conspiracy theorist who doesn't believe that Africa
That is
exists.
all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. We can hang up on them, Pat. That's, I mean, it's, it's always great to hear from computer voice who doesn't believe Africa exists, but we do probably have other calls to get to. 617-830-4750 is the number, and we will take maybe a call from a real person. Wow. I did not expect a call from computer voice today, Pat. That is always very, very surprising. People on the stream incredibly confused, very, very
I'm
confused.
upset that I missed out on that.
617-830-4750. Let's take the next call, and then after, why don't we go to our updated graphics of where the race stands if we have it. All right, name and town. Who's joining me via Skype today?
Hey, this is Christian.
And where are you calling from, Christian?
I'm in Vermont, North.
You said you're in Vermont?
Yes.
All right, what's on your mind today?
Well, obviously Vermont was just called for Hillary Clinton, as expected. I just wanted to tell you, with all the sort of stress and turmoil and causing people,
Yeah.
I've really found that your show has been not only informative for probably not just me, for a lot of people, but it also gives me a sense of, because of that information, it also makes me feel more safe.
I'm sorry, you're sort of breaking up a little bit. You're saying the show is making it all feel more serious?
Safe.
Safe. Okay, well, listen, I wish that I felt the same way, because I do have my piece of paper in front of me that says Hillary 322, Trump 216. But some of these early numbers, I admit, are not exactly inspiring huge confidence. I hope that we're safe, but I don't know.
That's not what I meant by safe.
Oh, okay.
I mean safe as in, like, I'm comfortable with what's going on around me, even though some people might be really stressed out, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Well, I really, really do appreciate that.
Very
It's
much
always
for your
great to
show.
hear from people in Vermont, and I hope you'll keep watching and listening. Thank you so much to everybody joining us on the stream, and we will, let's see if we've got another call here as we move on. 617-830-4750, by the way, is the number. Remember, we are trying to get to 1,000 viewers. That's our initial goal on the live stream. Please share the stream on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, anywhere that you can. Who's joining me next?
Hi, my name is Jesse. I'm from California.
Jesse, what's up? What's on your mind today?
I just want to say, love your show.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
All right. Any question or comment, or that's it for you today?
That's it. Just that comment.
All right. Concise, short and sweet. I like it. Jesse from California, thank you so much. 617-830-4750 is the number. We are about 22 minutes away from the next results. 8 o'clock is a big, big hour, and we will get to those results eventually. Who's next on the phone with me? Hello, you're on the air. Okay.
Hi, David.
Oh,
Sorry,
there you
there's a delay with I was trying to turn down the stream, and I apologize for that.
No problem. What's on your mind today?
Questions for you. Two very important questions as a longtime viewer. One, why isn't the pizza you just ordered pineapple and bacon?
I don't eat pork.
Number two, number two is, will we hear Lewis just chime in with his opinions? Will we get to have that special treatment?
You know, I texted Lewis earlier today and said, hey, just join us on the live stream for a little bit. And he said he's involved in trivia tonight. So I don't know if Lewis is going to be able to join us tonight, but it would be great to hear from him. But he's going to be involved in trivia tonight. So that's what the deal is with Lewis. Thank you so much for the call. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody for watching the live stream. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to take away from the new people on the show by a Lewis call. I know how that can come across.
Right.
They are great too. But,
Good.
you know, a lot of us, we miss them. That's all.
Thank you
for
so
doing
much.
this, and I'm glad a lot of the other crap right now. So thank you.
Yes. All right. So I think I got most of that. Starting to break up a little bit at the end there.
Yeah.
You're back, Ben. Now, where have you been this whole time?
I apologize. I had to do a radio spot for a station in D.C. They have a really lively conversation going on over there, and I kept trying to say I have to break away, but
No problem. All right. So here's what I think we should do. Let's. I'm going to refill my water. I would love it if you took a few calls from people. I'm going to jump into the chat as well, and then I will be back and we'll do the 8 o'clock results.
Sounds good.
And
Sounds
by
good.
all means, the floor is yours. And any stories you want to cover, by all means. I know I have some I'm going to want to cover after the 8 o'clock results as well.
All right. Sounds good. So the first thing we want to do is let's take the next caller. Caller, you're on the air with Benjamin Dixon, co-hosting with David Pakman. What's your name, comment, and/or question?
Hi, my name's Alyssa. I'm calling from Brooklyn, and I want to talk about why we think a country that elected Barack Obama.
We lost you there for a second. A country that elected Barack Obama. Go ahead.
Why would they elect Trump?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a myriad of reasons, right? We saw. I never forget election night 2008. As soon as Barack Obama was declared the winner, I saw Sean Hannity put up on his website a countdown to get Obama out of office. Right. So there's been a consistent concerted effort for the last 8 years to destroy the legacy and any progress of Barack Obama. And to accomplish that, they have fueled this rabid base like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. So it's really easy to see how it's kind of like the pendulum swinging. Right. We went to the proverbial left, not the actual left. We didn't really go to the left with Barack Obama, but let's say it swung to the left, and now it's just inevitably coming back to the right with someone like Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's scary. It's almost like people are saying be like Trump, and that's really scary because you would think that progress would just keep coming, and the amount of criticism that Hillary has gotten, I think a lot of it is just about sexism and misogyny in our culture and racism.
It'd be racism against Hillary, or just in general, the racism in the culture?
In general in our culture.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely I can totally see why there's a rise of Donald Trump. Also, besides just the cultural things, you also have to take in consideration it's almost Orwellian. Donald Trump was the greatest driver of ratings in a dead summer, right? Before the election season started in earnest, Donald Trump was getting these television networks huge ratings. And so they inevitably end up giving him almost $3 billion of free media. So it's not just the racist response to to Barack Obama. It's the fact that Donald Trump is a ratings muse. I mean, he just got as many clicks and ratings as they possibly could get, and then that ultimately helped fuel his rise to the nomination. And after he got the nomination, of course, we saw the media networks kind of join together to oppose him, but it was too late. You already gave the man $3 billion of free coverage. You can't really expect that to just disappear because now, oops, we changed our mind. We don't want to give Donald Trump positive coverage. So I think it's the perfect storm of racist sentiment towards Barack Obama, just general ideological differences, but particularly the method with which the right has been using their politics for the last 8 years, for the last 30 years, to fight against Democrats, on top of the media machine that we saw help elevate Donald Trump to the forefront. Thanks so much for the call. Go ahead. Let you get the last word real quick. Okay.
That,
all right.
and I think, yes.
Yeah. Thanks so much for the call. So just looking at Florida, coming out of Florida here, we see that it's a really close race. There are actually, I'm sorry. Let me restate that. Let me look back at Florida again. Right now in Florida, it is close. 49.7% for Donald Trump, 47.4% for Hillary Clinton, with 11% reporting. Johnson is pulling in 2.1% in Florida and 0.6% for Jill Stein. So I don't think we can say that there is going to be a third-party spoiler in Florida like we saw in 2000. But if we drill down to the different counties, we see that we have Palm Beach County reporting strongly for Hillary Clinton. Palm Beach County, if you remember, that was the site of the Hanging Chad incident in 2000. Broward County has not reported, and Miami-Dade County is reporting with only 1% reporting, but 179,000 votes, 61.1% for Hillary Clinton in Dade County. Florida is one state that we definitely need to keep our eye on. As the same with with Virginia. Virginia right now, Donald Trump has a strong, commanding lead with 15% reporting. Pat, what do you think is going to happen in Virginia? It's already panning out to be favorable to Donald Trump. He has a strong lead in Virginia.
Well, it's interesting because the Trump campaign completely pulled out of Virginia a few weeks ago. So if he was to win that state, that would be really a sign of things to come. We see he's losing in New Hampshire, so that's kind of a bellwether state we got to keep an eye on. And he's also winning in Florida, too. So far, a pretty good night for Trump, but it's way too early to say anything for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. If we have another caller, we'll take the next caller.
We do.
Caller, you're live on the air. What's your name, comment, and or question?
My name is Joe Elliott. I am from Gray, Georgia.
All right, Joe from Georgia. What's on your mind?
My mind is I live in a very conservative town, and I am one of the few liberals, and even some of the other liberals in my town supporting Trump, even though they support Bernie. And my question is that,
Go ahead. What's your question?
if Trump wins, if Trump ends up winning, which I hope does not happen at all, of course, to any sane person, how do you think I should deal with it?
Oh, man, you're asking for advice on how you should deal with your friends who love Trump?
Yes, because
I would say, be honest with you, if Donald Trump wins, we should all just kind of not go to work tomorrow and just lay low for 24 hours, let them get their gloating out, and then go back the next day. That's the best thing I can tell you. But no matter how low you hang, and from no matter how long, you're going to have to see your friends about that, because I don't think they're going to let you go by without rubbing that in your face. So let's just hope that Donald Trump doesn't pull this out.
I hope so too. But so far, well, luckily we haven't gotten to the important Clinton state so far just yet.
Oh, yeah.
So I hope that she comes through.
Yeah. It's really early. The West Coast is, the East Coast is just reporting. So we have a long night ahead. Thanks so much for the call, my friend.
Thank you. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you. You too. You can join the conversation. 617-830-4750 is the number to call. Caller, you're live on the air. What's your name, comment, and or question? All right. Let's switch. I think we still have Joe from Georgia. Let's switch that. Okay, there we go. We have you now. What's your name, comment, and or question?
Yeah, my name's Sean. I'm calling from Lowell, Massachusetts.
Okay, Sean in Lowell. What's happening?
Nothing. I just voted for Hillary today, and so far the map's not looking good. There's a lot of red on there, but
yeah. What do you think
low
about that?
percentages. I don't know. It's low percentages of reporting so far, so that's good. But Florida is pretty much a must-win. So
yeah,
I'm a little nervous at the moment.
Well, I'm not really worried about Florida, right? I know Florida politics really well. I know Florida politics well enough to not be upset that Patrick Murphy is going to lose. Sorry, Florida, but you just don't know how to run a Senate candidate. Get that together, Florida. But I digress. But I know enough about Florida to know that Broward County hasn't reported yet. Broward County is overwhelmingly Democrat, and Broward County has a very large population like Miami, like Palm Beach County. With the rest of Florida already showing up, I think Broward County can come in to be the deal breaker to go ahead and push this in the column for Hillary Clinton. I would be surprised just by the way it's reporting right now, even with Donald Trump having like 47 to actually, hang on, let me double check these numbers. So with a slight margin that he has in Florida, Hillary Clinton is going to blow him out the water as soon as Broward County reports. I'd be surprised. It does look concerning right now, but it's early in the evening. So let's keep an eye on it.
And good news, South Carolina just flipped blue on the New York Times map. That seems pretty unlikely.
Very unlikely, but I see it here. Yeah, South Carolina. So South Carolina right now has flipped blue with only 1% reporting, 50% in favor of Hillary Clinton, 47.2% for Donald Trump. And, of course, the third-party candidates, Johnson and Stein, polling at 1% or less. Interesting. We'll take the next caller. Caller, you are live on the air. What is your name, comment, and or question? Caller, this is you. You are live on the air. What's your name, comment, and or question? All right. We don't have that caller. I want to see if there are any updates on the story, the tragic story coming out of Azusa, I believe is how you pronounce it, Azusa, California, where one person has been killed and three other were injured after a active shooter situation. The precinct has been placed on lockdown along with the school that was nearby. They said the gunman, who was wearing a white shirt and black pants, ran into a home about 3 doors down from the shooting. So they're just getting, at this point, they're getting person by person accounts, witness accounts, but no information as to whether or not this is connected to the election. However, the shooting took place very close to a polling precinct. So we'll definitely keep our eyes on that to see. It really sets off your alarms when you consider the type of vitriol that was pointed towards polling places. And this idea that Trump supporters were going to go and patrol the voting places. So I don't want to speculate that that's what it was, but when you consider this is a narrative that has been pushed throughout the general election, you can't help but to wonder if this is any way related to the idea that Donald Trump supporters had the right to go and show up at the polls and protect, quote unquote, protect the voting process. I'd be interested to see how this plays out. We'll take whatever callers are going to join the conversation. 617-830-4750. Let us know if you voted today and how is your voting experience. Caller, you're live on the air. What is your name, comment, and or question?
My name is Derek, and I was wondering what you all thought was the best and worst case scenario for each candidate.
Well, what do you consider best and worst? In what context do we want to talk about that? Because the worst case scenario, in my opinion, is the President Donald Trump. But are you saying, like, what's the best worst case scenario in terms of them getting to the presidency?
I mean, if Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton were elected, what do you think the worst thing that they would do for our country is?
Oh, great question. I think if you would allow me, I want to table that question until David gets back, because I don't want to overwhelm that conversation about what's going to be the worst scenario if President Trump or worst scenario for President Hillary. I kind of want to talk to David. I want to give him a second. He gave me a moment to do what I had to do, so we want to just take a break here. But when he comes back, we'll answer that question in great detail, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. The number to call is 617-830-4750 if you want to get in on the conversation. Ask me some questions that I'm not compelled to bring David in on, because I have my opinion, and I want to make sure that we balance the opinion on the show tonight. Caller, you're live on the air. What's your name, comment, and or question?
Hello, my name is Morgan. I am a pretty long-time viewer. I've been watching the show for over 2 years, and
awesome.
And as you can probably imagine, Utah is extremely conservative.
Yep.
You probably are well aware of this.
Yep.
And it's probably going to vote for Trump. I voted for Hillary, but one thing that my relatives liked, Hillary could vote for, Hillary could walk on water, and people would still say that she's the devil.
Yeah.
That's what I hear a lot. And so.
Well, you're breaking up a little bit.
I-
I'm getting bits and pieces, but I do want to ask you. You're in Utah. I wanted to know, what do you think about McMullen? I believe McMullen is the independent conservative candidate there in Utah. Around the wrong state.
He's doing well in Utah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the place he has a chance of winning, although very slim at this point.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, I would prefer that Clinton wins, but I would, and I think that McMullen has basically a snowball in hell's chance of winning. But I would.
Yeah, So I'm sorry, your signal, we're losing your audio, so we're going to switch to the next caller. But my bet is that just based on the polling that I saw for McMullen, I think he's actually going to win the state and snatch that away from Donald Trump. I would be surprised if that's not the case. The Mormon Church in Utah is very influential, to say the least, in the politics there. So the fact that that they are behind McMullen and the fact that they have refused, right? This was one of the most fascinating things in the election was the conservative evangelical voters, they stayed with Donald Trump where the Mormons did not. And that's what we see in Utah. McMullen is getting a huge boost from the church of from the Mormon church there. So I honestly think we'll see. What there's no data yet. There's no results yet. So we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if McMullen actually pulls out the state of Utah. So we'll keep our eye on that as we go. Just giving you some updates. I want to take a look back at Florida really quickly as we because I saw some interesting changes there. Pinellas County on the West Coast. Yeah, Pinellas County or Hillsborough County just started reporting with 16% reporting, 53.3% for Hillary Clinton. Hillsborough County is right there by Tampa, overwhelmingly Democratic leaning area in the heart, though, of red state Florida. So if you look at Florida, county by county by county by county is a red state, right? It's a red county. But the largest population centers are blue counties, and that's what's giving Hillary Clinton the edge that she needs. All right, so I am joined back by the host of the David Pakman Show, David Pakman. And actually, David, before I throw it to you, Broward County is now reporting with 1% in, 422,000. Just think about that, 422,000 votes for Hillary Clinton, and only 174, so it's 69%, 28% in Broward County. I think she'll pull out Florida.
Listen, in North Carolina, Hillary Clinton has now taken a 1.7 percentage point lead. In Florida, her lead has sort of been steady around 2 to 3%. Remember, President Obama defeated Mitt Romney. It was only about 0.5% in 2012.
Yep.
It's very early still, and we are going to have results in 3 minutes. A few things, just housekeeping to go through here. Number one, we will go back to Sam at some point in the 8 o'clock hour, and then we'll also take calls. People seem to like hearing from Sam, interestingly enough. Not that I'm surprised by that, right? I mean, everybody loves Sam, of course. Also, if you have an I voted sticker and you take a picture of yourself with it, a selfie, and you send it to me to david@davidpakman.com, I will send you back a code where you would get 40% off the membership of your choice. And that is for people who take a picture of themselves with their I voted sticker and send it in to david@davidpakman.com. Give me a few hours to get you that code, right? Because we are doing live broadcasting here. But please, david@davidpakman.com, the I voted stickers. Go ahead, yeah.
Did we report that South Carolina was called for Donald Trump? Did we report that already?
You know what's interesting? It's that even though it was called on our map, our map is matching the official map that is at The Guardian and on CNN, which is 24-3, which does not include South Carolina being called. Although, yeah, obviously it's going to go for Donald Trump. And I did see that it was sort of called, but nobody's putting it on their map yet, and I don't know why.
Okay.
Do you have a sense of why they might not? I don't know.
At this point, I mean, with the numbers that are reporting it, well, I guess they're saying 2%. Maybe there's some key, obviously there's some key counties that haven't reported yet. So we'll keep an eye on that.
All right. We are 2.5 minutes away from the 8 o'clock closings. What am I most interested in 8 o'clock? I am sort of interested in Maine because I have it as a 3-to-1 split. And we can go to the map if you want, Pat. I have Maine as the 3-to-1 split, 3 for Hillary, 1 for Donald. And I'm also interested in Pennsylvania, of course, which will be closing at 8 o'clock. Key state. The default would be that this goes blue. If it goes red, it's not good at all for Hillary Clinton. That would be a really big problem for Hillary Clinton. Also, Michigan is closing at 8 o'clock. Michigan is a place historically Democratic. Both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump have been there in the last week, suggesting she was worried about it and he thought maybe he could strike. So I'm interested in seeing Michigan at 8 o'clock. And then other than that, I'm curious about Texas and by how much Donald Trump will win. I, of course, have Texas for Donald Trump, but would it be 54-46?
Right.
Or would it be more like 60-40? I'm very interested in the Turn Texas Blue movement. I don't know about you, Ben.
No, very much interested. And I loved the data that was coming out of Texas that showed a generational divide. Older conservatives were locked in for Donald Trump. Younger conservatives were absolutely not locked in for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So depending on that number split that we see, the percentage split, we can get an idea of what's the future of Texas.
No doubt. And I think when we also look, I mean, we don't have to have this, it's election night for 2016. We're
Mhm.
not really going to have a serious conversation about 2020 right now. But Georgia is an interesting state also when you look at changing demographics and what's going on there. Although today, absolutely, it will go for Donald Trump. Right now, Georgia 70-30 in favor of Trump based on what has been counted. But I think that there's a very interesting story to be told in Florida, in Georgia. And Florida is getting very interesting tonight because, as we've said, if Hillary Clinton wins Florida, this thing is effectively over. It's not mathematically over, but these results are sort of correlated and they depend on each other, even though we think about it as 51 individual elections. Or 53 if you consider Nebraska and Maine and their congressional districts, but these are related. So we are now going to go back to the map. We have our 8 o'clock closings coming up, as you see here. Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, North and South Dakota, Michigan, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, Florida, Maryland, and New Jersey. Let's see what we have. Number one, we are ready to say that Hillary Clinton has taken Illinois for 20 electoral votes. That is indeed the way I had it on my map. New Jersey is being called for Hillary Clinton. That is 14 electoral votes there. We can also say at this point that good old Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where I voted and Pat voted and Rachel voted and Ben voted, is crediting 11 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton. And in Maryland, 10 electoral votes also to Hillary Clinton. Are any of these surprising? Absolutely not.
Not at all.
If they were not for Hillary Clinton, we would be very, very concerned. We can also put Rhode Island's 4 electoral votes squarely on the blue side, as well as Delaware's 3 electoral votes and Washington, D.C.'s 3 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton. That gets us to 68-24 in favor of Hillary Clinton. For Donald Trump, picking up as expected, 7 electoral votes in Oklahoma. No surprise there. I would be curious as to the margin. Tennessee is also going for Donald Trump, as is Mississippi. And we are starting to get a picture of how this is going to come together. Now, unfortunately, it is too close to call in Florida, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire, exactly as we thought it might be.
Yeah.
What numbers do we have in those states? Well, let's see if we can check out the Guardian's current reporting on that. Florida right now, about a 1.6 percentage point lead for Hillary Clinton. And we have New Hampshire. Where is New Hampshire right now? Currently, I'm not able to find New Hampshire here on my little list. It is slightly blue, according to The Guardian, which certainly tells us something. And North Carolina now at the latest, a 5.4% lead for Hillary Clinton with her over 51%. Now, it is still very early in North Carolina, but if that momentum continues building, Ben, I think that would be a big, big deal. Hillary Clinton, a 7.2% lead in North Carolina, according to CNN, 5.4% lead, according to The Guardian. No, growing now to an 8.2% lead in North Carolina for Hillary Clinton, according to The Guardian. So a lot is happening here, but officially 68-48 right now. Give me a sense, Ben. Any thoughts about any of these results so far?
Nothing surprising yet, except for New Hampshire, to see how the Senate race is splitting with the presidential race. I think the Senate candidate there started distancing herself from Donald Trump soon enough to actually salvage her campaign.
Right.
So we may see a president, we may see the electoral votes go toward Hillary Clinton and the Senate go to the Republican Party. But that's the only thing surprising out of those states so far.
Yeah. We are going to continue following these small new these increases in the amount of votes being reported in some of these major races. That's the current picture right now. So to get everybody up to speed, of the states that have closed, but we have not yet been able to announce a winner, We are looking at New Hampshire, Virginia, South Carolina. Nobody's putting it officially in the Trump camp yet, even though we know it eventually will be.
Yeah.
Georgia and Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Maine, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, D.C. has been called, Michigan, Illinois. So many states that have officially closed so far, but we have not yet heard anything about from any of the major networks, from The Guardian, from the Associated Press, etc. We know that reporting is done differently in different states. So the fact that it wasn't instantly announced at 8 o'clock doesn't really tell us too much necessarily.
No, it doesn't. Also, I found this out coming from ABC with some exit polling. Voters said that they were bothered, and this is just some preliminary exit polling from ABC News, saying that they were bothered by Trump's treatment of women more than by Clinton's emails. However, state by state, the numbers range widely, with more voters in Arizona and Texas bothered by the emails. Obviously, that you can expect that. So I think you'll see that division go clearly on partisan lines.
No doubt about it. And, when I was looking at some of the early exit polling results, things like the plurality of voters want change, and it was something like 36%. Yeah, that's true, but altogether the majority wanted something else, right? So I think that sometimes when you look at these exit polling results, when you've basically got a two-candidate race, the fact that you might have a plurality of voters wanting one thing is not the most important thing, because you still have a majority of voters wanting some other combination of things, which may not lead you to one candidate or the other. And that's why I think we have to be super careful with these exit polls.
Yeah, no, it's the same phenomenon we saw within the Republican Party when they were asked after the primaries, would they want someone else? They say, yes, we want someone else, but still Donald Trump ended up with the plurality.
Right, because each of those Republicans thought of a different person when they were talking about who is that someone else that we want. At 8:30, we will officially have Arkansas closing. I think it will come as no surprise to anybody that is obviously going to be going in favor of Donald Trump. Now, there's something very, very interesting going on right now in Ohio. With 24% of the ballots counted in Ohio, and I'm taking it easy here because I don't want to overstate the importance of this. This is only 24%, now 26%. Hillary Clinton is ahead in Ohio significantly. Okay, we don't even have to get to the numbers, but with 26% of the votes counted, Hillary Clinton is well ahead in Ohio. I don't think I need to overstate the importance of Ohio for Donald Trump.
Right.
I never even included it in Hillary Clinton's path to victory. If Hillary Clinton is able to do something in Ohio, that ends this race.
Yeah.
That's not where we are right now.
I'm not sure. Has there been a Republican candidate who's won in the last 30, 40 years
without
that
Ohio?
Didn't take Ohio?
That's an interesting
No
question.
Republican has ever won the whole presidency without taking Ohio.
Is that
it's
right?
a need for Republicans. Yeah.
Wow.
If Trump's able to win this thing, he would have to take Ohio along with it.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, I think that what we should do is we should take a few more calls. And if we want, I don't know if Rachel was going to help us with the calls or what we're doing, but we will take calls at 617-830-4750. And then if at some point we have a lull, Ben, we can get to that question of worst case scenarios under Hillary and Trump, which you said we could talk about together, which I think would be great to talk about. 617-830-4750 is the number. We would love to hear your name. We would love to hear where you're calling from. And then whatever's on your mind is absolutely fine for us. Do we have calls yet, Pat? We do. Okay. Who's on the line with us?
Hi, I'm Mal Patel.
I'm sorry, what was your name? Okay, it sounded like they said I'm at a hotel.
I think Patel was the last name.
Yeah, Patel.
Okay, you're Patel. Great.
Yeah. So I've been a longtime fan of you,
Thank you.
and I just want to say thank you for all the coverage and your.
Oh no, Patel in the middle of the most positive call we've gotten today. Cut off there, a hard cut. That was an aggressive cut. I don't even attribute that to a signal loss. I attribute that to accidentally hanging up.
No, I think, even when you get some good calls, they just cut out on you. It's crazy.
617-830-4750 is the number. We have another caller. Who's on the phone now?
Hey, David. It is Brody calling from the great state of Texas.
Brody, great to hear from you. What's on your mind?
Well, one thing I was asking, I just noticed for when you were talking about the preliminary stuff from Ohio, I was also reading about
Oh no! Did Brody also get cut off? Is something up with our phone system?
Yeah, well, it sounds like
he's still on the
If you
line.
can you hear?
Oh
if
yeah,
you
okay.
can't
No,
hear
Brody's
me,
cell phone. Are you on a cell phone, Brody?
I am.
Obviously, who's not these days? I think it's just going
Yeah, I
in and
know.
out. Yeah.
Well, I was wondering. I know there's empirical evidence that we know
Oh no!
makes, and
You cut out again, Brody. What? There's empirical evidence for what there?
more people will stand in line that are non-whites for a longer period of time.
Mhm.
Is that having an effect on high turnout voting in terms of what you're seeing in Ohio?
I don't know about Ohio. We've been hearing about Cuyahoga County and some of the very long lines there. I know that big picture, we know that voting, longer voting hours, early voting, etc., helps Democrats or the more progressive candidate within a Republican primary. Helps the more progressive candidate. It follows logically that non-white voters who are an important constituency of the Democratic Party might be more likely to stay in line longer. But I don't know. Do you know? Have you drilled down into the county level in Ohio as to who's waiting and who's voting?
No, I don't have any data on that as of yet. We'll get that shortly.
Okay. Yeah, so I wish I knew more about that, Brody. I think what we can say for sure is whatever the eventual numbers are in states like Nevada and Florida, that there's no question that the increased voter registration of Latino voters is going to be a big thing.
Man.
So-
Well, I appreciate you looking out for Texas also.
Okay. All right. Well, so there's definitely something up with the phone. Let's end this call and move on, guys. And what I would do is we may want to reset. Let's get off of our phone system on both the computer and the talk box, and then let's go back into it because I think that we're definitely having a problem. Are you getting isolated reports of a problem, Ben, from your team?
Well, not on a normal basis, but tonight, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's something that's definitely going on. Okay, we have 19 minutes left until we will see Arkansas officially close. I would love to just talk briefly, Ben, about if we look back at some major popular vote victories that we've seen. We saw in 1972 that Richard Nixon won with over 60% of the vote, and we saw in 64 that LBJ won with 61% of the vote. And those are really the popular vote victories of the last, 80 years or so. Are we ever going to get back to something like that, given how polarized the country has become? Because I see it as sort of, you've got 80% of the voters that are basically party line voters.
Right.
Although they may be registered independent, they tend to vote for one or the other party by and large. So do we have to sort of reassess our view of what would be a major win in modern electoral politics?
I think we could throw the idea of a major win out with the exception of the Electoral College because
Yeah.
we are so divided. Not only are we divided, but we see a declining amount of people voting or participating. I mean, if you compare the turnout in the 60s to today, right? So not only do we have fewer people voting, but we're voting much more along the partisan lines. So will we ever get a definitive popular vote win again? I don't really think so.
I feel like this is confusing for many people who observe politics because when we think about what would a mandate be, based on how we currently see polarization, I think we might never really be able to get what there would be consensus as being a mandate at this point. If people are saying, listen, a mandate is when you have, 525 electoral votes like Reagan did in 84.
Yeah.
Those days may be gone, barring some insanely unlikely scenario.
Yeah, so even if Hillary Clinton did get a Mondale-esque victory or a Reagan-esque victory, I still think it's a repudiation of Donald Trump more so than it is a mandate for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
So just in general, or actually specifically for this election, I don't think that there's a mandate coming out for either candidate, no matter which way it goes. But will we ever get a definitive mandate from a popular vote? I don't know. I don't
Interesting.
think that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of tend to agree with you, and I know that the way we might see even less consensus would be, I want this to happen, third parties really being more powerful and having a realistic shot. I think what is not often considered is that when you split the vote even more significantly, you're definitely going to be looking at candidates with a plurality of support and not a majority. And that's already something we're familiar with. If you look at the 2000 election where Al Gore barely won the popular vote, but both Gore and Bush had under 49% of the vote, I think that there is a lot to be said about that. So we are now 16 minutes away from the next poll closings. We still have a situation where Florida is too early to call, a 0.6% lead for Hillary Clinton in Florida currently. North Carolina, Hillary Clinton currently about 6.1% ahead. And in Ohio, Hillary Clinton now 9% ahead. It is very difficult for me to believe that Hillary Clinton is going to win Ohio with a 9 percentage point margin. It just does not seem to me like it is something that is remotely possible. But to the extent that she can keep putting the pressure on Trump there, it is a state that I had all along for Donald Trump and is a state that Trump absolutely needs in order to achieve 270 electoral votes. We are going to keep looking at that. I also want to call attention to the 9 o'clock closings, because I have said for some time that probably by 9:30, we will have a really good sense of where this race is going to be. At 9 o'clock, we have New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Louisiana, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. That is a lot of electoral votes, and a lot of those are just not going to be close. So I think that 9:30 really could be a key time for this race if we keep getting these numbers in from Florida. And Florida now has shifted into a complete tie with something like 80+% of the vote counted. Wow. And it is 48.5 to 48.5. And that, could that be make or break at this point, do you think, Ben?
Not for Hillary. Definitely for Donald Trump. Looking at Ohio, I mean, if he doesn't get Ohio and Florida, I don't know how he's going to win. But I'm just looking at the counties that are reporting. You still have Broward County with only 1% reporting, right? So Broward County is like a plus 12 Democratic leaning county. I don't see how this actually works out well for Donald Trump before the end of the night.
I think you're absolutely spot on as far as that goes. And we will see. The interesting thing about Florida is that it is very, very close, but they are very quickly counting the votes there. I'm seeing 87% of the vote in there. And that's why Broward County is even more important, because when you already have 87% of the vote in there and you only have 1% of the vote in from Broward County, that's a really big deal. Yeah, no, exactly. So the majority of the state is almost done, right? It's all about Broward County at this point. And I just do not see, I know Broward County up and down. I don't see that going for Donald Trump even remotely. I think Hillary Clinton is going to be fine in Florida. How is our phone system doing, guys? Might we be ready to take some calls again at 617-830-4750? What was going on with it anyway, Ben?
So actually, I was checking on the stream itself. I got some reports that our stream was bad tonight. But YouTube is reporting that the stream is fine. I think it just may be too many people streaming tonight. I think we might be messing with YouTube servers in general.
We have climbed now to nearly 800 live streamers on the stream. Please share the stream. Please post it to Facebook. Please turn on 20 computers and connect to the stream. If you've got 20 computers, by all means, absolutely do it. And if not, post it to Reddit, post it wherever you want. And we would love to get to 1,000. That is my goal. And at this rate, we may well do it, Ben.
Yeah. And it would be, my dad used to say, it's a poor dog that doesn't wag his own tail. You should check out the Benjamin Dixon Show with everyone who is here. Maybe we can throw a link in the description, Pat. I don't know if that's okay with you. Just hijacking your show.
Let's put a few links in there.
Put a few links there. Put it in the chat room. So check us out over there. I want to point out that Marco Rubio in Florida has won his seat. They're projecting he is going to win. So it looks like Florida is going to go the way of New Hampshire, where the Senate race goes with the Republican Party, but the state as a whole could. Florida looks like it could potentially go to Hillary Clinton. What do you say about Marco Rubio winning? I say that the Democrats in Florida need to get it together and run a Senate candidate that can actually win. Sorry, Patrick. I know you know me. I know you. But still, we knew that was not a good race.
Yeah.
So that would have been an easy win for the right candidate against Marco Rubio, who didn't start campaigning until the primaries were over.
Right. That was one of the most bizarre situations. And then you had Alan Grayson, who had to sort of figure out, okay, well, let's see. Am I better off going back and trying to get back in the House of Representatives, or do I keep going this race? very unusual situation. And I spoke to Alan Grayson. It was in Las Vegas in April. And this was before what ultimately transpired with Marco Rubio had transpired. And it was a very, very different scenario for Alan Grayson than after Marco Rubio said, hey, you know what? I am going to run for re-election.
Yeah, it was easy. I think it was a much easier decision for Grayson after the fact. He realized Marco Rubio, for whatever reason, is a very popular candidate in Florida.
Yeah.
And the polls bear that out tonight.
All right, let's see if we can go back to the phones at 617-830-4750. Let's walk it through step by step. Do we have the phone number back up?
Everything looks all set.
Okay.
No one's calling at this time.
All right, maybe nobody wants to talk to us. 617-830-4750 is the number. And you guys have tested the number. We know it rings through and everything's good, right? I mean, I think, let's test that.
Yeah, if you did a complete reset, you may have to trigger the on the back end again like we did previously.
Yeah, on the computer. In the meantime, let's go to that question.
Yeah.
What's our worst case scenario under Trump? What's our worst case scenario under Hillary Clinton? My answer for this is pretty straightforward.
Okay.
The worst case under Trump, realistically, right? Because there's all these sort of crazy ideas of what could happen. The U.S. becomes the laughingstock of the world much more than it was under George W. Bush. Number one, that just happens, and people say, "Wow, what on earth is going on in the United States?" We have a disaster on the Supreme Court. Donald Trump potentially naming 3-4 Supreme Court justices. They could serve for decades. Total and utter disaster, absolute disaster. And we basically have crony capitalist, plutocrat economic policy helpful to the richest of the rich. An attempt to repeal Obamacare, would it happen? I don't really know. If it did, it certainly wouldn't be replaced with anything very good. I mean, I think these are sort of some of the risks of a Donald Trump presidency. Yeah. And for Hillary Clinton, I think the risk is if the situation is right in terms of geopolitics, potentially a military engagement that may be harebrained at worst and ill-advised at best would be my major concern. I think it's pretty predictable as far as domestic economics, for example.
It's kind of disturbing that the one thing we can agree on with Hillary Clinton is that she's likely to get us engaged in some type of conflict. It's possible. I'll give that caveat. If the geopolitical spectrum is such that we need to get involved,
if
Hillary
the
Clinton
conditions
will.
warrant it in the mind of a neoliberal.
Neoconservative in that perspective, because she really has embraced the neoconservative wing of the Republican Party. I mean, they completely abandoned Donald Trump in favor of Hillary Clinton. So my worst case scenario with Hillary Clinton is the one that I really push back on against Jill Stein would be the no-fly zone potential in Syria. I think that is a really volatile situation. If we do create a no-fly zone in Syria, that could lead to a potential, a possible, I like to say it like this, it's a possible conflict with Russia. I don't think it's a probable conflict with Russia, but it does set us on that track.
Right.
And I think that's almost a nightmare scenario. I don't think, like many people, Jill Stein has said, that it's going to cause nuclear war.
No.
Right? I don't believe that at all, but I do believe one more conflict is too many more conflicts.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And there's a lot of people who say, an engagement with Russia is far less likely with a Trump presidency than a Clinton presidency. That only partially has to do with Hillary Clinton. Right. It may just as well have to do with the ties between Trump and Russia and Paul Manafort and the entire team that we've seen. We can't just focus on Clinton if we want to talk about the likelihood of an engagement with Russia.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump himself, I think we fail to realize that Donald Trump does not have a definitive foreign policy and that he's going to lean on some key traditional players. Yeah. The neoconservatives will move their way right back into his good standings because he's going to need advice. Yeah. As much as he says he advises himself, Donald Trump is feckless and devoid of any substance. He's going to lean on someone like he did this morning. He leaned over to Melania Trump's voting booth to get some help. So he's going to do that with the traditional Republican wing, which includes neoconservatives. So I can't believe that he's actually going to be less militaristic abroad.
I agree with you. Guys, how is the phone situation looking? Is it?
We're having some issues right now.
Yeah, and are all of our settings right? Because we want to make sure the settings are right on both the talk box and the computer. So we are going to, I'll let everybody know on the stream, by the way, when the phone is definitively back up. Florida, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, still too early to call. In Florida, Donald Trump has again taken a slight lead. We are getting towards the end in Florida in terms of the counting of the vote. Let's pull up the map if we can for a second. Officially, currently, we have a 68-48 lead for Hillary Clinton here. We are waiting on Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, really, really important states here. Florida, as I mentioned, going slightly in Donald Trump's favor right now. Ohio, surprisingly to many, Ohio currently leaning in the direction of Hillary Clinton. I don't want to get sort of ahead of myself here because that is a very big thing. If Donald Trump does not win Ohio, we'll get to that if and when it happens. But if Donald Trump does not win Ohio, it is really not good for him in any way. 8:30. We are now 6 minutes from 8:30, at which point Arkansas will close. I'm hoping that 8:30 will also bring with it some more projections when it comes to many of the states that have already closed. We have states going all the way back to 7 p.m. Eastern that have closed that we don't yet have numbers from. And we will also, after that, try going back to Sam Cedar and seeing what's going on at his studio in Brooklyn. 9 o'clock is going to be a big, big hour. 9 o'clock, we'll see New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Louisiana, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, the most important ones for me there. As far as Florida goes, I don't know. I think by 9 or maybe 9:30, most of the vote there is going to be counted. And I think that is going to be a big indicator as to how this entire thing is going. Everybody on the live stream, thank you. We're up to 840 on the live stream. We are trying to get to 1,000. Please keep sharing the stream. Post it anywhere that you can. Post it to Facebook, Twitter, etc. I am doing the same. I will also remind you, and looking in my email here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people so far taking advantage of the offer I made for a 40% discount off of David Pakman Show membership. If you send me a picture of you with your I voted sticker, and it is not obviously fake, although ultimately how would I really know, I will send you back a code for you to get 40% off membership to the David Pakman Show. 5 people so far taking advantage of that. We will get you the code later on tonight. We are live broadcasting here, so we will get to that. We have now heard that we see a pickup for Democrats in the Senate. Let's go to our CNN stream here. If we can, guys, if we can go to our CNN stream, and we will pick up the audio from the CNN stream as well.
Marco Rubio will go
and we
on
have
to
that.
win another term in the U.S. Senate, defeating
Marco
his Democratic
Rubio
challenger,
winning
Patrick
in
Murphy. This was
Florida.
Not a seat
Tammy
that
Duckworth
Rubio wanted.
winning
He said he
in
was going to
Illinois.
retire
That is a really,
until
really big
a lot
deal.
of bigwigs came in
Richard
and convinced him to
Blumenthal, the
reconsider. He did, and
incumbent,
now
winning
he
in the
looks
Senate
like he will
in
go on to
Connecticut.
win re-election. Now
And
let's look
Chris
at some
Van
other
Hollen
pickups
winning in
the
Maryland.
other wins that CNN can project this evening. Richard Blumenthal, the incumbent Democrat in Connecticut, CNN can project that he will win another term, defeating his Republican challenger Dan Carter. Now in the state of Maryland, CNN can project that Chris Van Hollen will will beat his Republican challenger Kathy Schlega. This was an open Democratic seat, so it stays in the blue column. Then in Oklahoma, James Lankford, the incumbent Republican, CNN can project there he will win re-election, defeating his Democratic challenger, Mike Workman. Now let's look at some of the key races that we're watching that will determine the balance
Big
of
change
power.
in New Hampshire, ladies
the
and
polls
gentlemen.
have closed there within the last hour. The Democratic challenger right now is ahead of the incumbent Republican, Maggie Hassan, just a little under 6,000 votes ahead of
Very
Kelly
early.
Ayotte, but not very many votes in, so we're going to be watching that closely. And then also North Carolina. Deborah Ross is the Democratic challenger. She has a significant lead right now against the incumbent Republican Richard Burr.
Good sign for North Carolina.
She is hoping to unseat him, and Democrats are hoping that will be another one in their column in their quest to take back the Senate. Now let's look at what all of this means, Jake, for the balance of power.
Okay, so
At
let's
this
back
hour,
out
you
of
see
our
there on the big
CNN
board,
stream here.
Democrats
If
have
we can,
40
Pat, we
seats,
will go back to coverage. Okay, here's what we're going to try as far as the phone line goes. It seems like the problem may be with our number. And so we're going to try 857-600-0518. If that works, we will change it on the election live stream YouTube thing. So let's try that, 857-600-0518. And if the calls start coming in there, that would be a great thing. I don't know what else to say, Ben.
Yeah, no, we'll see it. Technology. We'll work with it. Let's see how it happens. 857-600-0518.
So you let us know, Pat, if you see any calls pop up on that number, 857-600-0518.
I'm guessing
we got our first one.
People were frantically typing in that number.
Let's see now who is joining us and if this is a legitimate caller, a serious caller with a real question. Who's on the phone? Hello?
Caller, you're live on the air. This is you.
And he hung up.
They hung up. Okay. Well, some people get a little gunshot.
Yeah.
You know, they get on and all of a sudden the number works and things get crazy and they just hang up. But the good news is the number did work, and that is something that everybody can be very happy with. You let us know, Pat, when the next caller comes in at 857-600-0518. That's a fantastic number, by the way, that you have.
Yeah. And when I heard you say 0518, I'm like, oh God, no, that's the wrong number.
Yeah.
0518, but
Yeah.
it's the same exact, obviously.
Do we have a caller on the line, Pat?
Not currently. How about you try saying it one more time?
857-600-0518. And I'm actually going to go in and change it in the YouTube event, just so people see very, very clearly that is the new number. And when it comes in, Pat, you let us know, and we will take that next call. We have we are going to probably have a call soon here in Arkansas, is my guess. Let me change this number here. We were going to 857-600-0518, and I will update that on the stream just so everybody can see that. And I think that'll be good for everybody. That's going to be a really, really good thing. 857-600-0518. Fascinatingly, with 50% of the vote in Texas, Hillary Clinton is ahead, Benjamin Dixon. 50% of the vote is in Texas, and Hillary Clinton is leading, but that is early data. We are not going to get too far ahead of ourselves. We do have a projection to make, and we can pick up the map and go to this. South Carolina now officially going to Donald Trump, and I will mark that off on my piece of paper here. Just a piece of paper, not hugely significant, but it has interesting information on it. Alabama has now officially gone to Donald Trump, and we can put that in the Trump column. And we also have an update on Arkansas, which is too early to call. That is not a good sign for Donald Trump, is it, Ben?
No, I mean, Arkansas should actually be in the bag for him. But
yeah,
I mean, that's what we're looking at, the selection cycle. I just, not to play what if, but I can't imagine. I think if the Democrats had run anyone stronger, this would be a huge blowout. This would be an obscene blowout. So Donald Trump is one of the weakest candidates that we've seen in a long time. In terms of popularity, and this is bearing out across the country.
No doubt about it. So the current electoral vote totals officially 68 to 66 in favor of Hillary Clinton. We have a number of closings at 9 p.m. Florida has gone back away from Donald Trump. Do you have the latest on those key Democratic counties in Florida? Because I'll be honest, 91% in total of the vote in Florida is in, and Trump is ahead.
Yeah, so in Broward County, there's still only, and the Guardian is really robust. I would say that they are up to date, but Broward County is still only showing 1% reporting, while 90% of the rest of the state is reporting. Broward County still poses an opportunity for a blowout for Hillary Clinton, just because of the demographics there. The margin of it's a Democratic leaning county through and through.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Virginia also has currently swung back in the direction of Donald Trump, although again, we're around 50% reporting there, and we still have some time to go. And we also are seeing good numbers in North Carolina for Hillary Clinton. Now beyond the 50% mark, she is up by about 4.5 points.
NBC is reporting that they can project that the Republicans will maintain control of the House.
Yep.
So, they had hoped to. We want to see if they close the margin at all. But so far, it looks like they're going to maintain the House.
Let's go to the phone lines, 857-600-0518, and see if we can talk to a few folks, and then we'll try to get back on with Sam Seder. Who's on with me now? Hello, who's on? They hung up? They hung up. Okay. I think people are getting they're unsure of what to discuss at this point because things are in the heat of the moment. A lot is happening here. Yeah. And they call 857-600-0518. and then it just doesn't happen.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's
we'll see.
disappointing.
We'll see. I think a lot of people are trying to call. A lot of people are saying it's busy or they're going to voicemail. We'll catch as many of you as we can. Let's try. We have one here. Caller, you're live on the air. What's your name, comment, and/or question?
Hello?
Man, I can barely make you out. It sounds all distorted.
Hey, how's this? Is that any better? We can hear you so clear now.
No, man, it sounds like you're talking through a fast food speaker or something.
All right, well, let's pretend you're talking to the guy at McDonald's in that case. What's going on?
Is this David Packman?
This is David, yeah.
I was just curious. I'm from Arkansas, and we had on our ballot two different issues that were basically writing in private industry.
Oh, no.
Same thing.
Same thing is going on there. Yeah, you just
One
cut
was
out
for
there.
medical marijuana,
Yeah.
and one was for casinos in
Right.
3 counties.
Mm-hmm.
How prevalent is it throughout the country? Have you run across private industry actually getting written into a state's constitution?
We had those here in Massachusetts. We had both a slot machine room ballot question as well as a marijuana legalization. So, yeah, we're seeing these in a number of places, Ben.
Yeah, I think we just saw in Florida the legalization of marijuana looks like it's going to win 79% to 21%.
Wow.
So Florida says that they're ready for, well, let's just call it marijuana. They're ready. We'll see what this looks like in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Let's try, we could try one other thing as far as the calls go. What if we skip the number and people just call the Skype account? Might that work?
Yeah, that totally would work. So
we could get logged into mine if you
sign
want.
out of mine and sign into yours.
If you want to just get on Skype, if people have Skype and you want to call, it's David Packman Show, all one word.
Yeah, totally.
We could try that. Maybe it's the phone, because the phone number we have is really just the phone number for our Skype account. So we could just see if the problem is the routing of that phone. And the thing that I'm suspicious about, Ben, is we're porting our 617-830-4750 number to a different service where we're going to have like a call queue and all sorts of cool stuff. So when our phone number caused a problem, I thought maybe it was because of the porting, but then we had a problem with your number as well. I think we just have so many people trying to call.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
I think that is the issue that we're having here. Okay, we are 24 minutes from the 9 o'clock poll closings, which I believe are going to be huge. I think that is going to be absolutely huge. We will try to take calls via Skype at David Packman Show, all one word, David Packman Show. That's the username. And you let me know, Rachel, if any of those pop up. I know people will have to actually be on Skype. I think at this point, most people have Skype
they
on
can
their phones.
actually Skype in via video. I've done that before, but sometimes it could get exciting whether or not you want to try that.
That's right. If people have video, they'd be able to join us by video, which is a whole other world that I don't know if we're
ready for it.
I don't know if we're ready.
Not with so many. You have 900 people tonight, so that might be a little risky.
We are climbing through 800, yeah. Do we have anybody on the Skype account currently, Rachel? We do. All right, let's put them on and see who it is that is joining us via Skype at this point. Name and town. Who's this?
Hi, this is Colin Coleman. I actually was on your show, hold on, Skype's not responding.
Okay, this one seems to be his computer, which is great news for us. Not great for Colin Coleman, but.
Okay, there we go.
Cool.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you fine, yeah.
Okay, excellent. I wanted to just bring up something that's
Wow.
Selection started, honestly.
Yeah.
I wanted to know, is it wrong for me personally to view the really fervent, not the guys, the really fervent Donald Trump's vein as bonsai troops? I mean, to be fair, I've been playing real-time strategy games since I was like 10, so I know all the strategy terms. But I'm just wondering, is it wrong for me to view them in that same vein
Well, give us a sense of what on earth you're talking about. Let's start there, and then we can maybe dig into it a little more.
Okay. Oh, what do you want to? What's your question?
That's my question to you, Ben. Do you know what's up with this?
Yeah. So I'm not really an RPG player, so I don't think we.
No.
Yeah. Go ahead.
strategy, like Command and Conquer.
Oh well, yeah, I know
Axis
Command and Conquer. Yeah.
Yeah, Command and Conquer, Axis and Allies, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
Or better
view-
yet, Star
Okay, and you view Donald Trump supporters as
Bonsai troops.
And what would the Bonsai troops do?
Ever heard of kamikazes?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were basically the infantry version of that.
Okay, so basically almost like a suicide mission, or do you mean like burn the whole thing down kind of scenario?
More like they are fanatics equipped as.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, they're
They're
absolutely
really
fanatics.
badly
I
equipped
disagree. I
fanatics.
don't like the bonsai term. I love
Yeah.
bonsai trees. I'm not into this whole kamikaze thing, suicide missions, etc.
Well,
I think they may indeed self-destruct the Republican Party, depending on what happens tonight, or they might completely change the Republican Party
Yeah.
in a way that will alter it for a very, very long time. One of those two things I think will happen tonight, Ben.
Yeah,
it will.
but technically
It will.
it's bonsai.
Bonsai. Okay, I
yeah.
apologize for that.
Okay, we're good there.
Yeah.
that was the
best
wild,
call of
man.
the evening. We open it up on Skype and things get completely crazy.
Definitely not taking video
Okay,
tonight.
who's this next caller now? Is this Colin Coleman
maybe,
again?
Maybe we should just go. Let's take 5 without.
Oh wait, hello, hello.
Yeah, oh, this is a great call. Hey, who's this?
This is Derek.
Derek.
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Awesome. What can we do for you?
I was wondering, should
Oh man.
hair for his candidacy?
I think something's messed up with the phone system.
Yeah, I think we may just have to try it without calls for a while. I think just the servers are just.
Can you hear me at all? Sorry.
It's very odd.
Yeah, well, sorry, we're getting every other word, so we're going to go ahead and disconnect because we're just getting every other word. It's
I'm
kinda
going to
hard.
try one other thing, okay? You guys log out of Skype everywhere that you're logged in. I'm just going to get on Skype on my laptop, and if calls come in here through the number, I can just put them on and we'll
Audio.
transfer the audio, and then that should be okay. Although, the risk is that they're not able to hear me, but I think they will be able to. I think that is something that will work for us.
Okay.
Have you experienced, I think it's the volume of calls. We've never had this constant stream of calls, you know?
Never.
Okay, so listen, we are back on 617-830-4750. We'll give this one more shot. We have a caller, okay? I'm going to try to take it. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens.
That is something that will work
Ahmed,
for us.
please turn your speaker down, and then I would love to hear from Ahmed here. Although, wow, multiple calls are coming in at once. It's absolutely crazy what's going on. Ahmed, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, yeah. What's going on?
Okay, I just wanted to ask, since you occupy sort of a very, I don't want to say what you are, but since you, to me, occupy a very specific niche of independent media, I wanted to ask you what you think your role in the role of independent media as a whole has played, if at all, on this election and elections in the future.
Well, listen, I don't want to overstate my importance in this whole thing, right? I mean, this is one show we're talking about here, Ben. But
Yeah.
I like to think that my approach is, and many people don't like this approach, I'm progressive, but I don't just sign on to whatever box progressives are supposed to check if I don't actually think that there's something progressive there. I would like to say that that's the role I played, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I would, well, if this was, anyway, I'm curious to see what some other things, but okay, I'm sorry, the caller, all right, here's the deal. People make a litmus test for what they believe is progressive.
Right.
And they create a standard that is really untenable. It's like, it's
Sure.
unattainable
Yeah.
for that matter. And they gauge us, they judge us by that.
Right.
And if you fail to check off a single box, well, for that person, you become a corporate shield.
I agree.
Right. And despite my support for Jill Stein, the fact that I questioned her fear mongering around nuclear weapons or nuclear war made me a corporate shield for people who have been following me for years. now.
Right.
So
big problem
you
during
can't
this.
satisfy everybody. Man.
Big problem that I ran into as well. All right, thanks so much for the call, Ahmed. We've got the phones ringing off the hook, and I will try to take a couple of others. Joining me next is Jen. Jen, you are on with Ben, with David. Everybody's here. What's on your mind?
What do you think's up for the David Pakman show after the election?
Well, I think that if it's Trump or Hillary, will sort of determine what's next. If it's
Yeah.
Trump, I've already stated my worst case scenario, and the point will be stop Trump from doing horrible things, many of which, fortunately, he wouldn't be able to do, but stop Trump. If it's Hillary Clinton, as I've said before, that opens the door to now saying 12 straight years of Democratic presidents for the first time since 1933 to 1953, FDR and Truman. Let's push for progressive change. That's the role of independent media if it's Hillary Clinton tonight.
Yeah, I think pushing for progressive change is the goal no matter who wins. If it's Hillary Clinton, it's definitely going to be, I look at us as being in the opposition no matter what. Because Hillary Clinton is going to propose some policies that are antithetical to some general progressivism, right? And so we should be ready to hold her accountable. Here's what we shouldn't do, and I don't think David, you do this at all, but I do see this happening a lot. I see people trying to justify the actions of their preferred candidate just because Hillary Clinton is in office. We're going to see a lot of Democrats who are going to make things that are not progressive. They're going to try to excuse it. And we need to make sure as independent media that we hold them accountable every step of the way.
Absolutely. Jen or whoever this was, thank you so much for the call. We are going to move on. Next, we will go to someone who seems to go by the name of Will. And you guys are logged out over there, right? Because I think we want you guys totally logged out, and we'll handle the calls over here. Yeah. Will, can you hear me?
Sounds like he's there.
Hey, Will, it sounds like you're on, right?
All right.
No, Will. Let's try instead someone called Wakey. Wakey, I think, is the next caller. Wakey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm right here.
What can we do for you? Where are you calling from, first of all?
I'm calling from Massachusetts.
All right, where in Mass?
Boston.
Awesome. Well, we're in Boston too. What's up? What can we do for you?
I'm just wondering what your standpoint is. Well, who do you think is going to win this election based on the current standpoints, you know?
Well, listen, it's only 8:46 p.m. I'm sticking with what I had to go in with, which is Clinton 322, Trump 216. So far, no states have gone a different way than what I have on my map. So nothing has happened that's making me change my view, Ben, although some states are a little bit concerning to me.
Yeah, Florida so far actually has flipped and turned red. Donald Trump has a slight lead, 49.1%. But again, Broward County is still only at 13%. So we'll see how it bears out. But overall, I don't see anything super surprising. I will admit, though, I personally didn't think Donald Trump should be performing this well.
He's already overperformed what I imagined, although we'll see. Electorally, everything is the way I have it so far. But his popular vote count in some states is a little concerning. But Wakey, I'm sticking with my prediction for the time being.
Oh, all right.
All right. Well, as you go into your musical interlude, we will continue taking calls. Next,
that music was great, man.
We have Michael Kenning joining us next. Michael, where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Britain.
Wow. What must it be? Close to 3 a.m. there, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a bit anxious. Oh, it's actually, nearly 15 minutes to. Just gone 15 minutes to 2.
Yeah, I'd be anxious too if I was up at 2:45. I mean, I get nervous when I'm up that late. I really do. What's up, Michael? What can we do for you?
Well, I was more thinking of making a comment about the American elections.
Please.
I'm as anxious about this election as I was about the referendum on Europe. And up until the very day for the referendum, I was very certain that we were going to remain in the EU. And then I woke up. I went to bed. It was Remain vote, and I woke up and it was an exit vote. And I think my whole life just kind of like fell apart. But it was it wasn't a good vote for us. But I'm wondering if I go to bed now and I wake up in the morning and Trump will be president. It kind of, I don't know how you guys are feeling in America, but in Britain, you know, the kind of attitudes that Trump has to international law and foreign policy, it concerns us in Britain. I'm sure it's a massive concern. Not many people here support Trump. There are some of my friends are weird supporters, but I think it's concerning as an ally of America.
Yeah, but you guys have a really big supporter by the name of Nigel Farage. Can you guys get him and take him away from his Twitter account? Just keep him away from American politics. He's hoping that this is going to turn out like the Brexit vote.
I mean, I want to take him away from Earth, but he's still permanently within our political lives. So I don't know. I'm hoping that people, the likes of Farage and Trump, will eventually just recede from political life. I don't ever want to really have them. I wish we didn't have to deal with them, but the arguments still have to be made, and simply insulting them and not having political arguments is a bad way of going about it, I think.
Yeah, I do want to mention, I don't think, just because you mentioned Brexit, Michael, I don't think that the situation here is analogous to Brexit if Trump ends up winning, just because we are talking about an electoral vote system as opposed to, remember, the Brexit polls were not actually that far off in the end. And I don't subscribe to the idea that it was a total shock based on an average of polls in terms of Brexit. But the idea of what you're talking about makes a lot of sense to me. Michael, thank you. We are going to move on. We're taking your calls at 617-830-4750.
Pac-Man channel.
What's that?
The Skype?
No, we're back on the number. The numbers
okay.
It's working so beautifully that I can't even believe it's just, we're going to win again, I think, with the stream. Let's go next to Dan DeLucia. Dan DeLucia is our next caller. Dan, where are you joining us from?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Where are you calling from, Dan?
So I'm calling from Long Island, New York.
Okay, I love it. Now, are you on the west side of the island, or are you deep into the island?
I'm actually, I live in the eastern side of Long Island, but I go to school in the western side of Long Island, so Nassau County. But
all right, what's on your mind today?
So a question that I wanted to ask you was, depending upon who would win, how difficult do you think it's going to be to say like things to get passed? I mean, I know Hillary Clinton, if she wins, then there's a likely chance that Bernie Sanders has a chance to be the head of the Senate Budget Committee.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, if that were to happen, if he becomes the head of the Senate Budget Committee, what do you think? Does that, how would his influence?
Well, so more than likely we could end up, it's very possible we'll end up with a 50-50 Senate scenario. And if that's the case, then the vice president would be the one breaking ties. And so, you can look at whether it's going to be Mike Pence in there breaking ties or Tim Kaine in there breaking ties. So I think that's going to be a big factor. If indeed the Senate Budget Committee were to be headed up by Bernie Sanders, I think that would be fantastic. But we have to also remember, we don't want to overstate the power and the scope of that position. And it does have, that position comes with a lot of power in terms of managing what does come up for debate and what does not come up for the debate, but within reason. And we know, by the way, that Bernie Sanders is a pretty reasonable politician. So I just don't see him doing the type of obstruction he would need to do to really put his foot down in terms of what can be done, What do you think, Ben?
I think that's a reasonable observation, right? There are going to be things that he wants to do that he's not going to be able to do no matter what. And will he do what's necessary to get those things done? I don't know. We saw he's not going to do what's going to pacify a lot of people. So I think we're going to have to see a pretty stable, steady hand from from Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. All right, Dan, thank you so much for the call. Always great to hear from people from Long Island. We will move on. We could take a couple more calls if people want at 617-830-4750, or you can also call David Pakman Show on Skype. That's sort of another option. And that's always great. And we will make sure that we have that all up and running, 617-830-4750. And we also have, we've got a bunch of calls coming in. Let's just take a couple more here. We've got 8 minutes left until the next results. Okay, 937 area code. Name and town. Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Caleb. I'm from Troy, Ohio.
Great to hear from you. What's going on in Ohio?
Hi. I just wanted to say something that was weird about when I went in to vote today.
Yeah.
Because I waited until election day to vote. Well, I went in and to my precinct where I'm supposed to poll at, like my polling place.
Yep.
And the poll worker told me I was registered to a different address, which was like a different address I lived at for only a year.
Okay.
But I never voted from that location.
Yeah.
But apparently there was something that after I filled out a provisional ballot because I was at the wrong place, I called the Board of Elections later, and they said that it was just something that I did at the DMV. They just automatically switched my registration without telling me.
Yeah, some states do that.
And even when I went to renew my license, like it's at my current address and everything, they didn't bother to switch it back.
Right.
and I just found that interesting.
That is interesting, but it is something I'm aware of that does happen, and not altogether surprising. But otherwise, no trouble voting today?
No, not really. It was pretty quick. The lines were pretty short here. There were a lot of places to vote at in my town in particular, I think, in my county.
Good. All right. Well, great to hear from you. Always great to hear from Ohio. We will move on. So, guys, in like 3 minutes, let's preview what's closing at 9 if we have that graphic ready to go. We can take one more call here. We will take one from 305. That's Miami, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's
Dade
hear.
County.
Hopefully, the 305 caller joining us is a Florida voter. Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm good.
You calling from Florida?
Yeah.
Tell us what's going on there.
I mean, I was glad to hear that Broward hadn't come in yet. That was good when he said that Broward. That made me feel better.
Although it's coming in pretty
it
quick.
looked like it
and
was
still,
really
still
close.
going for Trump right now.
And the way the Panhandle hadn't given their numbers yet, and they were traditionally Republican, that did make us feel better. But I mean, a lot of people had already voted early voting, and I voted early voting.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like Trump made me like question, is the system working, like the actual voting system, you know? He made me feel nervous about it, and I never ever felt nervous that, you know, the system, even with all the problems that Florida's had in the past, you know, I've never really doubted it.
That's interesting. I mean, other than the election is rigged contingent, Ben, by and large, people sort of trust the system we have, don't they?
Oh, do they trust it? I don't think they trust it. Well, it depends on who you're asking. The people who feel like they're informed and enlightened or whatever, they don't tend to trust the system. But I think the system is working exactly the way it's designed to work.
But by and large, people don't think the election is rigged.
No, I would say I would agree with you in general. I would say that Donald Trump in particular is trying to sow that narrative. So it depends on how well he was able to plant that narrative in the minds of Americans.
Right.
But overall, I mean, this is the way it's designed to work. I mean, people you disagree with have just as much influence as you.
We are watching Florida super, super closely. So I'm glad you're watching our coverage from Florida. And you know, I hope it goes for Hillary, but it's not looking great right now. She's down by about 1.3 percentage points, and we're at, looks like 90% counted there.
Yeah.
And that is a concern. All right. Thank you so much for the call. We're going to move on.
All right. Thank you.
We're 4 minutes from the next results. Let's take a very, very quick call. Let's take the 435 call. 435, let me know where you're calling from and your name.
I'm
That's
calling
you.
from... What?
Yeah, where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from Utah. I'm Morgan. I was here just a few minutes ago, but I got cut off because the phone line sucked.
Oh, good. Well, we can hear you so clearly now.
All right, wonderful. And so the question I wanted to ask is, so basically, I have always hated Trump, like even before he announced his candidacy, and I didn't even know that much about him, but everything I heard about him was awful. And so my question is, how do you think he sort of managed to get people to like him? Because I'm astonished because he just absolutely makes my skin crawl. So how do you think he managed to pull that off?
Okay, good question. We'll answer it off air because we're getting really close to the next results. I think only some Trump supporters actually like Trump. I think others are voting for him because of the party. Others really dislike Hillary Clinton. I don't know that many people really like Trump, as evidenced by his high unfavorability rating.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I really don't think there's anything more to add to that, except for the fact that there are people who absolutely love everything that he stands for.
Yeah.
And it really question how big of a group that is.
Yeah. All right. We have coming up at 9 o'clock some major states closing. Let's see if we can take a look at where we stand now. So our electoral vote totals have been updated. Hillary Clinton 68, Donald Trump 66. Other than that, though, we have Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, the Dakotas, Michigan, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Pennsylvania. No, these have already closed. This is the last one. Let's see. Who do we have at 9 o'clock? We've got New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Louisiana, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. I am very interested, Ben, in what we're about to see. This is going to really start filling the map in. Any particular state you're looking at most closely there? I think I'm looking most closely at Arizona, which is one that I have for Trump. But if it's close or Hillary looks like she's in it, would be sort of a bellwether.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Arizona is the one to watch in that batch that's coming up. Just in general, to see the map start filling in, that's going to be interesting to see.
Okay, so we have, again, currently, if you want to go, let's go to the map, why don't we? And then we will just talk through it, and then we will get the results here in a second. So we've got our map here. Currently, 68 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 66 for Donald Trump. I would love to be able to start filling in, Ben, some of the states that have closed earlier, but we don't yet have results for.
Right.
That includes, for example, New Hampshire. Virginia is one that we are still counting votes in, and it's not clear that it's going to go to Hillary Clinton, amazingly, even though Donald Trump has pulled out of there. We see Florida, which is slowly continuing to go in the direction of Donald Trump, and that's a real concern. Hillary Clinton doesn't need it, but she would be able to basically wrap this thing up if she were to get it. So all of these states, and then we also have Ohio. Now, fascinatingly, Ohio had been going in the direction of Hillary Clinton early. It's not clear that that's going to stay either.
Yeah, there's only a 0.1% difference between the two of them in Ohio, with 28% of the precincts reporting. We'll see how that goes. But, I mean, this is the must win for Donald Trump, right? So if Hillary doesn't win it, there's still a path for her.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump doesn't win, there's no path for her.
Not to mention that Hillary Clinton actually has a path that doesn't include Ohio nor Florida.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump probably needs both. But certainly needs one of them. Okay, we are just seconds away from the 9 p.m. closings. New York, I think we all know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Some of these other states, we have a sense of how they will go. I am most interested in Arizona, which may well be too close to call, just seconds away. Let's go to the map now and see what else we can fill in now that the polls have closed. New York, completely as expected, is now officially for Hillary Clinton. Early on, Trump saying he was going to be competitive in New York. That was never really the case. I think we knew that, but that is indeed the case. Kansas has gone for Donald Trump. That is 6 electoral votes there. Nebraska has gone to Donald Trump. Wyoming has gone to Donald Trump, picking up a lot of these small states, population-wise, very, very big states in terms of geographical area. North and South Dakota, we can also add to that. A lot of these 3 to 6 electoral vote states for Donald Trump. That gets us to 97 for Hillary Clinton and 86 for Donald Trump. Still too close to call. Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, Texas, and Wisconsin. Well, that's interesting. The fact that we can't yet call Louisiana, the fact that we can't yet call Texas, the fact that Arizona cannot be called, the fact that Georgia closed 2 hours ago and still cannot be called for the Republican candidate. This is very, very interesting. But in the back of my mind is that Donald Trump is still down, up rather, 1.5 percentage points in Florida. And that is a bigger deal than whether Hillary Clinton ends up taking Arizona or not, isn't it?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I have to agree with you. It still says something about the changing demographics and the effect that Trump had on Georgia and Texas. Of course, we're concerned about who's going to win tonight, but the fact that Georgia closed 2 hours ago and we still can't call it for Donald Trump does say a lot about Donald Trump himself.
No doubt about it. So that is what we have now. The next closings are at 10 p.m. I have to assume, Ben, that some of these states that are too close to call right now, before the 10 o'clock closings, we're going to know about. Don't you think some of these pieces of the map are going to be filled in?
Yeah, no, absolutely. One thing that was interesting that came out of Florida, some exit polling, 58 to 39% among white college educated women went for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
58% went for Donald Trump.
Nasty, nasty women.
nasty women. I mean,
I'm kidding, of course, just referencing Donald Trump.
Obviously, but that is staggering when you consider just Well, you know what? It sounds staggering, but again, I know Florida, so maybe it's not as surprising.
Yeah.
And this is probably a lot in the northern part of Florida.
Right.
So it's interesting to see how this is going to play out. Florida is really going to be a squeaker here.
What I would love to do, guys, is let's try to go back to Sam Cedar and just see what he has going on there and see if we can chat with him a little bit about what's going on, see if he's any more concerned at this point. And then we can come back and take a few calls. So let's see if we get through. I mean, I didn't tell Sam this is when we're going to him, but I say we try it. And that is absolutely something we could do. I could also call him here. I don't know if that might make sense.
I'm now sending him a call.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we get through to Sam again. Sam Cedar, a lot of stuff going on over at that studio. You should see the hijinks he has going on there.
Yeah.
We have not gotten through to Sam.
Not going through? Okay. Let me try. Wow. I don't know where that came from, but that was interesting. Okay. Should we take a couple more calls? I mean, we could take a couple more calls. Let's try talking to Daniel. We're going to talk to Daniel.
Hello.
And things are completely blowing up here. Hold on one second, Daniel. Let me silence the craziness that is going on. Okay. Can you hear me, Daniel?
I think we may have lost them.
Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, what's going on, Daniel?
I was wondering what your points are, your views on Jill Stein are in this current race.
Yeah. I've said it before. I did not vote for Hillary Clinton because I thought that Jill Stein couldn't win, although I do. I voted for Hillary Clinton because of the 4 candidates. That's the person that I preferred. I would not vote for Jill Stein. I've talked about it many times. She has a number of views I disagree with. I think she's fundamentally just not qualified to be president of the United States. I don't think she has the experience nor skills to do it. Now, Ben, you disagree on this. Did you vote for Jill Stein?
I voted for Jill Stein.
Yeah.
I disagree with your assessment of Jill Stein. I think she is. I think she has the ideas that are necessary to be president. Whether or not she has a skill set, that's questionable for any individual, right? I don't think there's anyone who's prepared to be president before they become president. Maybe Hillary Clinton is the closest thing possible to being prepared for president. I'll give you that. But just in terms of just ideologically speaking, I think what she represents and what she stood for really is something that we can aspire to. How realistic were her goals? That's the question for me. I don't know if all of her goals were even remotely realistic. And I really am interested in seeing if she gets close to 5%. That's why I voted for her. I wanted to see that she voted for more choices, right?
Yeah.
And the opportunity for the Green Party to actually get some national play. So hopefully they get 5%. It doesn't look like they're going to get anywhere near 5%.
Yeah, they're not. And I don't agree with you on this. I'm glad that they're not going to get that 5%. I'm very much in favor of third parties. But from what I've seen from the Green Party over the last 5 to 10 years, I am just not sure that them getting 5% big picture, other than just putting another party on the list as having 5%, which big picture is really, really a good thing. I'm not a Green Party guy myself, right? I mean, I'm not registered to any party. It's more of an academic conversation because, as you're saying, they're not going to
get 5%. It doesn't look like it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Daniel, thanks so much for the call. All right. I really appreciate it. Okay, going back to the music. All right, well, that's cool.
Where's the
okay,
music coming from, by the way?
Let's talk to Iz has been calling us for a very long time. So let's see if we can get Iz on. What's Iz short for? Is it Isabella? Is it Israel?
It's short for Israel, but
Israel. Okay.
Yeah, but people call me DZ Wu. I'm calling from Florida.
Okay, good. Easy Woo. It's a pleasure. What's going on down there?
Well, first of all, I just want to say, just random. I think people, over exaggerate, too much emphasis on the Second Amendment. I don't care for it at all.
Okay.
Going on to my question, do you think that Gamergate is going to have an effect on the election?
No, I don't. I don't think Gamergate is going to have an effect on the election.
Are they going to vote Trump to bully Brianna Wu?
Yeah,
is that what's going to happen here?
I don't see it. No, I don't see Gamergate. What do you think, Ben?
Let's say Donald Trump wins.
Yeah.
I guarantee you someone is going to write that think piece that Gamergate influenced.
Well, yeah, because Gamergate was involved in the creation of the alt-right, which has been involved in the creation of Donald Trump.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess there will probably be people.
I'm Gamergate. I hate women. Kill all women.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's somebody is already preparing that. So, matter of fact, on somebody's computer across the United States, they have a copy of that versus the alternative, right? So if Donald Trump wins, they're going to find a way to connect it back.
I
to
hate
everything.
black people.
Yeah, we hate you too.
No
I'm the one, buddy.
surprise.
Listen, David. I'm the one for the show tonight. Call in and with that bull. Okay, actually, we're not on your radio show, are we? We're on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna let it rip yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, things that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Huh? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I don't know if that was a parody. It was kind of a dumb one, and if it was for real, it's horrible.
Right. Either way it goes. But I mean, honestly, that's the ridiculousness. Now, he was being an asshole, right? But like, legitimately, one of the things that has been playing this election has been the abuse of identity politics for political ends. And they are going to, if Donald Trump wins, they are going to pound the hell out of every identity politics angle for the next 4 years.
And much of the problem is, Donald Trump's ideas are insane, and most of them he would never be able to do. But Pat and I talked about this on the show today. The people that will be emboldened, Pat, and this guy's probably a parody. He's doing some kind of shtick. But the people that will be emboldened by a Trump presidency, that's really scary to me.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It would give legitimacy to his entire campaign. And he's put out policy proposals to this effect. I mean, look no further than the Muslim ban, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, okay, well, listen, great job. Congratulations. Let's talk to Paul. Paul, who might be, is it Paul in Massachusetts? Is that your username?
Yes. Hello.
How are
yes,
you, Paul?
I'm good. I'm in Hudson, Massachusetts. I'm glad to finally get through.
Awesome.
You guys are doing an unbelievable job. I just wanted to say how much I enjoy your show and how much I'm enjoying the call-in show tonight. And did you get some pizza? Because it's going to be a long night.
We got pizza. Yeah, we got a vegan pizza for Pat. And I think Rachel sort of said, even though she's not vegan, maybe to make the entire thing, we're like, there's multiple people with the vegan pizza. With peace and love, I say, So Rachel's having some of the vegan pizza. We've got, it's all vegetarian though. That's the thing. We've got like a cheese, garlic, tomato, and red pepper.
What the hell is going on here? All vegetarian.
And I don't know. I don't want meat sitting out there in this entire thing.
Does it look like I'm a vegetarian? I tell you what I do need. I'm going to get out of here and go get a Red Bull in a second.
Okay.
'Cause it's a long day. But
why don't you want me to take a few calls? You take a break, Ben, and then we'll swap out,
let's
and then
do that.
Rachel will swap out for Pat, and then we're going to have all sorts of people swapping in. And I want Max more involved, by the way. He's sort of relegated himself to the corner.
Yeah,
and I would like Max out of the corner, particularly because I can't really see him back there. And I'm like, what exactly
He's
is he doing?
sketchy dude. Man.
Yeah.
Let's gotta keep an eye on him.
I'm kidding though, Max. You're killing it back there. I'm fine with you staying there, by the way. Total joke.
No, but I mean, he actually has great. And I'm going to recruit him. Come on and grab a microphone, man. Join the conversation.
I would love
Join
to
the
hear from
madness.
Max. Absolutely. And feel free to sit in next to Pat and tell us what's going on. Max
joining us
looking like he is being walked down to the execution chamber, not exactly looking thrilled about what's going on here. Okay, Paul, thank you so much from Hudson.
Oh, thank you.
All right, take care. Okay, we've got Jeremy McDonough, who hung up. Okay, let's hear from Ben Jamin, who has been calling us for a very, very long time, and I want to get him on. Ben, what's up with you?
Hey, happy to have finally gotten through. I'm calling from Florida, big fan of the show.
A lot of Florida callers, yeah.
All right, so my question relates to transition teams.
Yep.
It looks like Clinton's bound to win this one. So with that in mind,
I hope so.
I'm interested in if there are any names that come to mind, and any names you guys are interested in talking about, like say for example Michelle Flournoy, the prospective Secretary of Defense.
Yeah. Not me. I am not even willing to put the cart before the horse. Right now, Hillary Clinton is falling further and further behind in Florida, and there's some really disturbing stuff going on. So not me. What I am glad to say is Newt Gingrich and Rudy Giuliani were floated as possible names for a Donald Trump cabinet. Check, please. I mean, that was, I'm not really moving to Canada, but that is scary stuff, Ben.
It is getting scary, right? I would say tonight is unnecessarily scary. Florida, Donald Trump is up by almost 5 points, right? No, actually, almost 5 points. It's getting scary. He's taken the lead in Ohio. That's his definitive path to victory.
Right.
I don't want to. Let's see how the rest of the night goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is getting very, very scary. Thanks so much for the call, Ben. Appreciate it. Okay. So I'll take a few more calls, and Ben, feel free to. We've got a projection here. Texas and Arkansas are indeed going to Donald Trump. So let's go to our map. We now can paint Texas red, and we can also place Arkansas in the column for Donald Trump, who has now taken a decisive lead in the electoral vote count, 130 to 97 by my count. Two new projections for Donald Trump here, Texas and Arkansas. And we have it at 130 to 97. 130 to 97. Now, interestingly, we differ from CNN by 2 electoral votes here. And where is this coming from, I wonder? Where is this 2-vote difference? I can't tell, looking at the map, Pat, where it is that we might have that difference. Is it that Nebraska has only been partially called? Because Nebraska now is... It actually looks like it's blue on the CNN map, oddly enough. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
They seem to have ignored the fact that Nebraska divides its vote by congressional district.
Right.
It looks like the state at large is trending blue right now.
Got it.
But that wouldn't even make sense because Trump is expected to win the state at large.
Yeah, so here's what it was. For the time being, we should really only be attributing the 3 general electoral votes from Nebraska to Donald Trump. The single 2 districts that exist, there are 2 other electoral votes up for grabs there, and we don't yet know where those are going to go. So if you want to go back to the map for one more second, Pat, we now have it at 128 to 97. You'll see Nebraska is sort of partially shaded red, and we still have these 2 single districts, and we will see ultimately how those go. Okay, let's take a couple more calls here. Let's take the... Now, this is a scary call because, well, let's just see what it is. There's a very, very strange thing coming up on the caller ID. Let's see who this is here. Name and town. Who's on the line with us?
Yeah, just a second. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Who's this?
Just a second. I'm muting the stream. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. Take your time, yeah.
Canada here.
Calling from Canada. Okay.
Yeah. I have 2 questions, actually. The first one being... the first one isn't a question, actually. To me, it seems like this election is not the election. People are not voting for Trump or Hillary, but rather against Trump, Hillary.
Yeah, that's a common
like
notion, but the exit polls disagree with that. I read exit polls today which actually say that most of the people voting for Trump at least claim that they're voting for Trump, and most of the people voting for Hillary claim that they're voting for Hillary and not against the other candidate. That's what the exit polls are saying right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you. And the other one was that I think it was Ben who voted for Jill Stein. And
That's right.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and is he worried that his vote was effectively a vote for Trump because it wasn't a vote against for Hillary Clinton?
No, don't worry about that. I mean, here, Massachusetts has already been called for Hillary Clinton, and she got all of the electoral votes here in Massachusetts. So the vote for Jill Stein, it was very, very safe here in Massachusetts. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but a very significant win in Massachusetts for Hillary Clinton. So no concern there. That's really not a problem. Ben knew that going in. So yeah, no, I appreciate your concern, but no risk at all here in Massachusetts.
Okay, but do you think it's an issue elsewhere in
Well,
some
we'll
state?
see, right? I mean, if Jill Stein receives a higher percentage of the vote than the difference between Trump and Hillary in a state that Trump wins, you could certainly make the mathematical case that that Jill Stein impacted Hillary Clinton for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for the call. Great to hear from Canada. Always very, very good to hear from Canada. Let's go to Carlos. We haven't heard from Carlos yet. Carlos hung up, unfortunately. Let's go instead to someone who goes by the name of Keemstar Lane. Keemstar Lane. Name and town. Where are you calling from?
Hello. My name is Daniel, and I'm calling from Pickerington, Ohio.
Great. What's going on, Daniel?
I just wanted to let you know that
yeah. Pretty racist song. It's, I guess, funny, but you know, when Ben's coming back, somebody started playing a song saying, "I'm an Alabama N-word and I want to be free." Oh, okay. But it's like, you know, it's a YouTube live stream. You're no crazy stuff is happening. It's just kind of lame. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't even get the point.
Why
Pat.
would they wait until I left to do that? That's some coward shit there.
And he started saying that he was from Ohio too. So you'd think if he wanted to put this out thoroughly, he would have said he was from What, Alabama?
Let me. Can I just give a general advisory to the listeners? I do this shit 4 nights a week with live callers. I am the one, but we want to focus on the important things. This election, Donald Trump. But if we must, you've got the right one. Here we go.
Okay.
I've got caffeine, so let's let it ride.
I want to get to Carlos. Carlos has called a couple times and we've missed him. Carlos. I can't even understand this guy.
I would hang up.
Yeah, I mean, did you get a word of that?
No.
I got some 3-letter words, but that was about it.
Yeah.
He couldn't even make them 4-letter words.
How lazy, guys. How lazy. 218 number, 218 area code. Let's see what you have to say. Name and town. Where are you calling from? 218.
Hello?
Yeah, 218. You're on.
Oh, hi. This is also David from California.
Hey, great to hear from you. What's going on?
Hi. I'm just kind of wondering, do you think that the possibility of Trump winning the campaign, do you think that will discourage any future, say, Republican candidates being, voted into office in the future? Because we all know how terrible the Trump presidency will be like.
Yeah. But so would it discourage other Republicans from trying to run for office? Why would it do that? I'm not sure I understand.
I mean, I'm just kind of making the assumption that Trump will be a terrible president.
You're probably right.
And then, so the ramification of that would be, for the voter to see that, how terrible, voting Trump is. The decision of voting Trump is. Would that kind of in the future discourage any Republican, candidates being voted into office?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I totally know how it would do that, but I don't know. Ben, do you want to comment on this one? I'm just not really sure.
I mean, the only thing I can see reasonable out of that is to think that would it encourage Republicans or discourage Republicans from running from a reasonable position?
Yeah.
Would it elicit more Donald Trump type Republicans?
Yeah.
I think that might happen.
Yeah, if that's what you're asking, David from California, then that seems sort of a little bit more likely to me. But I'm not totally sure about that. Let's hope not. But that is
I think that's kind of like that's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you so much for the call, David from California. We are very, very close to 1,000 people on the live stream, and I would love to get there. So if you're watching on the live stream, please go ahead and tweet this out, send this out. We do seem to have had at some point a live stream freeze. Do you guys know over there how the live stream is looking? It still looks live on my control panel.
Is it all green?
We have an all green situation. Yeah, so we're good. Okay,
yeah.
So maybe it just froze locally there. Okay. Let's take a couple more calls, and then I will step out and take a little break, get a little more water, etc. Let's hear from M. M is going to be joining me. I don't know if M is short for Emily. Who's on the line with us?
Yeah, this is Emily. Hello.
Where are you calling from, Emily?
I'm calling from Iowa.
Oh, Iowa, a state that is going to be a factor tonight, I would say, at least in some way. What's going on there?
I just had a big issue that was affecting me in this election, and I didn't know if you knew anything about it, but is the fact that I'm trans, and one of the things that was under Bush and pre-Obamacare, being trans was considered a pre-existing condition. Mm-hmm. When Donald Trump has talked on numerous occasions of bringing back pre-existing conditions, that seems to me like it's a human rights issue right away for most trans people who are dealing with this, because we are instantly invalidated for most insurance in the country.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if that was something you knew about and what your thoughts were on that.
Well, I think that is one of the many reasons why it would be just fundamentally dangerous for Donald Trump to become president of the United States. I think that there is no doubt that the trans community is not exactly high on the list of communities that Donald Trump is out there looking to protect or defend or improve conditions for. And yeah, I mean, this is one of a very long list, Ben, of reasons why, with regard to healthcare and more broadly, we've got a real problem on our hands here.
Listen, there are some key issues that are going to be under attack day one with the president, Donald Trump, and the LGBTQ community. They're they're front and center
Yeah.
in terms of the issues that are going to be. I mean, not just the sentiment of an electorate that is rabidly racist, homophobic, xenophobic, filling all the phobias. Not just that, but actual policies that can hurt a lot of people. Donald Trump is on the forefront of that.
Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you completely.
Another thing I found that was interesting on this same subject is that people. One of the things that a lot of the people who I know who voted liberal or Democratic in the past who are now voting for Trump, a lot of what they say is, oh, well, he's very neutral on LGBT rights. I'm like, he's not neutral at all.
No.
And I guess they quote that he was at one point neutral on the bathroom bill in North Carolina.
Yep.
But I see that, action on healthcare that would instantly rule out an entire group of people as, incapable of getting healthcare, which was my situation at one point. It was considered I was not able to get health care because it was a pre-existing condition, pre-Obamacare.
Total
Thank
disaster.
you for taking my call.
Not to mention Mike Pence is his VP. I mean, Mike Pence is the social conservative in this race. So the fact that Donald Trump is devoid of any substance means he's going to lean on people like Mike Pence. So
scary.
It's very scary for the LGBTQ community.
Let me reset where we are right now. The electoral map is currently 128 to 97 in favor of Donald Trump. We have a number of states that have closed and we don't yet have any results from because we are still counting them. New Hampshire, Virginia. We have, of course, Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio are closed, but still no data. Maine is another one. We've got Connecticut and Pennsylvania. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, I believe we are going to get close enough to have a few more projections. In very early numbers, Hillary Clinton is absolutely killing it in Pennsylvania, but we've seen this go up and down today, Ben, where it starts one way and then it goes the other. And it's gone pretty well for Donald Trump in a lot of these states that have not yet been called, we will say.
Yeah, this is not a fun night if you don't want a President Donald Trump. This is too close. It should not be this close, but it is, and we're keeping an eye. Florida is still red. It's leaning red. And Pennsylvania, we saw this exact thing happen in Florida. Hillary Clinton came out first, and then Donald Trump snuck back up on her.
Yeah,
so we'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, all right, let's. Rachel, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about Florida, especially. I just think it's really interesting dealing with all of the. Sorry, I think something's wrong with my microphone.
We can hear you fine. Yeah, you just want to get much closer to it.
Okay, yeah, it's very loud in my headphones. So let's just take this off for a second. But what's interesting about Florida is that the large Latino vote, a lot of people in that section are actually not registered as Democrats or Republicans. In that sector. So I think it's going to be quite fascinating to see how that unfolds.
We may be seeing a Latino split along the conservative divide in the Latinx community there. Some are very progressive, but then you have a large community there, particularly Cuban Americans who are
typically right wing.
Right wing.
Yeah.
Through and through, and maybe that's what we're seeing.
Yep, no doubt about it. And of course, I mean, being from Argentina myself, I'm acutely aware of the fact that Cubans are basically the most conservative Latino voters that there are. And most other Latino voters are very, very liberal. Argentinians, incredibly liberal. Not a huge Argentinian population in the U.S., but of course, people who come to the mainland from Puerto Rico, people from the Dominican Republic, Mexico, etc., traditionally quite liberal.
Which is interesting because, there's a large concentration in Dade County, but Dade County is 63% for Hillary Clinton, 34.1% for Donald Trump. But perhaps the margin, I have to see the margin from 2012 to see what that divide was previously.
Yep. I will mention that we have now surpassed the 1,000 live viewer mark on YouTube. Please keep sending out the stream. Let's go to 1,500. I mean, why not? Let's keep it going. Yeah. I will remind you, if you email me, david@davidpakman.com, a picture of you with your I voted sticker, I will send you back a discount code to get a membership at 40% off, which is hugely exciting. Ben sent me 20 pictures already, and he now has 20 memberships to the David Pakman Show, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, let's take another call. I will turn over control to Ben for a little bit, and then I will join you all again. Let's go first to, who should we go to? Let me remind you of what the number is. It is 617-830-4750. Also, David Pakman Show on Skype. And let's go to the 216 caller. 216, how are you? Who's this?
Hi, my name is John Toman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, yeah. And Ben is here with you.
All right, sweet. I was just calling and I had two questions, one of which is not relevant to the election. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, go for it.
All right. So I was just wondering, in your opinion, do you think the results of the election will affect the emboldening of white supremacists in the United States? Like, if Donald Trump wins, like, pretty clearly, they're going to do, like, more things and expand. But if Hillary Clinton wins, will it, like, recede, or will it continue on the emboldening path?
Yes, that's actually a great question, right? That's a great question because it's hard to tell which impact is going to be greater. A Donald Trump win clearly is going to embolden the alt-right, right? It's clearly going to push a lot of voices that were normally relegated to the dredges of society. It's going to bring them out loud and proud. But you also have this opposition phenomenon, right? The strongest position to be in terms of galvanizing your group is in opposition. So if Hillary Clinton wins, then you're going to see a lot of people who, double down. They'll dig their heels in and do everything they can to create the kind of America that they want to see. The question is, which impact is going to be greater, the emboldening by of President Donald Trump or the digging in by in opposition to Hillary Clinton? I'm not sure which impact is going to be greater. Thanks for the call, man. All right. The number to call back is 617-830-4750. I'm going to go to 202. 202, you are live on the, I'm sorry, 206. 206, you are live on the air. Actually, it looks like it's still ringing. Here we go. This is what we need to do. A new system for me. All right, 206, you're live on the air. What is your name, comment, and or question?
My name is Pamela Brewer.
Hi, Pamela.
And I'm in Washington State.
Great. Glad to have you. What's on your mind?
I wanted to ask David, I'm kind of freaking out, but, we know a lot of the states that are going to go Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
Could he possibly add those up as speculation? Because I know, like, California has 55, right?
Uh-huh.
What is Washington, Oregon, and anybody else that we're not going to get, because I have friends freaking texting me freaking out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, hold back. We can't, I'm kind of freaking out too, but, I just keep in my mind 55 in California.
Yeah.
Which would blow Trump away. So that's my question.
Yeah, okay. I'll definitely ask David that. He's running his map. I don't want to, you don't touch a man's map just like you don't touch his radio. All right. We'll let him see if he wants to do that. But you're right. There are going to be a lot of states that we absolutely know are going to go towards Hillary Clinton. I think we want to add them as they come in, right? It's going to be a few more hours before we get to hear from California. But on the freaking out scale, not to inflame the situation anymore. Rachel, how are you feeling? What are you feeling right now?
I mean, I don't know. It's a little too close for me right now to make any predictions, but I'm not too worried.
Yeah, me either. I'm not. I don't know. Maybe I'm not freaked out too much over here. There's still a way for Hillary Clinton to win in Florida. And let's see what Ohio. That's really what I'm interested in, to see what Ohio is looking like. And we'll take this next caller as we do. But caller 937, you're live on the air. What's your name, comment, and or question?
Hi, my name's Jeff.
Hey, Jeff,
I was
how's it
just
going?
wondering how you felt about having us being choosing the lesser of two evils. Like,
Yeah.
how do you feel about the outcome of this election so far?
Yeah, I mean, a great question. The entire lesser of two evils argument. So I kind of fall in a lot of different places on this, to be honest with you, right? The fact that we have to feel as though we're choosing between the lesser of two evils, that's really a kind of crappy situation, to say the least, right? You want to be able to vote for something versus voting against. But what I've noticed in this election has been a lot of people who have taken it as a position of virtue to say, I'm going to reject the idea of lesser evils, and we're going to just ignore it. So what happened in the election was you saw a lot of people ignore everything Donald Trump did because they refused to buy into the idea of there being a lesser evil. And the sum total of Donald Trump is that Hillary Clinton, on so many issues, is the lesser evil. Now, whether you reject that or not, that's totally up to you. But you can't look at Donald Trump and actually think that he's equivalent to Hillary Clinton. I don't know. What do you? Rachel, I'm coming back to you. What do you?
Yeah,
think?
and the lesser of two evil argument is I'm finding it very hypocritical because I'm seeing time and again a bunch of Donald Trump supporters saying that, oh, I can't vote for Hillary because she's a liar and Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils, but he has lied time and time again. So
Yeah.
I'm just finding that argument to be going in circles.
Yeah, and then I found a lot of people who use that argument to say, I'm rejecting the lesser of two evils. I then see them employ the same argument in order to justify why they're going to vote against Hillary Clinton or why they should vote for Donald Trump or why they should vote for the Green Party. So logically, people are not being really consistent with that argument. But I will agree with the sentiment. It sucks. It really sucks to not have a candidate that more people can be excited for, and to have two candidates that are the most unpopular. But I mean, that's all kind of sidebar conversation at this point. We're faced with either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. This is where we are, and you know what? It is entirely too close. Donald Trump is in a fairly strong position, 128 electoral points, votes, and 97 for Hillary Clinton. We still have the West Coast that has something to say about it. Ohio is still leaning towards Donald Trump, along with Florida still leaning towards Donald Trump. That is his definitive path to victory, and we have to definitely keep an eye out for that. Let's take this next caller. This is someone who's been very patient. Jesse Ridgway. Jesse, what's on your mind? Jesse, yeah.
How's it going? I was wondering what your standpoints on Gary Johnson are.
Okay. Yeah. They want to know what we think about. Jesse wants to know what do we think about Gary Johnson. Thanks for the call. Honestly, I'm not going to really be fair to Gary Johnson. Anyone who is kind of as feckless as Gary Johnson, to me, is not serious enough to be on the national stage. I think his vice presidential pick probably should have been the top of the ticket. To be honest with you, I think he's a funny guy, but not necessarily the kind of guy I want in the Situation Room.
Yeah, and after he didn't know what Aleppo is or Harriet Tubman and couldn't name his foreign leader, that did pretty much. I kind of had to throw him out after that.
Yeah, and I think the general electorate kind of rejected him because he was polling quite well before he had all of those gaffes back to back to back. So, I think he did it to himself, to be quite honest with you. Let's take one more caller. This looks like a Virginia phone number if I know my area codes. 757. 757. Do me a favor, turn down your radio or your internet and tell us your name, comment, and or question.
Yeah, my name is James Blazes, and I come from Virginia. My question to David is, how is he able to remain so calm right now in such a heated race?
Well, I just went outside and chugged 3 beers. So no, listen, it's bad. It's really not good right now. I'm just not that calm, I guess.
Well, you maintain composure very well. But let me ask you one more thing. Like I said, I am from Virginia, and we have been somewhat of a swing state for the past couple elections here. And our electoral college now seems to be more swayed toward Trump.
Yeah.
And that does make a difference in the election overall because, Florida is pretty much in the bag for Trump.
It's looking bad. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, and now that Virginia is in the bag as well, where does Hillary stand on having a chance as far as becoming president now?
Listen, it's so difficult because I don't want to prejudge anything because I thought I knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, man.
And many of my viewers told me I didn't, and maybe they were right.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was looking at now in Broward County is the only hope. This is it for Hillary Clinton. Broward County is the only hope left for Hillary Clinton, with Palm Beach reporting at 93% and Miami-Dade reporting at 94%. I mean, it almost is over. 75% is reporting out of Broward.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump still has a lead in the state of Florida. That's his path, man. And Ohio, there's still a path for Hillary outside of Ohio and Florida.
Yeah.
But it's not a fun one.
I just don't have a good feeling about this. That's the problem I'm having. I don't know.
Well, I
yeah.
think the most concerning thing in this whole thing is that
I completely
Virginia,
agree with you. I mean, we
88%
have
of the vote is
California
in,
down,
and Trump's leading by about a point and a half.
as far as
They
that,
pulled out
we're-
entirely from Virginia, and he's now has a lead. I mean, you can't imagine that he's going to be able that she's going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Somebody, I was on the radio with someone a few minutes. I probably have to step out and do another one. I was on the radio about an hour ago, and the commentator was like, he 100% believed that Donald Trump was going to win, and his justification was that Donald Trump has a base. It is not a huge base, but it is a motivated base.
Yeah.
And the question is, does Hillary Clinton have a motivated base enough to actually go out and vote today? So my guess is if Donald Trump wins, it's going to be because the voter turnout is much lower than what we're looking for.
This will be the embarrassment of all embarrassments if Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. I mean, that the scope of what we're talking about here is stunning.
Yeah. So I mean, we're going to immediately shift into the blame game, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a party meeting immediately after a loss?
I'm sure it's well, it was the media and the ground game
no.
and the
they go for each other.
Do they? It was your fault.
they
It was
go
your
for-
fault.
Oh man, I was at a meeting in Broward County back after we lost 2010, and it was a bloodbath.
Wow.
It was like your fault. You didn't do this right. So there's going to be a huge blame game going on after this if Hillary Clinton doesn't pull this out.
And my real concern is this Virginia situation where Trump left Virginia. It was supposed to be in the bag for Hillary Clinton in Virginia. And it looks like Trump is ahead in Virginia. It looks like Trump is ahead in New Hampshire. It looks like Trump is ahead in Michigan. You know, it's really a situation where it's deplorable, ladies and gentlemen. That is the way I would say it. Let's hear from 904. Let's hear from our 904 caller.
Volusia County.
I think that you got to turn down your internet, like Ben said. I really like that.
Hello?
What's going on? Yeah.
Hey, this is Matt calling from Florida.
Matt, how you doing?
Hey, doing good. So I had a question regarding the medical marijuana ballots that are up in 5 states.
Yeah.
Which of the 5 states do you think are going to pass it?
Well, they were all, yes, legalization was leading in all 5 the last time I looked at the polls. Do you know anything about it today?
Well, Florida has passed the legalization of medical marijuana.
Yeah, I was going to say Florida passed it.
Yeah, definitely. And then Massachusetts, the last I checked, it was really tight. I think maybe 2 percentage points dividing yes and no, 5. Oh, legalization is up by 5.
But it's not medical in Massachusetts.
No, it's not medical.
Yeah, I think you said medical, right? Did you
Right,
say
it was a
that?
combination across the country, some form of legalization
right.
or
Okay,
yeah.
I just didn't know from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I think that's looking good. Maybe that'll be the silver lining tonight, guys. I don't know.
Well, according to the New York Times, I mean, we're seeing this obviously, but New York Times is even reporting that it is a toss-up, the election, and who has a percentage chance of winning is a toss-up. Looks like Nate Silver might be a little vindicated in his argument with HuffPost.
Yeah.
Like he gave Donald Trump a 1 in 3 odds of winning. Hell, this is going to be a long night.
It is wild. It is wild.
But I
what
think
is
his
going on.
prediction about Donald Trump was more based on kind of emotion, and I feel like all of his other polls have been more based on data, so that's kind of where I saw a gap.
Yeah. All right, we have a few more projections to make. If you want to go to the map, we can now put as predicted Connecticut in the category in the side for Hillary Clinton. We can give Louisiana to Donald Trump, and we're continuing to fill our map in here. That is it as far as additional right now. We still have most of this map filled in as too close to call. Some of the too close to calls are good for Hillary Clinton because they would be presumed Trump states. Some of the too close to calls are good for Donald Trump because they were presumed Hillary Clinton states. But overall, I think there is no doubt, Ben, that the too close to calls are more concerning for Hillary Clinton at this point.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what's going on at the campaign headquarters for Hillary Clinton. Like, I think by now they have a good tap on what's happening, and I would love to be a fly on that wall.
Listen, Trump said it himself. The election's rigged, right? I mean, so if he wins, it's rigged. That's it's that as simple as that, isn't it? That goes both ways.
Well, it's only rigged if he loses, right?
Yeah, that's often the case. Okay, let's take a couple more calls. Let's go to our now 917. I wonder if this is a New York voter. 917, name and town.
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, how are you?
Good. What can we do for you? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Chicago, Illinois. My name is Seth Abner.
Cool.
I play for Optic Gaming. Yeah, I was just wondering if hold on, let me go to some beer.
Sorry, I couldn't quite get that. What was that?
Excuse me?
I didn't hear what you said. What was the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just mute the stream. Okay, yeah, what were you saying?
Yeah, I mean it's just not that funny to be listening to the stream and then going back to me. It's funny, right? But it's not that funny. So yeah, let's take a call from let's go to the 215 number. A lot of funny people on the stream tonight, 215 number. What's going on?
Hey, this is Klaus. How are you?
Good. How are you? What's on your mind?
I'm doing very well. I wanted to get your opinion about how this will go further with the Republican Party afterwards. I mean, who can actually step in and get these two sides together?
Well, no one can step in and get these two sides together. Somebody, though, Ben, one of the big boys or big girls in the room is going to have to step in and say, if Trump wins, okay, you're the president. Most of that stuff you said, never going to happen. Impossible. Here's why. Here's the realities of being president of the United States. Don Jr. should not be Secretary of Defense, and Ivanka can't be Secretary of Health and Human Services. That's just not the way it's going to work. Someone is going to have to step in, Ben, and sort of explain how things work and how things don't work, don't you think?
Paris Hilton.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the difference between Donald Trump and President Obama, right? President Obama didn't galvanize nor use the movement that was behind him. Donald Trump doesn't know how to do anything but use people and use the crowd behind him. He could push through a lot of what he wants simply by pressuring them from his Twitter account.
Yeah.
Right. So,
but he's not gonna be on Twitter as president, right?
Well, this is Donald Trump. Like, who's gonna stop him? Right?
Yeah. Well, someone stopped him over the last week.
Yeah, I mean that was to win though. Like once he wins, he's a king
that
of
was
the
his
world.
campaign.
Yeah. I don't know who. And the real question is who could reel in Donald Trump, and no one has shown that they're able to reel him in. Not even his wife.
Certainly not Melania. She's not reeling him in. That's for sure.
Very
good question.
Let's assume Trump is not winning.
Yeah. Great assumption.
Let's assume. Let's assume Trump is not winning.
Yeah.
Who would afterwards be able actually to heal the Republican Party?
That I could not care less about.
Yeah.
If they lose and they destroy themselves, that's fantastic. I don't care if they don't rebuild it. It doesn't really make a difference to me. Thank you so much for the call. We do have a major announcement to make, which is that Republicans have indeed kept control of the House of Representatives. This is as expected. The real question is what's going to go on in the Senate. Is it going to be 50-50? Is someone going to have an advantage there? No surprise here, right, Ben? And with the 2010 census redistricting that was done, this was very difficult for it to go any other way.
Yeah, we expected it was just an idealistic fantasy to think that we were going to take over the House, but that wasn't realistic whatsoever.
Yep, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Not surprising, still depressing.
Depressing, of course, no doubt, but not surprising. We're 14 minutes away from major poll closings at 10 p.m. Eastern. What I would love to do, guys, is in 10 minutes to put up a where we are now type of thing. And then we will go to maybe even in 12 minutes or something like that. In the meantime, I would love to take a call from the 714 number. 714, name and where are you calling from?
Yes, my name's Mike, calling from Arizona. And I love the show and was just wondering if you think that people will riot once they realize that the Earth is flat and stationary?
Oh, if people will riot when they realize what? You're very faint. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
That the Earth is flat and stationary?
Yeah.
And that NASA's in line?
I mean, listen.
Their budget is $50 million a day?
Yeah. I mean,
that
it's
could help people?
Right. Well, that's a really good question. That's something we're all going to have to figure out someday. In Ohio, Donald Trump has taken the lead now by 10%. 10% lead in Ohio with 61% reporting. Donald Trump is ahead by 10.2%. Virginia, Donald Trump is ahead by 0.3%. Virginia with 80% reporting, supposed to be in the bag for Hillary Clinton. Georgia is expected. Donald Trump is way ahead. But for some strange reason, it has not been called. Georgia has 45% of the vote in. Trump is up 60-40. Polls closed nearly 3 hours ago. and it hasn't been called. Are we waiting on Atlanta or something?
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
know.
going to say it really depends on if Atlanta is reporting. If you guys could pull up the reporting from Atlanta, but I know in Virginia we have Fairfax County and Prince George's County that still haven't been reported. So there's still a path for Hillary to take the win in Virginia, but it's still unnecessarily close.
Yep. In Georgia, we have basically nothing from Richmond County, which is where Augusta, Georgia is. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. We have 0 precincts reporting there. So really some major, major concerns there. Let's go now to Joseph. We can go to Joseph now if you want, Ben, and hear from Joseph. What's going on?
Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you.
My question is kind of more on the social, like personal social issues.
Okay.
I tend to have a lot of friends from like diverse backgrounds. I'm sure most people do.
Okay.
So this does include some people who are very strongly supporting Trump, sadly, and I'm just, as a person who's kind of vocal about my political stances, I was worried about how I should be interacting with them after the election.
Very carefully.
Whichever way it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I would tread lightly and, make sure your paperwork is in order. If you or anybody in your family has, came to the U.S. not by birth, right? I mean, I think you have to be very careful, don't you, Ben?
I'm sorry. I mean, this is where we are in America. It's funny, but not funny. Sorry, not sorry. Tread carefully. But I mean, also you can just say F the world, man. Just go for what you know, because they are most certainly going to do what the hell they want to do. I'd say you do what the hell you want to do, and don't even sweat it, man. Just keep living your life.
Yeah.
All right. Take the joy out of their victory. I'm sorry. I'm petty. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen, no matter who wins tonight, I've got a dentist appointment in 3 weeks, and I plan to be there, and I don't plan on that being in any way impacted by who wins tonight. I think that's what I'm sort of trying to tell myself. Joseph, thank you so much for the call. We are getting closer to 10 o'clock, at which point we will be, I believe, coloring in more of the map. I will remind you that we are taking calls in 2 places. You can call 617-830-4750. You can also Skype David Pakman Show, all one word. Tell your friends, tell your kids, tell your neighbors that we are streaming live on YouTube. About 1,000 people have been with us much of the night. We would love to get that up to 1,500. We will continue tweeting it out, and we are getting to what I believe will be a critical moment in this evening, Ben. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, most definitely. Fox News is projecting that New Mexico is going to go blue for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Yeah. Interesting night. And we are still, all eyes are still on Florida and Ohio, but they are most definitely leaning towards Donald Trump.
Yeah, I've been taking a look at, we could actually, if you guys want, you can pick up my screen here and we can just look at what's going on in some of these states at the county level. Ben mentioned Virginia, and I don't know why we have, that should be full screen. That's weird. I don't know why it's not. Maybe if I just full screen this and then go back over here. There we go. Okay, so Virginia is one that Ben mentioned, and we can zoom in on Virginia. And as you can see, even if we go into, like, for example, Richmond, we are at 39 of 66 precincts reporting. So I don't know, about 40% of that heavily Clinton area has not yet reported. That's a good sign for her. If you look at the Norfolk area, it's almost completely in 42 of 50 precincts, and that is not good for Hillary Clinton. If you look at Roanoke, that's basically completely in. And if you look up here at this bluer area in the Alexandria area, you will see that it is mostly all in. Although, yeah, Fairfax County, you still got nearly 50 precincts to go, and that's a 2-1 for Hillary area. This is winnable for Hillary Clinton, but the thing is, this wasn't supposed to be close.
No, not at all. And it really speaks volumes to the fact that we are running an unpopular candidate. Listen, I'm all for Hillary Clinton winning tonight, because let's not delude ourselves. There's only 2 options, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I'm all for Hillary Clinton winning tonight. However, this should not be remotely close. There's no reason for Donald Trump to be this close to winning anything. I mean, dog catcher, let alone president of the United States.
Let's look at Florida, which I know you're very familiar with, Ben. We have a situation in Florida where, as you can see, basically the areas that are blue, other than Alachua County, are areas that have cities in them, other than Jacksonville, which is known as a more conservative city.
Yeah,
So if you look at the
definitely.
Tallahassee area and Leon County, 60 to 35 in favor of Hillary Clinton, but that's almost completely in. If you look at Tampa, Hillsborough County, that is basically in. Yeah, Hillary Clinton won, but there's nothing else to
Not
wait
a
for
huge
there.
margin, yeah.
If you look at Palm Beach County, 56 to 41 in favor of Hillary Clinton, it's basically all in. You've got about 44 precincts to go. And then, of course, the infamous Miami-Dade County, you do have 52 precincts to go there.
Yeah.
This has shrunk from a 1.5 percentage point lead in total. Where are we now in Florida? We are at a 1.2 percentage point lead for Donald Trump. It's not much, but I don't know if there's enough left for Hillary Clinton to make it up.
She's got to squeeze it all out of Broward County. That's all that's left. I mean, Miami-Dade, you still have, like you said, 52 precincts still needing to report.
Right.
Miami-Dade is heavily Democratic with the exception of the conservative Cuban community there.
Yeah.
So it really depends. There was I believe, 400,000 Cuban Americans who voted early.
Yeah.
So, we'll have to see what those ballots say. But Broward County, I think, is the only place she has room to pull this out.
And if we go back to the map, I did accidentally not look at Broward County. We still have 147 precincts there to go, and that is 2-1 for Hillary territory. As you can see here, 67% Hillary, 31% Donald Trump in Broward County.
Yeah.
147 precincts to go, which represents about, 25% roughly of what's there. That's where it's going to have to come from.
That's
and
it.
if I recall correctly, didn't it work similarly with Obama and Romney?
No, this map, I guarantee you, this is probably county by county exactly what we saw in 2012, 2008.
Yeah.
No big surprises here, except the fact that this is Donald Trump we're talking about.
Right. No doubt about it. Okay. Let's preview what's happening at 10 o'clock, guys, if we can. At 10 o'clock, we are going to have Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Utah, and Nevada. I'm very curious about Nevada. That is one that I had for Hillary Clinton. The way things are going, it's not looking too good there. We currently are at 137 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 104 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton. In the popular vote, Donald Trump ahead by about 1.2 million votes there. About 1.2 million votes ahead for Donald Trump. And again, we have Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Utah, and Nevada. My curiosity from the 10 o'clock hours, Pat, is Iowa and Nevada. Everything else is in the bag. We know where everything else is going to be, but Iowa and Nevada will be interesting.
You could even throw in Utah there because we've
Curiosity,
seen a strong showing from Evan McMullin. And even though there's maybe a 20% chance that he wins, it could split the vote quite significantly. So that may not be called right away. Nevada's probably not going to be called right away.
No.
Idaho and Montana are shoo-ins. We'll see about Iowa.
We will. Some good news at this late hour in terms of Virginia, where CNN says that Hillary Clinton has pulled back ahead in Virginia by about 5,000 votes. Again, it's big, but Virginia was supposed to be in the bag for Hillary Clinton. When we're looking at, for example, North Carolina, which we can take a look at here on the screen, Pat, and you look at North Carolina right now, 50 to 47 in favor of Donald Trump. And if you look at where we are still missing votes, a lot in the Greensboro, North Carolina area, that's good for Hillary Clinton. Wake County, where Raleigh is in, is basically done. In Charlotte, we have more than half of the vote to be counted. That's really good for Hillary Clinton. And in Fayetteville, we have probably about 3/4 of the vote already in, and that is favorable for Hillary Clinton. So, I don't know. Hillary Clinton needs to start making moves there. And as you can see here, Virginia now blue again, and that is a big deal. In about 4 minutes, we are going to have some more results. Let's take a quick look, if we can, at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is, again, a state where it was just supposed to be Hillaryville. We have nothing in from Lehigh County, which is where Allentown is, and that is a city and expected to go in the direction of Hillary Clinton. Philadelphia, we have, what percentage of the vote do we have in from Philadelphia so far? I can't really see. It's not popping up there. Yes, we do. We've got about 3/4 or more of the vote in. That is going by a 4-1 margin for Hillary Clinton. That is a big Hillary Clinton area. Pittsburgh also blew almost nothing in from Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, and that is going 60-37 for Hillary Clinton. So, I don't know, Pat, if I should be happy that it still looks good, generally speaking, for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania, or if I should be disappointed that we're even talking about Pennsylvania and looking at the county level.
Well, that's the thing. We said this whole time that Donald Trump could sweep the swing states and he would still have to pick something else off.
Yeah.
So if Hillary Clinton's able to hold her lead in Virginia or Pennsylvania, Colorado, I guess all three, and she just squeaks out a victory, that's good enough for me.
Let's take one quick call from the 937 number, and then we are going to have results for you at 10 p.m. Eastern. 937, name and town. Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Christian, and I'm from Union, Ohio.
Cool. What's going on?
So I have two questions. My first is either Trump or Hillary, how much damage do you think they could do?
Yeah. So we did answer this one earlier. We gave our worst cases. I won't repeat it for people who have been with us on the stream, but I gave that earlier, and it'll be up on the recording. It could be pretty bad. But what's your other question?
So how long do you think it's going to take until an independent candidate gets elected?
I think it will take as long as it takes to put in place instant runoff voting. I think the way that the system is set up currently is designed to prevent an independent candidate from really doing well at the national level where they could be viable as a president. And I think until we get instant runoff voting, we are going to have a real uphill battle as far as that goes. And I know that there is no eagerness really to get instant runoff voting happening anytime soon,
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the call from Ohio. Christian from Ohio. We are still looking at results from Ohio. Currently, Ohio is, let's actually look at Ohio. We haven't done that. I'm curious as to how Ohio is looking. We have 55% reporting in Ohio right now, and Donald Trump is ahead by 10.4 percentage points, which is a lot. That is a lot for Donald Trump in Ohio, and we are going to continue watching that. We are under 2 minutes away from our 10 o'clock closings, and then we will take more calls. I will remind you, if you email me at david@davidpakman.com a picture of you with your I voted sticker, I will email you back with a 40% discount code for membership to the David Pakman Show, okay? And if it's Hillary, we're going to need independent media. If it's Trump, we're going to need independent media. And in either case, I want you involved with the show so we can continue to bring you the important programming that we have been bringing you. Let's now get prepared. Why don't we pick up CNN's coverage and see what is going to happen at 10 o'clock, Pat? Let's just see what's happening there and see what 10 p.m. Eastern brings us. Let's take a look.
Jefferson County in the Denver suburbs. I just want to go back and check the historical comparison, 51, 50. So running about right there, 53 over here, running a little behind. But this will be decided in the Denver suburbs. Again, we've talked about this potentially as the year of the Latino. They are key in these counties here. I just want to get it to Denver proper. You see she's running it up in Denver. So of all the, there's a lot of angst at the Clinton campaign headquarters. Colorado, one of the states at the moment, Wolf, that looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. But across the Rust Belt, a lot of anxiety in Brooklyn at the moment.
We're only seconds away from the top of the hour. 4 states are closing. Right now, we're going to be able to make a projection. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Montana and its 3 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Montana. He gets those 3 electoral votes. Every electoral vote will count tonight. Let's get a key race alert right now. Too close to call in several states where the polls have now closed. In Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. Similarly, in Utah, too early to call there, 6 electoral votes. Evan McMullen, a Utah native, a third-party candidate, conservative, he's making a push in Utah right now. Too early to call there. Let's update the all-important Electoral College map.
All right.
Where it stands right now.
So let's come back now. So all we are getting here, all that we have picked up, is that Montana has gone to Donald Trump, which I have now filled in on our map. We have a situation where Iowa is too close to call, not surprisingly. We have a situation where Nevada is too close to call, a little more surprising, interesting. And we have a situation where Utah is too close to call, not able to make a call in Utah, often the reddest state in the country. This may be more about Evan McMullin than it is about Hillary Clinton. Not necessarily a good sign for Hillary Clinton, but that is interesting nonetheless.
Wouldn't it be amazing if Evan McMullin saves America? I mean, I don't know how many electoral points are we in Ohio? I mean, in Utah. Just a hint. Six. I mean, it's going to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're going. It's unfortunately too close. It would be amazing. Like, I would find him and personally thank him for every day for the next 4 years.
The good news out of Florida is it has shrunk from a 1.5% lead for Trump to 1.2% to now 1.1%. The bad news out of North Carolina is that it has grown to a 3% lead for Donald Trump, a state that, by many accounts, but not all, was supposed to be for Hillary Clinton. And in Virginia, we have Hillary Clinton growing her lead slightly to 0.5 percentage point to 0.5%. But again, that's a state that was supposed to be for Hillary Clinton.
I don't see how Hillary wins Florida. 98% of Broward County is reporting. 99% of Dade County is winning.
Yeah.
Is reporting. 95% of Palm Beach. Those are your key Democratic counties with a population enough to overtake the rest of the state.
Right.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it's complex right now. It's a very, very difficult situation. We still do not have anything definitive from a number of states that were slated to be Hillary states. And stunningly, with a quarter of the vote in, and we can actually pick up my map here, with close to a quarter of the vote in, 20% according to this right here, we have Donald Trump ahead 4 points in Michigan.
That's what I dropped my mouth. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah, this is absolutely stunning. And let's go full screen here with this. Could you have predicted this, Ben Dixon? I mean, Grand Rapids going in favor of Donald Trump, maybe not so surprising there. Detroit only going for Hillary Clinton by about 10 percentage points, which is really not that much for what is pretty widely considered a very more progressive area. Wow. Wow.
I'm sorry, audience. I laugh when it's unbelievable. This is rather unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why don't we go to the phones and give me a sense, guys, of what's going on over there? I see concern over there. Is everything going okay so far?
Everything's fine, and we actually do have calls coming in right now.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a couple calls here. Let's go first to, and I got them over here. Let's go to the 801 number. 801, name and town. Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Mike from Orem, Utah.
Cool. What's going on, Mike?
I just kind of had a comment about the way I voted today. I voted for McMullin.
Okay.
The reason why I voted for him, I'm actually a huge Bernie supporter. And I didn't vote for Hillary because of pretty much everything that happened.
Yeah.
And obviously I can't vote for Trump. So I voted for McMullin just to take away any electoral votes or anything like that.
Yeah.
That would go to either of those two. So it's not really the lesser of two evils, but the lesser of three evils. And I'm not a Mormon, like I'm not LDS or anything.
Yeah.
So it was really hard for me to vote for him because
thank you.
I kind of get a lot of flack from all the Mormons around, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I voted for him, and I just wanted to make that comment. And I love your show, man.
Very good.
Listen, thank you for voting for Evan McMullin because Hillary Clinton was not going to win Utah.
No
matter how you cut it, the only chance for helping to stop Donald Trump was Evan McMullin in Utah. So actually, thank you.
Now, as we know, Republican presidents, thanks so much for the call. Really, really appreciate it. Republican presidents, not so good for the economy. And Donald Trump in particular, very scary for the economy. Dow futures are down almost 500 points. Okay. Now, to give you a sense, any day that the Dow moves more than 160, 180, 200 points is considered a major, major move. And Dow futures, which sort of predict where the next day's open is going to be, are now down 500 points. 500 points, if indeed the Dow were to close down 500 points tomorrow, would be one of the biggest single day drops in a very long time. A couple years ago, year and a half, year ago, I don't remember exactly, 10 months ago, we had one really big drop. We had a day where it dropped really big. I don't remember, was it around Brexit? I don't remember now.
Yeah.
500 points because the fear as to what would happen to the economy if Donald Trump is the next president is now people are putting their money where their mouths are. And a 500 point drop in Dow futures right now, this is exactly what we have to look forward to under a Donald Trump presidency, isn't it?
That and a lot more, to say the least. I mean, we clearly economically, I mean, there's just, the Republican Party is irredeemable in terms of policies that are detrimental to America.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just clear cut. It's just, are you in the opposition to Democrats? That's the only thing that they have going for them, and so it only makes sense to for the Dows to be down, the Dow futures to be down like that. But this is kind of asinine, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
This is comical.
This is
in a Shakespearean sense.
This is not going to be seen in the future, if this continues in this way, as a great day for the future of the United States of America.
It'd be great for ratings for you and me.
I know I've said many times that a Trump presidency would be terrible for the country.
Yeah.
But it would be pretty good for shows like ours.
Yeah.
And even still, I voted for Hillary Clinton because I wanted to do what was right for the country.
We're not that selfish.
I'm not that depraved. Yeah. Let's take a call from the 229 area code. Who's on with us?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Adrian London.
What's going on? Did you have a question, comment?
Oh, yes, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My question is that we've had so many comments about the single payer with the Obamacare possibly, if Trump wins, probably being dismantled. What is it about just the American people actually making their own single payer thing without even touching the government?
Well, and how exactly would that be done?
Beg your pardon?
How exactly would you do that? Who would do it?
I mean, just the people themselves. Just make us.
I don't think it's, I mean, I think that doesn't really work that way, right, Ben? I mean, I think that's not.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing that would take a lot of thought experiment to play that out.
Yeah.
I can't really think that through right now.
No, I don't see that happening. But interesting question, and healthcare, a major, major issue. Thank you so much for the call. Really appreciate it. Let's hear from our caller in the 989 area code. Name and where are you calling from?
Hey guys, calling from Bay City, Michigan.
Very cool. It's not looking good up there. I hesitate to tell you, unless you're a Trump supporter, in which case it's looking great.
No, I voted for Hillary Clinton and all of my Democrats.
Yeah.
And I just called my mom and yelled at her because I don't understand how, despite the fact that this guy has said all of this reprehensible garbage, how do you vote for someone like this?
Yeah.
And,
Well, but did your mom vote for him?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
And my dad didn't get to his polling place, but he was going to as well. And, I think this election, if anything, just proves that people are hyper-partisan, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's disgusting that people are too willing to stick to their stupid party loyalties and, all of this crap instead of, oh, hey, Hillary Clinton looked at some emails. I can't vote for her because Republicans are, they obstructed Obama for 8 years. But somehow I think it's going to end well. I have my Obamacare and my insurance is great. But, Trump, he's really famous and I'm an idiot. So I'm going to vote. And that's just where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's surreal, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, no, it's really insane right now. But some good news, a bright spot right now in Virginia. Hillary Clinton's taking a slight lead, 0.5%.
Yeah.
With 93% reporting. McMullen actually got on the board there in Virginia with 1.3%. Gary Johnson with 3.0%. I mean, think about it. Libertarians usually split to go to the Republican Party overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
Take McMullen and take Johnson out of the picture. Trump wins Virginia. So
that is fascinating.
So thank you, Gary Johnson and Evan McMullen. We really appreciate you.
Yep.
And one thing really quick,
go ahead.
guys. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on just social media and the way it shapes the way people think. Because if you look at my dad's Facebook, it's just garbage, memes, and false information, and it's like another universe. And I think this may be just the reason why this is happening, because nobody believes in real media anymore.
It's echo chamber social media. I don't think people's votes often get changed by memes on Facebook, but people very, very active there. And it's, whether the net effect is positive or negative, I don't really know. But I really appreciate the call. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to move on a little bit. We'll take a couple more here. I've got, who do I have? I have Adam Dobeck, who has been trying to get through. Adam, what's going on? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Pickerington, Ohio.
All right. What's going on?
I'm wondering what you think is gonna happen. Do you think there's any possible way that Gary Johnson has any stand in this, or is it just
No.
Hillary and Donald?
Yeah, no, Gary Johnson has no chance of doing anything. I think he won't get 5%, which was something that was being talked about. Period, right? I mean, I don't see anything, Ben.
No, Gary, I don't think Gary Johnson, you might want to cut him.
Yeah, music playing for a lot of people there in the background.
Yeah, I
Weird.
think it's the thing. Gary Johnson nor Jill Stein are going to get remotely close to 5%, which is disappointing. From my perspective, I'm sure for you it's like, well, good. But maybe tonight of all nights, God, it's too close. Maybe it's a great thing that they're not even going to get anywhere close to 5%.
I think what the caller may have been asking was, would he detract people who would otherwise vote for one of the other candidates? So if it's a swing state and it's down to the wire, would those people have, if they had gone to someone else, so on the election, kind of like what Ralph Nader did in 2000 in Florida?
That I see is much more likely. I mean, if you look at a lot of these states, a lot of these counties that we're looking at on our screen, Gary Johnson has more than the difference of what Hillary Clinton's lead is over Donald Trump, and you could make the case that he is flipping a little bit. Hey, I do want to get to this call because they've called like 14 or 15 times. They've been calling for hours, and I want to see, they're either really eager to troll us or have such a good question. You're on. Name and town. Where are you calling from? Hello? Wow. They called 13, 14 times for the last hour and a half.
They got their chance.
They got their chance, and now they're not here.
Man, this is insane, man. Did anybody see this happening like this? Just the closeness of it, right? I mean, strike one for me for knowing I don't know anything, man. I really felt like this should be an easy race for someone to win.
Stunning is what I would call it. 971 area code. We would love to hear from you. 971. You are on. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hello?
Yeah. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, Javier out of Portland, Oregon.
What's going on?
I was just wondering what you have to say to those that are watching the show right now who didn't vote. What do you have to say to them?
Well, there's 1,079 people watching right now, which I don't know if it will ultimately be enough given their distribution to have changed anything, but I'm sure there are many other people who are not watching who haven't voted. Listen, I'm an advocate of voting. I said everybody should vote. The higher voter turnout is, the better it is for the more progressive candidate. What can I say at this point, Ben? I mean, I guess if you're on the West Coast, go vote because it's only 7:15 there, but those states are going blue anyway.
Yeah, there's nothing to be said other than buckle up for the ride. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. Do you have a message to people who haven't voted?
No, not really.
Okay.
If they didn't vote, I suppose I would understand. I don't think either of these two candidates represent, a bunch of people's views. Probably not even close. But yeah, that's well said. Nice.
All right. Thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate it. Let's go to a CNN projection that is coming in, an Associated Press projection that is coming in, and let's go to the map where we can now tell you that New Mexico has gone blue.
It's a good sign.
For Hillary Clinton, as predicted by me and many, many others. Not a huge surprise. Missouri has gone to Donald Trump. Also not a surprise. We did expect that, so I will highlight those on my list here. And we also have now an electoral vote count of 149 to 109 in favor of the patriarch of the Trump organization, Donald J. Trump.
Talk about patriarchy.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where we are now. The bad news out of Florida is that the spread is back to 1.5, plus 1.5 for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I think Florida might be over soon.
Yeah, I think it's once Broward County got to over 90%, I mean, there's just not enough to squeeze out of the rest of the state, Democratic leaning areas for Hillary Clinton to pull out Florida.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Sorry, Florida.
It is. And the other thing I would like to take sort of a quick look at here, if we can, and we will get back to calls. I know there's a lot of people calling, is let's look up the latest here that we are seeing from New Hampshire, because we still have not had anything definitive in New Hampshire. And it's really not looking good. We've got 43% reporting and Trump plus 2.6 right now. And we've heard from Concord, we've heard from Dover, and we also have heard from the Manchester and Nashua area, which, by the way, is red. Although only about half of the precincts reporting right now, and a slim margin for Donald Trump. New Hampshire, not electorally hugely valuable, but because of how it fits into numerous configurations of electoral votes and because of its sort of value as an indicator, is really important. And I had it going for Hillary.
I'm speechless on New Hampshire. This is not one that I thought would be even close. 40, but this is like Donald Trump has a nice lead there. 2.6% lead in New Hampshire, and that's with Johnson getting 4.3% of the vote. I mean, honestly, to the question of one of the last callers, like, did the third party pick away from anyone?
Yeah,
they picked away from Donald Trump.
Yeah,
right. Take Gary Johnson out of the equation. Donald Trump
wins more states.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's insane.
I guess, depending on what ultimately happens, we might have Gary Johnson to thank here in some way.
I'll go, hey, as soon as it's legalized in Massachusetts, come on, Gary Johnson. The first round is on me. Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's take a call from 562. We've got a 562 area code caller, and you should definitely turn down your internet, and we would love to hear from you. Name and town.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's Luis from Los Angeles, California. Hi, big fan of the show. By the way, I just kind of like, I'm a big Bernie supporter, obviously. Right now, he's no longer running. I was just wondering if you can clarify for all of us right here, for many of the Hillary supporters. Do you believe Hillary is more progressive than Obama has ever been so far?
Do I believe Hillary is more progressive than Obama has ever been? I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
From his 8 years right now that he's about to finish.
Is Hillary Clinton more progressive than at any point in the President Obama presidency? No, I don't think so. No,
I think that's the easy one. No. I mean, even on paper, right?
Yeah.
Obama hasn't been as progressive as a president as we would have liked, but just even in terms of what he's done compared to what she has proposed, no, she's not more progressive than President Obama.
Yeah. I mean, what's your sense?
Oh, my sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the board with you guys, exactly. Because no, I just simply don't think that she's as progressive. And to be honest with you, David, the news that just came out last week with the CNN reporter from the one who was just leaked on the WikiLeaks on giving her or her campaign advanced questions.
Donna Brazile, yeah.
Donna Brazile, right there. I think that was really like a big tipping point for me because I'm like, it just really opened my eyes on how like the Clinton, like not the foundation, but the campaign is just like, wow, like, I don't know, it just really was a big turning point for me on seeing Hillary even more exposed.
Yeah.
It's really sad. It's really sad, like for me, because I'm trying to find something good on Hillary, but when that came out, it just really did hurt me. It really did hurt me. Like, wow.
Yeah. So your sense is that had a factual impact on the race.
Exactly. And I saw some of the interviews they were giving on her, and it was just like, just the way she just tried to kept on denying it and denying it and denying it, and this is not just somebody that it's just whoever. I think she was the chairwoman for the DNC convention, wasn't she?
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt there will be plenty of time to Monday morning quarterback it or Wednesday morning quarterback it. I really appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's just take a look because it might make sense to do this. Let's take a look at a map now of where we are and just run through sort of some likely scenarios. I mean, again, we can absolutely, unless things are really going to get crazy, put Hawaii and the West Coast in the Hillary Clinton side. And I believe ultimately Georgia is going to go to Trump.
Florida. Let's
assume that Florida does go to Trump and that Virginia and Pennsylvania eventually do go to Hillary Clinton. I think that they will. Do we want to say New Hampshire goes red? I mean, is it looking? It's really even. Maybe we'll leave New Hampshire blank for now.
Okay.
I don't know. Minnesota's got to go blue, I think.
It's a wild night.
Wisconsin, I think, will go blue.
Yeah.
Let's leave Michigan because it's so close. And I mean, I guess Trump is really pulling away in Ohio, so we'll give him that.
Yeah.
Idaho will be red.
Yep.
Nevada. Utah's too close to call, but it's probably going to end up with Trump, don't you think? Or do you think it could be McMullen?
I haven't looked at Utah yet. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what's going on there.
Colorado, I'm pretty comfortable saying is going to go Trump. And I think eventually all of Nebraska will probably go Trump. I don't know if you disagree with me there, Ben.
No, I'm with you there.
Alaska will be Trump. And now is really where it starts to get sort of complex for Hillary Clinton, right?
Right. Because North Carolina right now is leaning towards Trump.
Yeah. And if North Carolina does go towards Trump,
He has a 5-point lead in Michigan, right? Or thereabouts.
could Hillary Clinton still have a path? If this is what happens, Hillary Clinton basically needs to sweep everything that's left. And I mean, maybe not. Let's start taking away. Let's say she doesn't get that extra district in Maine. And let's say New Hampshire ultimately goes to Donald Trump.
Right. She's not going to get Utah.
I think Utah is not going to go to her. That'll probably go to Trump or maybe to someone else.
Yeah.
And then it becomes a question of she needs Arizona. And I just don't think she's getting Arizona.
And that's the game. That's the ball game.
And that's it, right? I mean, no matter what happens with this extra district. So what's our most likely path forward here? This is already assuming she gets Nevada. She needs one of. Now here's the thing, okay? Even without Ohio, even without North Carolina, and even without Florida, if we just get her Michigan back, she wins.
Yeah.
Okay? This is a path that does not include Ohio or North Carolina or Florida. She would need Virginia, and then that extra district there in Maine sort of makes no difference. You could even give the entire thing to Trump and it wouldn't make a difference. So this is a path forward. I mean, let's if the crazy happens and Donald Trump ends up winning Michigan, then Hillary Clinton deserves to lose, right? I mean, it's like if you're the Democrat and you can't even get Michigan and you were supposed to get North Carolina, you missed that, then you're not going to be forgiven electorally for not getting Ohio and Florida. What are you thinking about this? I mean, does talking it through in this way make you calmer or more agitated?
Listen, I'm calm no matter what, just because. But I mean, Donald Trump is up 5 points. Granted, it's only 29% reporting out of Michigan. He's up 5 points. That's an impressive lead. Of course, there's some key counties. So Michigan is still in play. But I will say Florida, that's a wrap in Florida. I do not see anything left for Hillary to get out of Florida. And that was a sure win. Ohio, what was the last thing we said? It's still leaning. I mean, it's definitely leaning 64% with Donald reporting, with 53% to Donald Trump. I mean, 11 points. I don't know. I don't think Ohio is going to in play for her.
You know, the other crazy thing is that Trump's ahead in Wisconsin right now. And I know it's only a couple points and it's only partially reporting. Say bye-bye. This is, we can no longer even put together hypothetical paths. So this is not, if we want to switch, this is a hypothetical map that we've been looking at. And as you can see, if Hillary needs Wisconsin, because if she doesn't get Wisconsin, there's probably a lot of stuff she's not getting. If she gets Wisconsin and Michigan, she doesn't need Ohio, North Carolina, or Florida. Let me switch now to the actual map. This is the actual map right now, and we're nowhere close to what I just showed you. We're at 149 to 109.
Yeah, I think you and I were both wrong earlier. I honestly thought we were going to be able to go home early tonight. That's not happening. We're really going to have to wait on the results from many more states than what we expected.
My sense, though, is that some of these are going to start coming in. You know, the 11 o'clock closings are, I mean, those should not be in play. So really, in the next 35 minutes, I believe we will get some more certainty in some of these states and see what ultimately transpires here. We have hit over 1,200 viewers on the live stream. Thanks to everybody there. Let's take a couple calls. We'll go to the 443 number. Somebody calling from 443. Name and town. Where are you calling from, and what's your name?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
I'm Brian from Maryland.
How you doing, Brian?
Doing good. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So with the election and everything with the president, obviously very important. Do you think that Congress will be able to make a comeback and stop either Hillary or Trump from implementing their plans, or do you think Trump's popular support will eventually roll over the Republican defectors from Trump, and he'll be able to?
A lot of that is going to have to do with Ohio, which has now been called for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won in Ohio, and we can now paint that red. Now, Still, Ben, we're going to get to that question in a second. We just have a little bit of action here.
Yeah.
Still, the map that I developed is still spot on for right now. Nothing has changed right now versus my map for now. That's all I'm saying, Ben.
Right,
okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen.
Decision Desk HQ not only called Ohio, but they're calling Florida, Missouri, and North Carolina for Donald Trump. I can definitely see Florida. I think we've already called Missouri a little bit earlier than that. And North Carolina was still out, but yeah, I don't have anything to say, but just every morning when I start my show, I don't know how the office of the presidency survives Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because the sheer disdain that he's going to be shown. I mean, what they did to President Obama over the last 8 years pales in comparison for what we're getting ready to do to Donald Trump. I mean, F the role of the presidency. It's really going to devolve into something that I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be any respect left for the office once he's gone.
A first lady who was working illegally in the United States at one point, right? I mean, you can't write this stuff. This is crazy.
You can't write this.
Listen, I'm sorry.
Orwellian.
I'm sorry we got off track. I think that it's too early to have the answers to exactly how this is all going to play out. We're all sort of trying to process the results right now, so we'll deal with that, I guess, tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for the call. We're going to keep looking at what it is that is happening here. But Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. And we now also are seeing it appears as though we are getting closer to a Florida call because 95% is reporting there. We know that it seems like corporate media likes to wait until they call Florida because of what's happened. Ever since the year 2000, they like to wait on Florida. But it is not looking very good in Florida.
No. I mean, I've already, I mean, there's really no reason they haven't gone ahead and called this. There are only like 3 counties. 4 counties that are Democratic leaning.
Yeah.
And those have reported at 95, 96, 98%.
Yep.
There's nothing left for Hillary Clinton to get in Florida.
Yep. I agree with you. All right, let's take a call from Gibbon. Gibbon is joining us. Gibbon, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Hudson, New Hampshire.
Okay. I'm having a super hard time hearing the callers. I don't know if you are, Ben. Maybe we can bump them up a little bit. You said you're calling from New Hampshire?
Yes, in Hudson.
Cool. What can we do for you?
So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on Trump's policies on immigration?
I think they're a disaster, and I think they're completely hypocritical, and I think they're unrealistic. Mexico's not going to pay for a wall. His own wife was working in the United States illegally before she was legally authorized here. She is someone that is on the list of people who should have been deported, according to Trump, based on his own deportation force ideas. I think that they're a complete joke. Ben, is there more to say?
No, that's it.
Can I ask something else, too?
Sure.
Yeah, my name's Adam Dobek from 9 Gambia Street. Come assassinate me. The door should be wide.
Okay.
Wide open. 9 Gambia Street, Hudson, New Hampshire. Come kill me. Adam Dobek. My mom's name's...
Yeah. Okay. Well, I really just don't know. When I consider myself a prank call connoisseur.
Yeah.
I relish a good prank call. And I don't know what these calls are about. Like, what is the joke? Do you know, Pat? Maybe it's like I'm too old to understand what the jokes are.
I think the warning sign was when he said he wants to say something else. And
Yeah,
started
that's never
cracking
good.
Up.
Whenever a
I was
caller
like,
wants to say something else, you know that you're in trouble.
We should have known because it was quite the lame question to begin with.
Yeah, right.
What do you think about Donald Trump's immigration policies? Well, no shit, Sherlock. What do you think we think?
Yeah, they're a disaster. Yeah. Okay, let's take a call from 805. 805, you were on the line with us. Name and where you're calling from.
Hi, this is Mackenzie calling from Seattle, Washington.
All right, Seattle, I
question.
think still maybe Hillary can win if we're lucky.
Maybe. I had a question about the next election cycle.
Yeah.
So this election has been about voting for the other candidate. So
Right.
my question is, do you think that this kind of polarization is unique to this election cycle, or is this the future? Is this the future of American politics?
I believe that we are seeing a change to American politics. It's been pretty effed up for a while, Ben.
Yeah.
But I think it's getting worse. I think that this does signify a change, particularly whether Trump wins or loses. The fact that he's just the nominee signifies a change for American politics.
The fact that it's this close, the nominee, just the fact that he got the. Well, actually, some of the nomination came as a result of all the free media. I mean, you don't get $2 billion to some estimates of up to $3 billion of free media and not win a nomination. But the fact that the race is this close tells you how many people are willing to play ball with Donald Trump style politics.
No
And that's
doubt.
Scary.
No doubt. Did you vote today, by the way, Mackenzie?
I did, yes.
Cool.
Voted yesterday.
Oh, you voted.
Mailed it
So
in.
you did early voting.
Yes, early voting. Actually,
right.
Washington is all vote by mail. So.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Washington's vote. See, we need that here in Massachusetts, don't we, Ben? Yeah. All right. You don't care. You'll go.
May I ask one more quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, David. So, kind of related to my first question,
It's that
what
extra
what
question
type of candidate or policies do you think could unite the country again? If you think that something is going to change.
I wish
I know,
there was a
big.
policy that could unite the country. I think that we are
One
so far
policy.
from that, Ben. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know.
Aliens.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
think some big discovery I've talked about with Neil deGrasse Tyson about how significant advancements with regard to space travel, intelligent life outside of this planet,
Yeah.
that might be such a
It-
major uniting force. But short of that, I just don't know, Mackenzie. I don't see any policy uniting people.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, David.
All right, thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much for the call. Really, really appreciate it. We are, guys, getting very, very close to some additional calls. There are rumblings that Virginia has been / is going to be called soon, depending on where you look, and we will probably be making that call in favor of Hillary Clinton pretty soon, right? I mean, Virginia is starting to shape up like what it should have been, which
Yeah.
is a win for Hillary Clinton. Are
Yeah.
you getting the same thing?
Yeah, we're it looks like we can go in that direction. Thankfully, I mean, I don't know what she would do without Virginia.
Yeah, it would be over, I think,
Yeah.
if she lost Virginia there. Okay, let's take a call from 757. 757 area code. What's going on?
Virginia.
Hey, what's going on, Dan? This is James again. You know, I had a question before, but I didn't really have the chance to ask you. So before the election actually started again a little bit, but they had a video about Project Veritas.
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
I am.
What are your stances about that, man? I've heard a lot of differentiating opinions about that.
Yeah, well, you want to take this first, Ben? You see me
Yes, Project Veritas and James O'Keefe, they are the scum of the earth. I think the only people who are more repugnant than Donald Trump, not just in the quality of character, but definitely with how they deliver their content, highly edited to try to convince that there's a narrative that doesn't exist, right? They're editing these videos to make it look like it's actually something, all the way back to the Acorn incident of 2008. James O'Keefe is the scum of the earth, and if you want, you could cite Rush Limbaugh and be more credible than if you cite James O'Keefe.
All right. I mean, I could not possibly add to that.
Right. But I mean, some of the things that they said, like, why did he get fired? Why did I'm not sure what his name was, but why did he resign? Why did he get fired?
Oh, that's easy. I mean, you're talking about the guy who was working for the Democratic leaning organization. He resigned after the video came out because, one, listen, he was an imbecile to begin with, right? But then two, it's just they're cutting their losses. As soon as this gets out, just look up Google James O'Keefe and Acorn and see the number of people he got fired. He took down an entire organization with a video that was completely fabricated, that was not true. So take a look at that, and you can understand why an organization will very quickly part ways with anyone who shows up in a James O'Keefe video.
All right. We're going to move on. Thank you so much for the question.
That gives me a little bit more closure. I really do appreciate that.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. I see an 860 number, which is Connecticut. Oh, but I missed them. That's too bad. Let's go instead to the 914 call. 914, name and town. Where are you calling from? Hello. All right. Guess we don't have 914. I wish we had gotten to that 860, but instead we'll take a 504. What 504 could be just as good. You're on with us. What's going on? Where are you calling from?
Oh, man. I'm originally from New Orleans. I'm a songwriter, man. I've got 3 songs on this election. And, you know, we've been reduced to rubble, man. This politics this time is just an embarrassment, period, to just being a United States citizen. Hey, come on, man. Y'all got to help us out. I'm black, dude. I've been through Katrina, 11 foster homes. I've been married 36 years, 2 kids through college. Man, I'm a hustler.
What do you think
So
about this, Ben?
For the good thing, man. This election been rigged.
You were starting to give me a sign.
Against the Democrats. I'm nervous. Excuse me, man. I'm so mad I want to cry.
Don't cry, sister. Don't cry. It's gonna be all right.
Anytime Comey came out and threw that wrench in that election, y'all didn't know this wasn't gonna be nothing.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's a really interesting perspective.
It is going to be fine.
You didn't like that call for some reason. Can we talk about that
tomorrow? We can talk about it if you want to.
But you immediately did not like that call.
Because the audience that we have here is going to just light them up a little bit more, and then I'm going to have to act a little more ignorant. So, you don't want to feed the trolls. And
okay.
She probably was very sincere.
Yeah.
But, at the same time, we don't want to feed the trolls. Not tonight.
All right. Well, I think we're getting very, very close here to something happening in terms of Florida, right? I mean, I think very soon we're going to...
Yeah, it should be called for Donald Trump.
It's going to be happening very, very soon, and it's going to be scary for everybody that's involved. By the way, people asking if you need to be a member to call in. No, you don't. The number 617-830-4750. You can Skype David Pakman Show, all one word, etc., etc. Let's go to... where do we want to go? We are not going to go. It's funny. People we've already hung up on because they trolled us are just calling back. Like we're going to pick up on them. You know what I mean?
Like caller ID isn't a thing.
Yeah. So we're just going to start blocking people, guys. I mean, I think that's the only way to deal with this. Don't you think? We're gonna just block a few people, and that's going to be it. Let's take a call from the 915 area code. Name and town. Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from actually Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Okay.
My phone is actually from Texas. But
Cool.
I have a question and a comment. Would you agree that, I'm not sure who I'm quoting, I just heard it somewhere, that people get the leaders they deserve?
Yeah.
And so with this election where, at least for me as well, it's basically unbelievable how Trump can get so much support. Would you agree that that's a reflection of like that level of education or the type of people that are now in the United States?
I agree. I think, if this is the result from people selecting Donald Trump as the Republican nominee, and then this is the result from the turnout that we are seeing, and that these are the results we are getting, then these are the results that we deserve, and it'll be an embarrassment, and it'll be pathetic, and everybody will laugh at, First Lady Melania Trump and Secretary of State Don Jr. and, Barron Trump or whatever the kid's name is who's so good with computers will be running IT security for the White House and the entire thing. And that's what it'll be. And that's what we deserve, right?
Yeah, we are getting exactly what we deserved. And a special shout out to all those people who wanted to stop Hillary Clinton at all costs. Hey, looks like you may have gotten your wish. Just make sure you get what you want.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much for the call. Really appreciate it. We do have an announcement to make, which is that indeed Hillary Clinton has won in Virginia. I guess I wish I could say that this is just so great, but it's shocking to me that we didn't know that until 10:40 p.m. Eastern time, because really that should have gone pretty early. We do have another projection to make, however, and that is something that may continue to push us in the direction of Donald Trump being president of the United States, as shocking as that might be. Or it might be something that helps Hillary Clinton. Or we might have no projection whatsoever. Michigan is still in the direction of Donald Trump. That's scary. That's horrifying. That's disturbing. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is ahead with now nearly 50% of the vote in, which is very, very, very disturbing. And
I'm gonna break my no drinking policy, man.
It's been months, right?
Yeah, it's been at least 6 months since I had a drink. I think I'm gonna pop a bottle on something tonight.
Yeah,
it's good.
Who could have imagined this? I mean, what's crazy? That nut Trump supporter who's been sending me 100 emails a day for the last 6 months. I guess they know more about politics than I do.
No. You know what it is? It's like we completely underestimated the level to which people hate Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
That's it. Actually, I don't want to say we. I want to say the regular media, not even the mainstream media, but just people who parrot the left-leaning, Democratic-leaning talking points. Like, this is a statement, no matter if Hillary Clinton wins tonight, this is a clear, definitive statement that America does not want Hillary Clinton because it should not be this close. If she wins this, it's by the skin of her teeth, and that's not a mandate, even though they're going to try to spin it to be one.
There's somebody in our chat who is saying, just embrace nihilism and laugh, don't even give an F, which is interesting. I mean, that's not a bad approach,
Actually,
right?
That's
I mean,
kind of where I am, to be honest with you. I'm just like, whatever, dude. It's the sun's going to come up tomorrow no matter what.
Dow futures now down 600 points.
Wow.
The Dow looking like maybe the worst day for the stock market in a very, very, very long time. I think that tomorrow is not going to be a good day to look at my Vanguard account. I think that's
agree.
We can definitely say. Okay, I think very soon we're going to get something out of Pennsylvania, and I think it's going to be for Hillary Clinton more than likely.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at that pretty soon. In the meantime, let's hear from 504 area code. We've got a call from 504. Is this the same caller, you think?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah,
Hi, what's your name?
my name's Tina Marie.
Tina Marie. We just spoke with you, Tina. How are you?
I'm mad. I'm a mess.
David's going to leave me on the air with you. It's Tina.
Huh?
It's the same Tina. Thanks for the call, Tina. We really appreciate you calling in. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate
But
it.
we want to make sure we give everyone a chance.
Let's
to
go
get
back
in.
to 262, and we will let's block her. Maybe I think we'll have to get on that. 262, you're on with us. Name and town.
Hey, David, this is Freddie calling from Fayetteville, Arkansas.
I'm sorry, I'm having a real hard time hearing you. Can we turn up the callers a little bit, guys, and then maybe you can tell me again your name and where you're calling from?
This is Freddie Maldonado from Arkansas.
Okay, Arkansas, perfect. What's going on?
Well, I've been trying to get through for a while. Glad to finally have you on the line. Just wanted to say I love everything you do. Love the show.
Thank you.
And also, I want to say that I'm freaking terrified by your map right now
Yeah, because it's not looking good for who?
for Hillary Clinton. And
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I am not for her at all, but I would prefer her to Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. It's
Also-
pretty scary right now.
So did you vote for her?
I wanted to ask what you think about all these Donald Trump supporters. What's going to happen with all that energy that he's raised, all this commotion? What do you think is going to happen after the election, even if Hillary wins?
Well, I think it's going to be chaos for a while. I think it's going to be incredibly chaotic. I think depending on who wins and what the reaction is, we might have not insignificant levels of violence, although I hope that that doesn't happen. And I think that we're really in for something from now until the inauguration of President Trump. And it is going to be, I mean, such a disaster because we've got a guy here who has no idea about anything. All his plans are, I'll put the right people in and we're going to be great and it's going to be terrific and this entire thing. There's nothing there. And what is Trump going to do for the next 3 months until inauguration? I guess try to figure out how to be president or something? I don't know.
I think he's just going to try to get attention as usual.
Yeah.
But with that said, I also wanted to say that you and Patrick are absolutely adorable, if you don't mind me saying.
All right, thank
And I
you. What
wish
about
you guys-
Rachel, though?
Yeah, I'm insulted.
I think he probably can't hear you because of how we're taking the calls right now.
Okay.
Can you hear Rachel, by the way?
A little bit, yeah. I didn't exactly understand what she said, though.
Oh, I said I'm insulted because you didn't include me in that.
Oh, well, you're adorable, too, but sorry, hon, not into that kind of thing.
All right.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so you dislike Hillary Clinton, but did you vote for her?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Did you vote for Hillary Clinton even though you dislike her?
Of course.
You did,
I
okay.
hate myself for it, but I did.
What do you dislike about her?
What do you dislike about her? I'll translate. It seems like you just can't hear Rachel. What do you dislike about Hillary Clinton? Okay. Very good.
No one
that
can answer
came, It was a
that.
great call, but it came to a stop ultimately,
Yeah.
and then it did not go any further. Okay, so let's reset where we are. Currently, Trump, 167. And we can go to the map, Rachel. Trump, 167. Clinton, 122. We are awaiting some results that are going to really indicate to us what it is that is going to happen tonight. And I think we can put the map up, guys, here. We've got it. Yep. This is disturbing. This is a very, very disturbing situation. And Ben Dixon is back. He may be drinking alcohol. I'm not sure.
What are you drinking?
It's just a little red wine. Okay. So Ben is going to be back. We may be ready to sort of wrap this thing up kind of soon. I think that soon we're going to know.
Just in the other direction.
Yeah, just
What-
in the opposite direction.
What do you mean by that?
I think soon it's going to become clear that Hillary Clinton is not going to be the next president of the United States.
Please don't say that.
What do they just call? They call Michigan?
No, nothing happened yet.
Okay.
But they're
Oh
just
my
talking about different scenarios, etc. That's sort of what's going on right now. We'll take a couple more calls, and I think we're going to get to. I hate to say, guys, I think we're getting to the end. I really
Stop,
think
please.
it's coming.
Please.
Okay, and Rachel, make sure to switch to yourself when you're talking,
Okay.
just so everybody can see what's going on. Let's take the 336 area code. 336, name and town. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Eastern North Carolina.
Cool. What's going on?
I wonder if anything good can come from Trump winning, anything at all. I don't think he's going to win, but anything good come out of it.
I'm sorry. You're saying I'm just having I don't know if it's just me. Can you hear the callers
crank
okay?
the, volume
We've got to
on the
turn the
calls
callers up, I think. What was the exact question again?
Can anything good come out of Trump winning? I know you Turkey won. Do you think make people more apathetic or more energized if he actually won?
Would he be more apathetic or energized?
No, the people.
His supporters or everybody?
Everyone.
Well, depends who you voted for. I think it's
Yeah.
going to be incredibly divisive and polarizing.
Either way it goes, it's going to be untenable. I
Yeah.
don't see. I mean, Donald Trump is not one. I think the worst case scenario for unity is Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is not going to pretend to try to unify America.
No doubt about it. There's not going to be any pretending whatsoever. Thank you so much for the call. Really appreciate it. Let's get to that 860 number. I think this is our Connecticut caller, or at least with a Connecticut number. You're on. What's going on?
Okay, glad I'm on.
Yeah.
I guess the live stream on YouTube isn't always up with the call chat. Okay.
60
So,
second delay.
just to let you know, I'm Ian calling. I'm calling from Clinton, Connecticut. I'm a young liberal college student. I really like your show, even though I'm new to it. And I was just wondering, because I've really been afraid of this, I'm wondering, what do you think, or at least what would you do if Donald Trump becomes president and he really does start a nuclear war? My plan is to move to New Zealand.
Well, what if he
because I
nuked
know
New
that's
Zealand?
where it's safe.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. I don't know. I think that hopefully somebody's going to prevent Trump from starting to nuke people. I don't know if that's going to happen.
I mean, what are your worst fears for Trump becoming president?
Yeah, that's a real concern. That's a real concern. I really appreciate the call. We do have another projection to make here. Let's go to the map where Hillary Clinton has indeed won Colorado. Colorado has now been called for Hillary Clinton, which puts her at 131 electoral votes. She is about 5 percentage points ahead of Donald Trump there. Again, this was one that was always sort of part of the projection for Hillary Clinton. No surprise, but tonight we had a number of sort of surprises in terms of where Hillary Clinton is not doing particularly well. So we are at 167 for Trump and 131 for Hillary Clinton. Just had to have it, right, Ben? I mean, nothing major here. Colorado,
it's
9.
just one of those she has to have. I mean, we.
Is anything super surprising to anyone at this point?
Well,
Michigan,
Michigan,
Ohio,
and
Florida,
Wisconsin.
Florida. I mean, honestly, the margin. It's surprising because Florida, Hillary didn't have a ground game in Florida, particularly in the black community. So
Right.
it's surprising that she didn't do that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's underlying all of the wrongful, or not wrongful, but all the incorrect predictions.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a train wreck.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a total train wreck. What are we going to get soon? Is New Hampshire going to come in soon? I don't think it'll be consequential. Where is Pennsylvania? We got to get Pennsylvania in for Hillary Clinton.
Actually, let me drop this here. This is from Kyle on Secular Talk. Kyle pointed out that Clinton leads by 1% in Wayne County, Michigan. Obama won it by 48%. think about that.
and Hillary Clinton is only leading by one percentage point.
1 percentage point.
That's a red flag.
That's
yeah.
Well, there you go, ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen.
That is
so you know what? But here's what I appreciate about this, right? I hate to. I'm sorry, the audience may not like this, but you guys don't have to follow my channel, right? The only thing I appreciate about this is that it's almost headed towards a definitive loss for Hillary Clinton, not one that you can blame on Jill Stein, because she's like Jill Stein is completely irrelevant in this equation right now.
Completely
And,
irrelevant.
Gary Johnson is actually helping Hillary Clinton in this equation,
by and large.
And so there's nothing that you can do to say blame this on anybody except for the candidate herself.
Yeah.
And that to me is the only consolation. It's not much consolation, because we'll be dealing with Donald. President piece of crap. I won't say it on your show, but
well, the thing that really is tough for me is that the Trump supporters will think this means that Donald Trump is somehow great. You know what I mean? But they've been bamboozled. That's the thing, and they will never get it. They'll think that they're great and that everything's great and that everything's terrific. And that's really going to be the tough part, because these are literally some of the most lowest information people that have ever contacted me. And I've been contacted by all sorts of people during the years I've been doing the show.
Yeah.
Some of the most inane and uninformed stuff has been from Trump supporters, people convinced that it's rigged in all sorts of obscure yet slightly quantifiable ways for Hillary Clinton. And they're going to be significantly emboldened. Prepare yourself.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you actually think about the question that I was asked 2 hours ago, what's our worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is the emboldening of Donald Trump supporters and that style of thinking and that style of campaigning, and the fact that they are going to be even more in our face. They were relegated to the dredges of society for a long time. This is their day. They've come full circle. This is their year.
Silver
It's the year of
lining,
the troll.
the stream is up to close to 1,400 people. And I mean, I don't know. We've got that going for us. If nothing else, that's a nice thing.
Listen, my ratings are going to be off the chart if Donald Trump wins. So the sun is going to come out for me regardless. I just honestly, in all sincerity here, I was joking a second ago, but in all sincerity, I really feel bad for those demographics that are going to be hit immediately.
I know, because you know what? In the end, here's the thing. Here in Massachusetts, a lot of things aren't going to change.
No.
And we've got it pretty good here in a lot of ways, right? I mean, we're talking about, do we want more charter schools or not? We're going to legalize marijuana. We've got basically complete healthcare coverage in Massachusetts of all people. We have public schools that are really by and large pretty good.
Yeah, awesome schools.
So I don't know if how are you feeling about that, Rachel? Because it's one of these things where my day-to-day life, honestly, is not going to change very much as a result of Trump. Yeah, if we start libel lawsuits against media that reports opinion journalism, that's going to be crazy. The Supreme Court
will knock that down quickly.
The Supreme Court, Trump appointing 3 or 4 Supreme Court justices. Yeah, at some point it could probably directly affect me. But by and large, we're going to be okay here in Massachusetts. But there's a lot of people that won't be.
In Massachusetts, yes, but globally, it's going to be a disaster because, as we've said time and time again, all of his ideas and policies are devoid of any substance. So how is he going to be equipped to make any type of large-scale decisions that may not affect us on a day-to-day basis, but they might affect us a few years down the road?
Yeah, it's hard to predict, particularly when you have things like lifetime appointments to the Supreme Court.
I think.
How will it affect you?
I think you're going to see people living until they actually die on the court. Like RGB, she's not going to retire in the next 4 years if Donald Trump wins. She's going to hang in there as long as she'll be giving a ruling and pass out right there on the court. And that's the only thing that could be a saving grace. Yeah. But ultimately, he's going to get at least 1 to 2 minimum appointments. But
how many Republicans are voting for him for that very purpose?
Many.
Too many.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I'm just going to try to call Sam Seder and see what's going on over there. Let's just see what's going on, because I want to hear from him if we can. I don't know what he has going on over there. Let's see if we can get through to him.
Hello, David.
Sam, it's not looking good.
Yeah, no, we know.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are following what's going on, but it's really not looking good.
No,
what do you think? What else do you think? We're like having a movie marathon in here?
I would not blame you if you decided to just watch a movie. Yeah.
No, it's a disaster. I mean, it's a total disaster.
Would you call this an unmitigated disaster, or are we not there yet?
Yeah. No,
You
I
would,
would
okay.
say I mean, it's clear that the Democrats will not retake the Senate.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, look, we're not there. Hope springs eternal, but I I guess there's a 90-something% chance, according to the New York Times now, that Trump is going to win. We're looking at a Supreme Court that will be lost for several generations. I mean, without a doubt, right? And not just, 5-4. We're probably looking at 6-3, 7-2.
Right.
Is very possible over the course of the next 4 or plus more years.
Yep.
There's every reason to believe. Paul Ryan said a month ago that he was going to pass his budget, and they will repeal the Medicaid thing. They will block grant that. Literally millions of people will lose health insurance.
Yeah.
You will see cuts to Social Security.
Yep.
We're going to see increase in military spending. You're going to have maybe Rudy Giuliani as the Attorney General, Newt Gingrich as Secretary of State.
Can you imagine?
This is
Barron Trump
disaster.
running White House IT security.
Somebody just IM me and said, "Is this going to heighten the contradictions?" It will, but there will be no root.
There's no path. There is no left to exploit that opportunity right now.
There's no path. There's no path to exploit. Unless people are literally willing to march on Washington with weapons against the most heavily armed third of the country. Honestly, the idea this heighten the contradiction. Yes, it will heighten the contradiction. And just in the same way that, people living in oppressive regimes can see that there's a difference between them and the people who are oppressing them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's going to be the dynamic, but many, 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 many people are going to suffer.
And, we were talking about that, Sam, and we were in the room kind of thinking, day to day here in Massachusetts, for a lot of people, things aren't going to change drastically in the short term, although Trump will be able to make changes that will, as you mentioned, have multi-generational effect. But this is also going to disproportionately affect, I would argue, Trump's own supporters and base in many ways.
Perhaps. I suppose, but I don't know that's necessarily true. Trump's, I don't know, if the perception is that Trump's base are people who rely on Medicaid, but I don't think there's any data to support that. Trump's base is not necessarily full of women. My daughter, very well, when she is a grown woman, may not have the right to choose an abortion in 3/4 of the states of this country. The opportunity for people to get redress in courts for things like poisoning the water. Forget about it. The Supreme Court is going to be lost for generations. We're talking 20, 30, 40 years.
Right.
If it becomes a 6-3 court, which seems to me very likely, if Donald Trump wins.
Yeah.
Then those three two more people who are put on, they're going to be in their 40s. They'll be there for 40 years. It's just going to be. This is a real disaster, and even worse than when it was under George Bush. This is a far more virulent conservative, movement, conservative, racist, nativist party. People forget. George Bush wanted to push for immigration reform.
Oh yeah, I mean
They
this
wanted to
makes
do,
the Bushes and the
Latino-
Romneys look like very
No,
very
but it's not- but look,
milquetoast.
the Bushes and the Romneys were the ones who sort of like, plowed the field,
Yeah.
germinated the field, and provided the nutrients for the soil to grow all this because it was to their electoral advantage. But them as individuals, I mean, this is an unmitigated disaster.
Fox and AP call Ron Johnson the winner in Wisconsin.
And that is just un-effing believable.
Wow. California and Hawaii have officially gone to Hillary, Idaho to Trump with the 11 o'clock. But, that doesn't change anything. I think everybody who had any clue had that going that way in their map.
My son might have to grow up underneath President Donald Trump.
That's right, Ben. Yeah.
If
Can you
if
imagine
Russ-
how old is your? Let's Ben's son. Your daughter is she 12 now, Sam?
I have an 11-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son.
Right.
My
And-
daughter's, look, my daughter is aware of everything Donald Trump has said,
Yeah.
right? And this country just elected him president. I mean, what is the message
Yeah.
to an 11-year-old girl who hears that Donald Trump says these things about women, who has a friend in school who is worried, a Muslim friend who's worried that her family is going to have to leave the country, that this guy could get elected president? I mean, it's stunning.
Yeah. And Ben, I mean, how old are your kids now?
5 and 3. So all they will know is, like me, all I knew was Ronald Reagan growing up.
Yeah.
But I would love for them to know Ronald Reagan compared to all they will know is Donald Trump for the next 4 years.
Yeah. It is a disaster. I mean, Sam, how close to just saying it's done are you, Sam? I've been running
Look,
some
if
scenarios
Russ
and it's just not
Feingold
looking
just
good.
lost Wisconsin. If Russ Feingold loses in Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton is not going to win Wisconsin.
Yeah. And she is behind.
And if she's losing Ohio and Wisconsin, I think it's highly unlikely she's going to win Michigan, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's it.
Yeah. So what's going to be to blame here? Who failed here? What's the Wednesday morning quarterbacking going to be?
I mean, I don't think it's just one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could range it from the media's harping on emails. I think James Comey, what he did was unconscionable. For the last 2 weeks of a campaign, to say that, to imply that she could be, facing indictment, that there's, new evidence. I mean, it's just absurd.
Yeah.
I think she's a very flawed candidate. I think flawed in a myriad of ways. And I think, strategically, they're not tying Trump to the Republican Party and basically leaving one front in that war completely fallow so that the Republicans didn't need to separate themselves from Donald Trump. The idea that Paul Ryan could have skated by without having to say a word about Donald Trump for the past 3 months is just absurd. It's just absurd. And it was a huge tactical mistake. And there was a tremendous amount of hubris. I mean, look, I was overconfident. I thought there was, somewhere between 0 and 15% chance of this happening. And I think there's a blame to go around. I mean, the one thing I can say is that in terms of voting, I don't think there's no evidence that at least the people who were talking about voting for, a third party have in any way influenced this outcome.
No, if anything, they've
extent-
helped Hillary Clinton. I mean, there's states where the margin for Hillary Clinton is quite a bit smaller than the vote for Gary Johnson, and you could argue that, if anything, that has helped Hillary Clinton.
Right. And I think people keeping up ridiculous narratives about whether she's sick
I think those
or
narratives matter.
and emails, I think, hurt because the people less inclined to vote for Clinton, those people who may have voted for Obama, had this notion that she was, some type of demon seed.
There are people that spent the last several months of this whole election cycle relitigating nonsense, conspiracy theories, and garbage from a done primary in a swirl of emotional toxicity, delusion, fantasy, and conspiracy theories and misogyny. And, I don't think that that's the prime cause of it, but I do think that the performance is totally pathetic and disgusting.
I think what's being underestimated, Sam, also, it's real. Sometimes people like to get cute and say, stocks do better under Democrats and employment does better under Democrats, and all that stuff is true. But at a sort of more systemic level, I mean, the Nikkei is crashing. It's down nearly 5% right now as we speak, and it's just descending into the bowels of the Japanese economy as the Trump win seems more and more likely. Dow futures are down nearly 700 points, meaning tomorrow could be the worst day for the American stock market. I guess the Brexit day, although we recovered from that within the 10 days that followed, this is already becoming sort of a real thing with real world implications.
I mean, look, all that shit will recover. I mean, honestly, like that
in 4 to 8 years, maybe.
No, all that stuff will recover. I mean, honestly, like the Nikkei, who gives a shit?
No, I don't care about the Nikkei, but I'm just telling you about the impact this is having instantly.
Right. Well, but in 2 weeks, Donald Trump will calm the markets by putting some longtime Republican in there who is, I don't know who it's going to be, who's going to basically just run the economy on the same trajectory that it's been. All that'll be fine. The real suffering is going to be everybody but those people.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And so, this doomsday scenario. No, what we're going to get is a virulent form of republicanism.
And Sam, sorry to interrupt. North Carolina has gone to Trump officially now.
Well, I mean, it seems to me to be pretty much over.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is a disaster.
It is, yeah. And the trumpeters are going to feel vindicated as if they were somehow right about something, and that is going to be, prepare yourself for that tomorrow.
Their candidate won.
I'm sorry, what was that, Sam?
They were right insofar as their candidate won.
Yes, they were certainly right about that. 190, 186 Clinton over Trump right now, but without North Carolina, Hillary Clinton needs Wisconsin and Michigan, just has to have them. And the path is narrowing, as they say.
No, yeah. All right, man.
Okay, Sam. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're getting close to,
Yeah.
I think we're getting close here.
So this is interesting, right? I don't know if it's interesting so much as it is understandable. 58% white voters are with Donald Trump, 37% with Hillary Clinton, compared to non-white voters, 74% with Hillary Clinton, 21% with Donald Trump.
Yep.
If you break it down by white men, 63% of white men voted for Donald Trump, 52% of white women. I mean, Hillary Clinton didn't even win white women. Black men, 80% with Hillary Clinton. Black women, 93% with Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Latino, I mean, people of color did their part, But anyway, I guess it is what it is.
It is what it is. And so this is, I think, a great time to remind you that independent media is going to really need to be supported during this time.
Yes.
The Benjamin Dixon Show on YouTube, the podcast, etc. You have to support that. I have already been saying, just straight up, anybody who voted today and sends me a picture of them with their I voted sticker, which we will put on the show tomorrow unless you don't want us to, I'll send you a code for 40% off membership at davidpakman.com/membership. We're making this appeal to the 1,400 people watching us now on the live stream.
Yeah.
And, paying for your cable bill to fund corporate media. that's not exactly going to be the rewarding approach during what may be the next 4 years of a Donald Trump presidency.
Yeah.
We really are going to need alternatives to this. And, we may be facing lawsuits, Ben, if Donald Trump has his way. Independent media may be facing lawsuits. But even without that, we really do need to fund an alternative. And, alternative media, to the extent that Bernie Sanders had a successful run, and I would call what Bernie Sanders did successful, and a lot of what he advocated for was made part of the Democratic platform. I would call it a success.
Yeah.
A lot of that was not because of corporate media, which waited as long as humanly possible to talk about Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
We were talking about him early on.
Yeah.
You were
absolutely.
talking about him early on. So the point is, please do think about the impact that independent media has already had. And we didn't have enough impact this election, and we're going to want to have more in the midterms, which are often disasters for Democrats.
Yeah.
We're going to want to have more in the future.
Can you midterms? Like tomorrow morning, we potentially will see a unified government around Donald Trump, the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the what they can get done before the midterm elections.
Yep. Yeah. Let's so again, please subscribe to the Benjamin Dixon Show. If you're watching our stream but not subscribed to the David Pakman Show, please subscribe. And 40% off membership for anybody who wants it. Just email me, david@davidpakman.com, david@davidpakman.com, a picture of you with your I voted sticker. I will get back to you tonight, tomorrow at the latest, with a 40% discount code for membership. We just need to bring people in. This is so important, Ben, and I could not possibly overstate the importance. The phones are ringing off the hook. We're not going to be on the air indefinitely. So let's just quickly go through some of these calls. We're going to be quick with these. 518 area code, real quick. Name, town, and question.
Hello, my name is Billy Mott, and I'm from Schenectady, New York.
Beautiful.
I was calling to see, that's a question, to see how you think the DNC is reacting to how close the election is currently.
Well, what could they possibly be doing? I'm sure they are, use whatever analogy you want to use, right?
Yeah. I was thinking, like, maybe you think they might be regretting their choice,
No, I don't think this is a matter of, yes, Hillary Clinton was vulnerable in some ways. But when you're looking at some of the numbers that we're seeing, I don't know that we can just say Hillary was the wrong choice. What do you think, Ben?
Oh, hell yeah. No, I'll definitely say Hillary Clinton was the wrong effing choice, like all day long.
Politically, she may be in her lack of alignment, but what I'm saying is, I don't know that the results would have been, because this is very overwhelming. I don't know. Yeah, James Comey wouldn't have someone to do investigations about. That's different. I don't know.
Who gained more traction than her?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Who would have even gained more traction?
Bernie Sanders would have. This was not have been. The only thing they could have thrown at Bernie Sanders is he's a socialist.
Yeah.
They did that for the last 8 years against Barack Obama. Nobody even cares. It's so in vogue to be socialist now, right?
Yeah.
People have it in their Twitter bios. I have it in my Twitter bio. That's all they could have done with Bernie Sanders. Hillary Clinton, she may still pull this out yet, but in terms of this panic that everyone is feeling, this is 100% about Hillary Clinton.
I hope. Well, all right. I mean,
and you know what the DNC is thinking? I don't know if you watched The Caller, if you watched The Walking Dead, but if you remember when Negan came out of the van and he said, "Are you pissing in your pants yet?" That's exactly what the DNC needs to be doing right now.
All right. Thanks for the call. We're going to try to get to as many of these as we can. Let's go to our next caller. You are on with us. We're going through the calls pretty quick. So name, town, and your question.
Hello, my name is John Marabella.
Yes.
I'm from Connecticut. I was wondering, you're a fucking nigger. I hate that nigger right next.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, you could have let him.
Can we cut that?
You know what's fascinating? That guy, according to Twitter, is a police officer.
Oh yeah, send him.
We
send
should
me the
definitely
information.
look into whether this guy.
What I love more than anything else are stupid racists.
Yeah.
Don't
that, ladies and gentlemen, you heard where he was calling from.
And we're recording the show, obviously.
And you heard what his name was. And I wonder if his superiors would be interested in hearing about the calls he's making to shows.
I think they definitely would be
Oh,
interested.
absolutely.
Yes.
I think they would be absolutely interested. It's funny, that guy he's been calling for an hour to do that.
Really?
I mean, it's just,
Really?
what are you doing? 443 area code, name, town, and question. We're trying to get as many people on as possible. What's on your mind?
You asking me? Am I on?
Yep, you're
Yes,
on.
that's you.
I'm on live now.
You're on live, yeah.
So, I'm a 48-year-old man from Elkton, Maryland. So I kind of live right on the border of Newark and Maryland, Newark, Delaware, and Maryland. I have 2 daughters, 12 and 13.
Yeah.
They've been following the election. I've had to kind of sit down at times and just say, let's watch this stuff, and what do you guys feel about it? How does this make you feel? Now, I mean, tonight is just an absolute disaster. I mean, I now got 4 years of my 12 and 13-year-olds. They're going to be 16 and 17.
Yeah.
Before there's any change on anything.
Well, that's what
And
Sam Cedar was
this is
saying. He was making a similar case.
This is their reality. I mean, in the Supreme Court, we will probably be very old men before we see any reasonable justices. Now, I'm not the most liberal guy on the planet.
Yeah.
But this is it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now, I talked to you in one of the town halls. I'm the guy who had all the models in the background, and I was asking you about the DNC in Philadelphia. And I went up there, and I saw things on the street up there that just never got reported. The media has sort of created a narrative that was completely out of touch on both ends, on the left and right. And I think that's all you can do to explain this.
Yep.
So I don't know. I don't really have a question. I cannot believe.
No. You've said it well.
happening.
You've said it well, and I appreciate you calling in. A very, very good point. I appreciate it. We will update our map in that Nebraska has now been totally called for Donald Trump, all 5 electoral votes, and that also Oregon has been called for Hillary Clinton. So we currently have a map of 197 Hillary to 188 Trump. Ben, anything on your end?
Washington. 50.5% for Donald Trump, 43.2% for Hillary Clinton, with 11% reporting.
Wow, that is disturbing. That is disturbing. Let's take a couple more of these calls. 818, you were on with us. Name, town, and question.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on with us. Name, town, and question, please.
Oh, hi. My name is Zach. I'm in LA.
Yeah.
And I'm doing my best to not think about presidential election as much as I can right now.
Okay.
And I'm actually wondering how much you know about the statewide races. Obviously, in California, we have a number of propositions on ballot.
Yeah, I'm not totally up to speed on the statewide races in California, but we're going to do a whole analysis tomorrow. I mean, it's not looking good all the way down the board, is it, Ben? I don't know. It's just.
It's a mess. It's a wash.
Yeah, I totally get not paying attention to presidential. We're just not really ready to talk statewide. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go to the call from 281. We're going through calls pretty quickly, so 281.
Hello?
Yeah, name, town, and your question, please.
Stephen, Tennessee.
Cool. What's on your mind?
Morristown, Tennessee.
What can we do for you?
I was just calling to talk to David.
This is David. You're talking to him.
Oh, hey. Sorry, you're on my TV too, so I couldn't.
Oh, no
I guess
problem.
there's a little bit of a lag there. Yeah, so I've got 3 things. One is that I'm just really disappointed in people like my parents who taught me ethical values for voting in Donald Trump. It's very discouraging. And 2, pretty happy about the Amendment 2 in Florida. And then 3 is kind of more of a optimistic, constructive thought in how we can make a Donald Trump work for us. I know that there's so much bad about him, but if you think about how malleable he is and how hypocritical he is on the stances that he's taken the election on, I'm just wondering if maybe you pull a Putin and you appease him.
You're asking the exact right question, which is, if this is the reality for the next 4 years, how do we make it as least bad as possible? That's the exact right question. I don't know the answer currently. I just don't know the answer currently. We will have to see, and a lot of it will be who Trump puts around him. But we will see about that. Thank you so much for the call. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to try to get to as many people as possible here. Let's go next to the caller from 623. 623, you're on. Tell us your name, where you're calling from, and what your question is.
Hi, David. This is David from Arizona.
Cool.
And
I think you guys are being a little premature in calling it for, well, you're not calling it, but, thinking so much that it's Trump already.
I hope so.
I think it's a lot closer.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot closer than you guys are thinking. In fact, I'm looking at a map that shows there might even be a tie, which would be really interesting, but probably low probability of that. In fact, 538 puts that at something like 2%. So right now, 538 has Hillary at 40% and Trump at 58%. So it's still really close, and hang in there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Michigan is now, it's a 0.8% difference between Trump and Clinton in Michigan. And if Hillary
you guys
Clinton,
haven't looked at the districts there.
if Hillary Clinton can indeed get Michigan, that is going to change the picture slightly. I don't know what on earth is going on in Florida, because it's been hours. We still haven't heard it. And you know how hesitant they are to call it there. So, well, listen, we're just going state by state. We're going down the line. Wisconsin is not looking good for Hillary Clinton. And it's just hard to imagine her losing Wisconsin, but then all of a sudden picking up a whole bunch of other states. So, but you're right. I mean, this is not over. You're completely right about that.
Yeah, look at the districts in Wisconsin, too. I think they favor Hillary still.
Yeah, that may be. I mean, remember, the supposedly the outstanding districts in 2012 favored Mitt Romney. We have now seen the line close even more in Michigan, by the way. While we've been talking, it's now down to 0.6%, which is very, very interesting. All right. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. We are going to reset here and look at what we have going on. Let's go to the map for a second, guys, if we can. What's going on right now? We're waiting on a lot of polls, and we see significant hesitation from corporate media and the AP and a number of different entities in calling some of these states. And clearly they really, really want to get it right. So what I want to do now is take a look just at the state by state and see with you what is outstanding and what could go in the direction of Hillary Clinton. Let's do a quick check on Florida. We have 99% reporting on Florida, and Donald Trump is ahead by 1.4%. I don't know what we're waiting for there. I think Florida is a lost cause, and it is for Donald Trump. We also have a situation in Michigan, which I've been talking to you about. We now have only 60% reporting in Michigan, and the lead has been reduced to only 0.6%. 0.6% with 60% reporting in Michigan. Michigan is absolutely still in play. You agree, Rachel? Looks like a possibility to you?
Yeah, I think it still does at this point.
Okay. Let's also look at Wisconsin, and this is really not good. In Wisconsin, we have Donald Trump up by 3.2%. and 69% reporting, and that needs to go in a different direction if Hillary Clinton is to have a chance there. And then what else is relevant? I mean, Pennsylvania has not yet been called. Hillary Clinton now up by 2.1%, and we have 83% reporting. That's relevant. Maine, we now have 49% reporting, and Hillary Clinton up by 2 percentage points. Maine, in this tie scenario, which Pat actually mentioned, Maine is actually important in that scenario, which the last caller actually mentioned. So that's certainly something we should think about. Imagine, Pat, if that ends up being a realistic scenario.
Right. So if there's a 269 to 269 tie, then the House would vote for president, the new House, and the Senate would vote for vice president. So we could have a President Donald Trump and a Vice President Tim Kaine.
Yeah, although the Senate is not looking great for Democrats
at this point,
right now,
it's a toss-up.
But that's sort of another.
Now, if Hillary
issue.
Clinton could win Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I think she'd be able to pull it off.
Yes, she would. Now, Nevada, she's currently ahead. And let's look at Nevada, by the way. I mean, 2% reporting, and she's up 8 points. But 2% reporting doesn't really tell us very much. You also mentioned Wisconsin and Michigan, which we looked at. Let's quickly just take a look at that possible scenario. So that would be if Hillary Clinton wins Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, but then everything else. That's basically the scenario that we actually had lined up, right? That's the scenario that we were looking at. And then that one electoral vote, one way or the other in Maine, does not really end up making any difference. Either way, Hillary Clinton would win. Something needs to turn around here. Now, I just reported to you that Michigan had gotten to 0.6 apart. Michigan has now gotten to only 0.5 apart. That is getting closer and closer. But unfortunately, in Wisconsin, we have now seen an increase to a 3.3% spread in favor of Donald Trump. So that's where we are right now. And New Hampshire, Trump is ahead. We've got 2/3 of the vote in, and Trump is ahead. Now, Pat, remind me, the tie scenario, who had New Hampshire in the tie scenario?
I think the tie scenario would have to give New Hampshire to Donald Trump, as well as the extra congressional district in Maine. I mean, there's a number of ways to get to that tie.
Yeah.
It is, out of any scenario, the most likely electoral college outcome, even though it's never happened before.
Yeah.
There's a number of ways you can get there.
All right. So that is something we are absolutely going to be keeping an eye on. Of course, the actual map is the one that I have here for you. 197 to 188 as of right now. If we can pick up the map for the audience. This is the actual map as of right now. I'll have it for you in a second. There it is. 197 to 188. That is the actual map right now. CNN has it as 187 for Trump. Do you think that that's they're giving him 5 in Nebraska? Is it that where else could they be taking away just one vote from Trump? Would it just be one of those in Nebraska? Have they moved back on that? And they've got 187 for Trump. I'm not totally sure on that, but we are very, very close to where they are. Okay, Michigan. I am focusing a lot of my attention on Michigan right now, and that is where I think we are going to see possibly a lot happen. Let's go back into Michigan. As I mentioned, now down to 0.5% with 61% reporting. Guys, I don't think Michigan is done. I think Michigan is still right in this, and I'm increasingly convinced of that.
No, there's about half a percentage point between the two of them, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, as more and more results come in, we're seeing about 68% in it now, I think.
Yeah.
The chances that it can swing dramatically either way are very low. So
right.
we're going to see someone inch up.
Yeah. It's got to stay this close, or it is going to become out of reach the more that we get. Let's take a couple more calls here. Let's go to the 586 number. 586, you're on with us. Name, town, and your question.
Hi, how you doing, David?
Good, doing well.
Hey, my name's Rolando. I'm from Michigan.
Cool. What's going on?
Hey, I know you're trying to get through a lot of calls, so I'll try to make this brief. First of all, I love your show. I've been watching for a long time.
Thank you.
I've been watching all night, and I was going to say a few things, but I'll change it up since we're getting kind of late in the evening.
Sure.
I'm from Michigan, and, the point you guys were making earlier about the Trump supporters being a little bit more motivated than the Democrats. I mean, I don't travel all over the state every day, but I'm from southeastern Michigan. I'm in a suburb of Detroit.
Yeah.
And, I see Trump signs everywhere. Like dozens of them in people's yards everywhere. And I might have seen 1 or 2 Hillary bumper stickers like at all. I know that's very anecdotal, but it's just, you guys are right on point with that sentiment, at least from where I stand.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. And then one other thing is, I don't know if you have time to answer a question or not. But,
yeah, go ahead, real quick.
With Trump's run and the kind of personality that he has, do you think this is going to have an impact on future elections? Is this like the future of politics?
Yeah, I think so. We had a couple questions sort of along those lines. I think this is doing significant damage to the country, and I think it is opening up doors that are going to be doors that it's ringing bells, and you can't unring certain bells, I think is a better analogy than opening doors, and I think that that's a real problem. Thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate the kind words. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, let's just for a little bit dip into CNN live coverage of what's going on. We're expecting a few projections here, and then we'll be back very, very soon.
The Democratic area of New Hampshire, and we still have nothing. Closer to Boston.
And I think we have, we're going to get that volume level up on the CNN feed for you.
In Trump War Room, you're happy with what you see, but we're not done in New Hampshire yet. Where to?
Pennsylvania.
It's a road trip with Wolf Blitzer. I like this on election nights.
80% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 48.9% to Donald Trump's 47.6%. 73,000 vote lead for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 81% of the vote count.
It has closed of late. There was a little time earlier tonight. I go back and forth in the map, pulled out national. There was a time where it flipped red, then went back blue within a matter of seconds as some votes get adjusted through the system. So what are you looking at here in Pennsylvania? Number one, again, here, we're up to 96% now. And she's up in that area. I told you you want to get 430, 440, 450. Right, that's critical. That's the figure that they needed. You got to be over 400,000 for the Democrat. You'd prefer to be closer to 450,000. So that's quote unquote the right number if you're a Democrat. So you get that out of Philadelphia. Then the question is, how do you perform in the populous suburbs in the collar counties? 59% there. to 57%. So she's doing it percentage-wise. The question is, you look at the turnout, 90% of the vote is in there. Let's move over to Bucks County. This is always the close one. This was 49-48 is my memory, 50 to 49, I'm sorry, a one-point race 4 years ago. This is the closer, the more blue-collar of the suburbs, and so that is getting tough. The question then is, do Democrats make it up? This used to be the more Republican, more affluent county, and you go out there and Hillary Clinton's doing well with 70% of the vote in here. So we have a ways to go here. The reason this is so close, in what has been a rock-solid Democratic state for so long, number one, Erie County. That should be a Democratic county, Donald Trump winning there. Allegheny County, let's see, this one is about where it's supposed to be if you're a Democrat, 56, 57, 42. So Hillary Clinton did well there. She was there just the other day. She was there twice, I think, in the last week of the campaign. This one's going to be embarrassing personally to the Vice President of the United States. He was there many times, and you see 50 to 46. That's actually pretty stunning. It's not a huge vote center, the Scranton area, but this is a traditional, big Democratic area, Wolf. And again, in a close state like this, if you underperform in the places where you know you have your votes, that's what happens. And so we're going to pull this out right now. We're at 81%. This is a squeaker. We're still going to have to go here and count. And I just want to check.
She's winning by about 75,000 votes.
About 75,000 votes. I just want to check. So you look at these smaller counties as you go through the state. Most of them are in. So most of the Republican vote is counted, but not all. And we have a ways to go yet here as well. And so if you're the Clinton campaign, this was supposed to be locked up like that. You're thinking, this is supposed to be a big 5-point lead. This is supposed to be locked up, and they are not. I just want to check back to see. Constantly checking to see if the percentage goes up. We're still at 57%. Again, this is a very close race. At the moment, it looks a lot like Virginia, where she was able to come back. The question now is she's pulled into position where she's on the same lap of the track now, where she was a couple laps behind most of the evening. We'll see if she can close the rest of the gap. Again, if she's going to do it, it's going to be.
All right, welcome back, folks. I see we're having a little problem with the audio for CNN, so we wanted to break back in here with just some basic updates. You can go ahead and cut CNN, the CNN line. 209-216 is the electoral map. David's joining us. We're having a little problem with the audio for CNN. It was going in and out. According to the chat room and in my headset, it was just going in and out. So it's already, it's not over. Michigan has gotten a little closer. It's still within 0.5%. Too close to call, obviously. Wisconsin, though, Donald Trump has a lead in Wisconsin, which is unbelievable. I mean, what do you do with that, Pat? What do you do with that?
If he's able to pull off Michigan or Wisconsin, I think independent of each other, I think the whole election goes. It's interesting, though, because if you look at the projections for the popular vote, it looks like Hillary Clinton could still win the popular vote by maybe even a solid point or so, which, of course, she's not going to win the presidency anyway, but it could matter in terms of a mandate. So we'll have to look at that.
Well, Donald Trump is not one to actually need a mandate to think that he can do whatever the hell he wants to do. So
no, he thinks that anyway.
Yeah, he thinks that anyway. So, but it's still a terrifying notion that Wisconsin, of all states, may go to Donald Trump.
We are able, if we want to, if we go by the Guardian's map, which is a little bit more aggressive than the one that CNN and some of the networks have, we can fill in a couple more states, I believe. They've got Georgia already over for Trump for one.
Florida.
And they also have Florida over for Trump, which we can do. And they also have Colorado and New Mexico. They've also put Washington in for Hillary Clinton. Although, as you mentioned, Ben, Washington is closer than we might have expected.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, just like anything else tonight, you would not expect Washington to be that close.
Yeah.
We're looking at Washington 47, and actually she's come back and spread the margin a little bit.
And I think part of the issue is we have 0 from King County, which is where Seattle is.
Exactly.
And,
so Washington is going to stay its piece.
Yeah.
Still, the Midwest is where our concern is.
Yep, no doubt about that. So if we do that, then we are at 239 to 232 Trump to 209 Hillary Clinton. And now Florida has been called for Donald Trump officially. So that is starting to close the window for Hillary Clinton. Wow.
Yeah.
That's something, isn't it?
It's huge, man. I don't even want to use that word ever again.
Yeah.
But it's very significant. there's going to have to be and not to say that it's over, right? There's still hope. What does Sam say? Hope springs eternal. We'll see what happens, but there's going to have to be a huge autopsy of this election to see what the entire F happened here.
I will say, and the trumpeters are in a tizzy over this. I mean, they are going to be pleasuring themselves to this video from today for probably years to come.
Yeah.
That I think we can all agree about.
But it does put us in a position where anything that happens in America, anything wrong that happens, becomes theirs. They own it. They own it, and it's always easiest to win after someone else has been in office, right? To have three consecutive presidents of 2 terms of Barack Obama and then
80 years since it's happened.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
It is a stretch. It is a stretch indeed. And this is where if you had looked at the predictions that base predictions on sort of like the environment, not the individual candidates, but the environment and who's been in power and et cetera, those pointed to Trump. And we just were saying to ourselves, well, but the guy's so clueless that I'm sure that has to be a factor. But no, those predictions seem to have been correct. And I think soon, I think if Wisconsin or Michigan go Trump, even though mathematically it won't be over, it will be for all practical purposes over. Does anybody disagree that if Wisconsin or Michigan go Trump, now that Florida is officially for Trump, we're basically wrapping up?
I agree. I don't really see a path for Hillary.
Yeah.
Without Wisconsin and Michigan.
Yeah, I'm sure once that result comes in, they won't officially call it for him because we just won't be in that position yet.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, it'll be over.
I think you're right about that. Let's go back and take a couple more calls just to see what's going on. Let's take the call from 904. 904, name, town, and topic, please.
Jacksonville.
Hello?
Yeah, we can barely hear you, but you are on. I don't know if we can turn them up at all, Pat. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Hey, my name is Harth, and I'm calling from Florida, which was just unfortunately given to Trump.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't? All right.
No, it was. It was. You're absolutely right. That has gone to Trump, and Michigan will be going to Trump soon, I think, from what we're seeing, Ben. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm keeping up with that. 2 quick questions. From an outside, from like a European or the rest of the world looking down on this election and how it's going right now, how do you think they are viewing this presidential election right now? Like,
they are viewing this as an absolute unexplainable disaster, right? I mean, people, I know, I have family in France. I have plenty of family in Argentina. I have family in Israel. I have a lot of friends in Italy. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. They thought it was a joke. How could this possibly be real? When I would talk to them as during the primaries, they'd say, hey, what's this funny thing about this Trump guy running, right? I mean, it is nothing that is believable to people outside of the U.S. It's barely believable to people in the U.S. I don't know how else to describe it, Ben. I mean, it seems like a joke.
The only thing I can think that they would think is that this is some type of trend that we're seeing globally with Brexit. And, of course, they're going to try to tie it to it.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be ignorance and bigotry.
Sure.
And
you can coalesce people around it.
You can easily coalesce people around hate. And I'm sorry, what's the slogan? Love trumps hate.
Yeah.
Not unless you work super hard, because otherwise hate is the easiest emotion to capitalize on.
Yep, I agree with you. Thank you so much for the call. I really appreciate it.
All right, and one more thing.
Okay, what was that?
I'm seeing way different numbers on Politico. I'm not sure if I should follow Politico right now.
I'm sorry. What's that?
I'm looking at the Politico website, and I'm looking at the quote votes that each have, and I just see different numbers, way different numbers from theirs to yours. Like they're looking at Trump right now having 232 electoral votes. I'm not sure if I should continue.
That's what we have. We also have 232 for Trump, so I would go with that. Yeah, we agree on that. All right, thanks very much for the call. We are getting close to another projection I am hearing, and we'll be able to call something else. I am scared to say it may be Wisconsin for Donald Trump. And if that is the case, then we're breaking out the beers. I think that is going to be the way it goes. Let's stand by for that, and we can let's put our map up for the time being and just sort of look at what those scenarios would be.
I'm definitely getting. Weed is legal in Massachusetts now. That one.
We'll have to check on that.
Did that one?
Yeah.
So, okay, if Wisconsin goes Trump, that would get him to 242, but more importantly, it would make the path for Hillary Clinton much more difficult. If instead it is Michigan that gets called for Trump, that puts Trump at 248. Again, not a game ender for Hillary Clinton, but certainly not very good. And we're just waiting for what this projection is going to be. Let's go over to our map, our hypothetical map, where we have Pennsylvania for Hillary Clinton. If Wisconsin and Michigan go for Trump, then in the realistic map, it's basically over, even with Pennsylvania for Hillary Clinton because of what Donald Trump is likely to win. This is with Minnesota for Hillary Clinton. Yeah. This is even with Nevada for Hillary Clinton, which may actually end up with Trump, and you would have 289. What this is shaping up for is a very tight race. Let's switch to the actual map. The projection is that Hillary Clinton has won Washington, which we already had. We were ahead of that.
No surprise.
So no surprise there, and does not change our map, but now a lot of the networks are sort of catching up with us. Wisconsin and Michigan, those are going to be really, really tough. Let's see if there's anything else that is called here. No, nothing else is going to be called here. And we are at, we believe, 232 to 209. Some of the networks have Trump at 216 because they've not yet given him Georgia. We have given Trump Georgia.
Yeah.
And we believe that it is only a matter of time until the networks do. What are we waiting for here, Ben? Or is it just that last one, Wisconsin or Michigan, and that really is going to tell us the direction that this is going?
I mean, at that point, Wisconsin and Michigan. What was the Senate race in Wisconsin that?
Russ Feingold, and I think he was down big.
He ended up losing.
He ended up losing
to Johnson. I don't know his first name.
Yep, Ron Johnson, I believe.
And if you checked 538 beforehand, Johnson only had an 18% chance of winning.
Wow.
So, yeah, this is the trajectory of all the races, it seems.
What the hell happened in Wisconsin, man? We need to dig down into the data for Wisconsin to see what the hell happened there, because that's phenomenal. We even see in New Hampshire and in Florida. Well, he took Florida, but it was closer, right? He took Florida. Marco Rubio took Florida. That seems consistent. But in New Hampshire, Donald Trump took. We haven't closed out New Hampshire yet.
No.
Wow. Okay. So it's just seeing that the Senate races are splitting, or potentially splitting. But Wisconsin, this is a big surprise here.
Yeah, Wisconsin now a 3.4% lead for Donald Trump, and then let's just to be thorough, let's see what the latest Michigan numbers are, because it had closed to 0.5, but I am worried. It is now back up to 1.1% in favor of Donald Trump, with 64% reporting. Isn't Michigan notoriously slow on counting ballots?
Yeah, that's my recollection. Every election cycle, they are slow.
Yeah.
Back in New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, she's back in the lead. So it would be interesting to see if that splits, goes to the Senate goes to the Republican Party, and the electoral votes goes to Hillary Clinton. We'll see.
No doubt about it. All right, let's take a couple more calls, and then we will maybe have a definitive final state designation here. Let's go to our 919 caller. Name, town, and topic. The 919, you're with us. Are you there?
Yes.
What's going on?
I'm calling in for David.
This is David.
Oh, hi. So, I had a question. My name is Jared. I'm a very disappointed North Carolinian right now.
All right.
I was wondering what your opinions on third-party candidates in this election are, because obviously, if you actually look at the percentages, it seems like Gary Johnson has taken a significant portion of votes that I would have expected originally to go to Hillary Clinton.
I disagree. I think Gary Johnson has helped Hillary Clinton. I think he, by and large, is pulling from Donald Trump. And in the final analysis, it's possible, Ben, that actually Gary Johnson will have handed a state or two to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, those candidates, those voters would have broken with the Republican Party probably 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Unless you had some strategic voting with disappointed Bernie Sanders supporters who would have gone over to Gary Johnson, but I don't think so. I mean, if anything, we disagree most with Gary Johnson about his economic policy. So
So I don't know that you're right about that. Although the effect of the third parties is something that we could talk about, but I don't think that Gary Johnson is hurting Hillary Clinton. I think if anything, he's helped Hillary.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it. Let's go to our 619 caller. 619 caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Byron from Santee, California.
Terrific.
I was hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was calling. I was curious about what your thoughts are on the Senate, which looks like it's probably going to go Republican.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, like maybe like 50-50, where the vice president would, vote in favor of a Republican, which looks like, there's a good chance it'd be Pence voting for Republican control. So I was wondering if you thought like the Republicans may use the nuclear option. To do away with I believe it's the 60% vote that's needed to end cloture.
Yeah, I mean, that's tossed around every once in a while, and, it's possible. It hasn't happened yet, but that we will have to see. I think if it's 50-50 with Pence as the tiebreaker, or if it's 51-49, over the next 4 years, how much difference will that make in terms of what's passed, bills, et cetera? I don't know. It'll probably make some, but that tiebreaker being Pence versus the tiebreaker being the 51st Republican, I don't know that it's going to make the world of difference under a President Trump with a Republican House of Representatives, et cetera, et cetera. It's pretty grim, right? So I think we will definitely have to look into that. That'll be part of our coverage tomorrow. Thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it. Let's go to our caller from the 253 area code. 253 area code. Name, town, and where you're calling from.
Hello?
Yeah, 253. What's going on?
Yeah, hey, this is Lee from Gig Harbor. So this is just kind of off topic. How do you think that this election will affect next year's comic book?
Next year's what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Comic book.
Comic book.
Comic books.
Cartoon
Oh, yeah.
book.
Listen, next year's comic book is going to be tremendous. I can tell you. If Trump is the president, this comic book calendar that we have for 2017, I can only imagine that artist Dan Burke will be on fire for the next 10 months, and he will have something incredible for us next year. By the way, free calendars at davidpakman.com/calendar17 with your membership. Ben, how many of these have you bought? You're up to like a couple thousand,
I
right?
have they're all over my house, all over I have one in my bathroom when I take a crap every night.
Your kids are using these as kindling for fires, right?
Actually, we actually went through that. We saw it sitting here, me and Max, and we went through that.
Yeah.
That is some brilliant artwork in
There's
there.
some really good stuff in there.
There's some really good
There's some
stuff
really
in
good stuff in there. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for the call. Really, really appreciate it.
No, we'll get one next year. Thanks, bye.
All right, thanks. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll take one more call here, and then I think we have Georgia officially called for Trump. We had that already. Doesn't really change anything. All right, go ahead. You're on the air with us.
Hello?
Hey, you're on.
Oh, no way.
What's on your mind?
I'm calling from Canada.
Cool.
And I just want to get your opinion on what effect. I see a lot of comments just flying by about people moving to Canada. I want to get your realistic opinion on what you think, what kind of effect you think this might have
on Canadian immigration. Very little. I mean, it's tough to move to Canada. Pat and I talked about this. I think it was on Monday, yesterday's bonus show, or maybe late last week. It's really tough to go to Canada. When Republicans threaten it, it's stupid because Canada's way more progressive than the United States in many ways, so it doesn't really make any sense. When progressives threaten it, it's interesting, but most of their families are in the U.S., and most people, don't necessarily choose to just move away from their families.
Just move to Massachusetts.
Just move to Massachusetts. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff happening here. There are a number, it's like 5, 6 or 7 countries where you can buy citizenship. We talked about it. They're more likely, it's easier to get into than Canada. Unless you marry a Canadian. Go up to Montreal, maybe get on Tinder and try to meet a Canadian, and then you could marry in, right? I mean, you can marry into Canadian citizenship, I'm sure.
Yeah. Hey, sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, but for the most part, the I'm moving to Canada stuff is nonsense. Anything else we could do for you? Love Canada, by the way. Nothing wrong with Canada. Montreal is one of my favorite cities in North America, certainly.
Yeah, beautiful city.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I can't believe. Let me jump in here, David. I can't believe that people are actually starting with this bullshit narrative of blaming third parties for Florida and for this potential loss for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
If people are saying that, they know absolutely shit about. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But nothing about politics, about parties.
Yeah.
The Green Party has gotten like 0.1%, 0.2%. They've been completely irrelevant.
Yep.
Nothing remotely close to what Ralph Nader got in 2000.
Right.
The Libertarian Party, they've gotten 3% here and there. Those 3 percentage points, 90% of those would absolutely go with the Republican Party, hands down.
Yeah.
This is a 100% repudiation of Hillary Clinton. This is not angry voters going to vote third party, which some did, but not enough to actually pull away from the Democratic Party. If anything, the third party has helped Hillary Clinton. The Gary Johnson has helped Hillary Clinton, and anyone telling you otherwise is completely oblivious. They're lost in their emotions right now.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I mean,
this is being spread on mainstream media right now.
If you pick up my computer, Rachel, we're looking at the Florida results here, and you'll see that indeed Donald Trump won by, 1.4%, and Gary Johnson had 2.2% support. That's mostly people who voted for Johnson instead of Trump or not at all. Right? Those were not going to be Hillary Clinton voters who said, hey, you know what, unless they're really uninformed Clinton supporters, because Gary Johnson's policies are, as centrist as Hillary Clinton is. Gary Johnson, many of his policies are just way off the deep end.
Yeah, no, he is not a substitute for, he's clearly not a substitute for a Democrat. He's not a substitute for a progressive, a socialist, anything of that sort.
Yeah.
So this idea that it's Gary Johnson's fault, Gary Johnson is the only thing keeping this race, keeping us up till midnight. If Gary Johnson was not in this would already be called for Donald Trump.
Right.
As another example, I'm sorry, Rachel.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's not his fault, but what about all of the people who are saying that the third party candidates are just running for their egos?
Yeah, I mean, but in this case, his ego is helping Hillary Clinton, right? Yeah. He's pulling away from Donald Trump. And that's simply it. Like, I think on that poll that you just put up, that Jill Stein, which was the replacement for Bernie Sanders supporters, Jill Stein got 0.7%, if I'm not mistaken, in Florida. Like, I mean, come on. Like, Joe the plumber could have got a write-in of 0.7%. There's no way you can blame progressives or Bernie Sanders supporters for this. This is 100% a rejection of Hillary Clinton, and the fact that there are just so many rabidly racist people that they feel like this is the year. This is the year of the races.
Let's go, if you pick up my screen again, Rachel, just for one more example, just to show that this really is not backed by the facts. If you look at, and I'm sorry, you're not seeing that full screen. Let me just adjust that. So if you're looking at these North Carolina numbers where Donald Trump won by 5.4%, Gary Johnson 2.8%. I mean, even if you give all of that to Hillary
Clinton,
she still loses, and those are, again, mostly Trump would have won by more in North Carolina if we had seen Gary Johnson not in that race. So the math just does not back that up.
And they need something to blame. Like, this is like coming, I'm just reading my timeline and reading, this is coming from Rachel Maddow. They need someone to blame for this, and the immediate scapegoat obviously is the boogeyman of a third party when they are completely lying to their audience. The only reason we are even here right now is thanks to Gary Johnson pulling away votes or percentages from Donald Trump.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you should see my Twitter stream that's going on. And, everybody, and let's just see who's being blamed on my Twitter stream. And don't switch to this, Rachel, by the way, because there could be all sorts of crazy stuff here, which I would not want shown. David, you were way too confident. All you Bernie bro trashing Hillary cheerleaders did this to us. Thanks so much. 4 years of Trump instead of Bernie. I don't know that Bernie would have won. I don't know. Maybe. I voted for the guy in the primary. I would have liked to see him in this election. I'd rather have been voting for him 10 days ago in early voting than Hillary Clinton, but I don't know. What else? Watching the Facebook Live. Well, we're not doing Facebook Live. I don't know what they're watching. It's not us. Maybe they mean YouTube.
Yeah.
But they are from Canada and very, very scared. A lot of people saying, hey, this is what happens when the FBI teams up with the Republicans. I don't think that's illegitimate, right? I mean, I think James Comey was completely overboard, commenting 3 times about an investigation that didn't lead to charges. FBI just shouldn't comment about investigations that don't lead to charges. You do the investigation, you close it, you don't mention it. That's what the FBI should do. I think there's something to that, but there's also something to choosing a candidate that nobody knew exactly what was going to happen as far as the email thing. I never thought Benghazi would become a thing, but it was pretty clear the email thing was going to be a thing for Republicans. And you also chose a candidate that was a liability. You couldn't necessarily predict to what extent, couldn't predict that this is what James Comey was going to do, but you chose someone with that liability.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely, again, the only thing they could have come with Bernie Sanders with would be the Red Scare. Instead of the Democrats doing the Red Scare, you would have the Republicans doing the Red Scare. And that it remains to be seen how effective that would have been. But you would not have had a candidate who had the looming clouds of an investigation overhead. And then I don't even know if it's the investigation so much, right? I think it plays into it, but also you can't really underestimate the extent to which Republicans hate the Clintons.
Yeah.
That is so deeply rooted in America.
And some independents.
And some independents, yeah.
Because it's not Republicans alone who did this, so to speak. A couple of updates, and we can pick up, I think we should be able to pick up what's going on CNN without audio. I'll just talk you through it. Pennsylvania is getting closer and closer to being called for Hillary Clinton.
Thank God.
I mean, at this point, will it change anything?
No,
I don't know. I don't know, but that is getting closer and closer. Nevada, Hillary Clinton is actually quite far ahead, interestingly enough. But again, would that be enough to change the results if she can't pick up Michigan or Wisconsin? The answer is no. And Donald Trump is going to win Utah, and he has over 50% of the vote. Hillary Clinton 21, Evan McMullin 21 right now.
Evan.
And 31% reporting. That'll probably get called pretty soon, I think. Donald Trump way ahead there. Way ahead. Michigan, Donald Trump has now pulled ahead by closer to 1.5 points. And that's a big deal. That's a very, very big deal. So I think that we are going to, what are we going to do? I don't know that we're going to be on that much longer, because I don't know that there's that,
It's legal in Florida now. I mean, in Massachusetts. I know what I'm going to do. I don't know what you guys are going to do, but this is I'm going to go home and go to bed.
we do have a show to produce tomorrow, and I think that we are quickly getting to the end. I think that this is what we're going to do. We're getting close to midnight on the East Coast here. I believe that what we're going to do, I'm just going to make a call. Is everybody cool with me making a call?
Yeah,
as to what we're going to do?
Go for it.
Max, you okay with me making a call here? Okay, Max is on his phone, deeply, deeply engrossed, and I think he would be thrilled if I made a call here. Pat could go either way. Rachel, definitely ready to go to bed. We're going to wrap up the stream in 2 minutes, and I'm going to head home, and I'm going to be paying attention to what's going on. And if something happens that changes the direction, I will hop back on YouTube Live. I can do it very quickly. I will even maybe get on Facebook Live and see what's going on. If this is just going to be, this is going to slowly trickle in for Donald Trump, then I think we are better served preparing for tomorrow, where we are going to have to figure out what to do for the next 4 years.
Well, let me do this, because I drank a lot of Earl Grey. And I'm wired.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to my channel, and I'm gonna stream there.
Yep.
Let me know if you start a stream back up. We can connect and do it that way.
You're gonna do it here or from home?
No, I'm gonna do it just from here. I'm gonna go over to the desk and keep streaming.
All right. So that's what's gonna go on. Remember, please subscribe to Ben Dixon's channel. If you have a picture of yourself today with your I voted sticker, please send it to me. Send it to me, david@davidpakman.com. I will write back to you with a 40% discount code off of membership. Brace yourselves, buckle in, and prepare for what is going to be very likely an incredibly uphill battle for the next 4 years. And if you're not ready to accept that independent media is a necessary instrument for progressives over the next 4 years, prepare yourselves for really bad midterms, Ben.
Yeah.
And probably pretty bad stuff going on in 2020. Because we've got to be supporting independent media. Send me your pictures, david@davidpakman.com, with your I voted sticker, and I will send you back a 40% discount. And of course, the calendar is available, davidpakman.com/calendar17. Wow. What else can we say? A lot of people on the channel saying Vladimir Putin won tonight. Vladimir Putin won tonight.
Listen, Hillary Clinton did not get white women, college women. She didn't get white men. That's the only thing that lost Hillary Clinton the election tonight.
Yeah. And we will be looking at all the details tomorrow. That's going to do it for today's stream. Thanks to everybody who joined me today. We have done it. We hit about 1,400 different viewers on the channel. And we can go ahead and, on that note, stop the stream, Rachel, and we will talk to everybody maybe later tonight. or maybe tomorrow and switch over to the Ben Dixon channel. It would be great if everybody switched over. How late are you going to go, by the way? Are you really? Yeah. Wow. All right. We will talk to you then. Thanks to everybody.